The Prophet Unarmed 1921–1929. Preface. Carlyle once wrote that as Cromwell's biographer he had to drag out the Lord Protector from under a mountain of dead dogs, a huge load of calumny and oblivion. My job, as Trotsky's biographer, has been somewhat similar, with this difference, however, that when I set out to assail my mountain of dead dogs great events were about to strike at it with immense force. I had concluded. The Prophet Armed. The first part of my study of Trotsky, while Stalin was still alive, and while his cult appeared as indestructible as the stigma attached to Trotsky seemed indelible. Most reviewers of The Prophet Armed agreed with a British critic who wrote that that single book undoes 3 decades of Stalinist denigration, but, of course, neither the book nor its documentation brought forth a single word of comment from the Soviet historians and critics, who usually devote an unconscionable amount of attention to every piece of Sovietology, no matter how trashy, that appears in the West. Then came Stalin's death, the 20th Congress, and Khrushchev's secret speech. An earthquake shook the mountain of dead dogs, scattering half of it far and wide, and for a moment it looked as if the other half too was about to be blown away. Historically truthful references to Trotsky's part in the Russian Revolution began to appear in Soviet periodicals for the first time in 3 decades, although the paucity and timidity of the references suggested how close the connection between history and politics still was in this case, and how delicate the problem. When Stalin's idol was being smashed and the Stalinist falsification of history was being officially and emphatically denounced, the shade of Stalin's chief antagonist inevitably aroused fresh and lively, though bewildered, interest. In Moscow, Peking, Warsaw, and East Berlin people wondered anew what had been the significance and the moral of Trotsky's struggle against Stalin. Young historians, to whom the archives, hitherto kept under lock and key, had suddenly been thrown open, avidly looked for an answer in the unfamiliar records of Bolshevism. Khrushchev having declared that Stalin had destroyed his inner party critics by means of false and monstrous accusations, the historians naturally expected an explicit rehabilitation of the victims of the Great Purges. Here and there the rehabilitation was already taken for granted. In Poland, for instance, the writings of Trotsky and Bukharin, Rakowski and Radek, were quoted, and even reprinted, as offering much-needed illumination of the enigma of the Stalin era. Soon thereafter, however, the assault on the mountain of dead dogs was halted in its tracks. Towards the end of 1956, or early in 1957, during the reaction against the Hungarian turmoil, a halt was called in Moscow to the restitution of historical truth. The dilemmas and fluctuations of current policy became once again reflected in the writing of history, and were focused, as it were, in the treatment of Trotsky. Since then Stalin's discredited short course of the history of the CPSU has been replaced by a new official compendium of party history which attempts to reimpose, though in a modified and softened version, the anathema on Trotsky, and in Soviet periodicals the volume of writings designed surreptitiously to defame Trotsky has grown much larger than it ever was in the last decade or so of the Stalin era. However, what was once a drama has now become sheer farce. The Stalinist anathema, absurd though it was, had its logic and consistency. Stalin knew that he could not maintain it effectively without gross, unscrupulous, and systematic falsification of the past. Khrushchev tries to ban the truth about Trotsky without resorting to outright falsification. He contents himself with a moderate dose of distortion, and by this alone he renders the anathema ludicrous. Thus, the authors of the new party history extol the work of the Military Revolutionary Committee of 1917 and of the Commissariat of War of the Civil War period, without mentioning in this connection that Trotsky stood at the head of both these bodies, but almost in the same breath they do mention this fact when they have to find fault with the work of the same committee or the same commissariat. The Khrushchevite historians evidently assume that Soviet readers will not be intelligent enough to see that the praise and the blame are both directed alike at the same person. In his own, perverse way Stalin took a far higher view of the perspicacity of his subjects, and he preferred to give them no facts that might stimulate heretical guesswork, and to leave no scope for such guesswork. The new versions of party history also dwell one-sidedly on disagreements between Lenin and Trotsky, but by publishing Lenin's suppressed writings and throwing open the archives, the new party leaders have in fact done virtually everything that was needed for Trotsky's rehabilitation. Now all their attempts to banish him once again from the annals of the revolution are vain. Trotsky's ghost is evidently still haunting Stalin's successors. I trust that in these pages readers will find at least part of the explanation of this apparently bizarre fact. Despite all the great changes that have occurred in Soviet society since the 1920s, or rather because of these changes, some of the crucial issues of the controversy between Stalin and Trotsky are as alive today as ever. Trotsky denounced the bureaucratic degeneration of the workers' state, and he confronted Stalin's monolithic and infallibly led party with the demand for freedom of expression, debate, and criticism, believing that on these alone could and should voluntary and genuine communist discipline be based. His voice was smothered in the Russia of the 1920s, but with the many-sided, industrial, educational, and social progress of the Soviet Union, his idea has come back to life, gaining possession of many communist minds. In their brief hour of truth, Khrushchev and Mikoyan, Mao and Gomulka, Kadar and Tolyatti, not to speak of Tito and Nagy, had to pay their tribute to it. A substratum of Trotskyism could be found in the contributions, however half-hearted and fragmentary, which each of them then made to de-Stalinization. Indeed, in this hour of truth Trotsky appeared as the giant forebear of all of them, for none of them approached Stalinism with anything like the depth, the sweep, and the vigor of his critical thought. Since then, frightened by their own bravado, they have retraced their steps, and the Soviet regime and the Communist Party, moving 2 steps forward and 1 step back, are still far from having overcome their bureaucratic deformation. The fact that as yet the issues posed by Trotsky have, at best, been only half resolved makes the story of his opposition to Stalinism more, not less, topical. Nor is Trotsky's antagonism to Stalinist bureaucracy the only aspect of his struggle which has a bearing on our times. A large part of this narrative centers on the conflict between his internationalism and the isolationist self-sufficiency of latter-day Bolshevism embodied in Stalin. This conflict reappeared and grew acute even before the close of the Stalin era, and since then the balance has begun to tilt towards internationalism. This is yet another unresolved issue lending fresh interest to the controversy of the 1920s. Stalin's successors live in such grotesque horror of Trotsky's shade because they are afraid of coming to grips with the issues with which he, so much ahead of his time, did come to grips. Their behavior may be explained in part by objective circumstances and in part by inertia, for Khrushchev and his associates, even in their rebellion against Stalinism, are still Stalin's epigones. But they act also from the narrowest motives of self-defense. The following incident, which occurred during a session of the Central Committee in June 1957, illustrates the nature of their predicament. At that session Khrushchev, speaking on the motion for the expulsion of Molotov, Kaganovich, and Malenkov, recalled the Great Purges, the subject invariably recurring in all the secret debates since Stalin's death. Pointing at Molotov and Kaganovich, he exclaimed, "Your hands are stained with the blood of our party leaders and of innumerable innocent Bolsheviks." "So are yours," Molotov and Kaganovich shouted back at him. "Yes, so are mine," Khrushchev replied. "I admit this. But during the Great Purges I only carried out your orders. I was not then a member of the Politburo and I am not responsible for its decisions. You were." When Mikoyan later reported the incident to the Komsomol in Moscow, he was asked why the accomplices of Stalin's crimes were not tried in court. "We cannot try them," Mikoyan is said to have answered, "because if we start putting such people in the dock, there is no knowing where we should be able to stop. We have all had some share in conducting the purges." Thus, if only in order to safeguard their own immunity, Stalin's successors must still keep in the dock the ghosts of some of Stalin's victims. As to Trotsky, is it not safer indeed to leave him where he lies, under the half-shattered pyramid of slander, rather than transfer him to the pantheon of the revolution? I do not believe and have never believed that Trotsky's memory is in any need of rehabilitation by rulers or party leaders. Nothing, however, is farther from my intention than to indulge in any cult of Trotsky. I do indeed consider Trotsky as one of the most outstanding revolutionary leaders of all times, outstanding as fighter, thinker, and martyr. But I am not seeking to present here the glorifying image of a man without blemish or blur. I have endeavored to portray him as he was, in his real stature and strength, but with all his weaknesses. I have tried to show the extraordinary power, fertility, and originality of his mind, but also his fallibility. In discussing the ideas which form his distinctive contribution to Marxism and modern thought, I have attempted to disentangle what in my view is, and for a long time is likely to remain, of objective and lasting value from that which reflected merely transient situations, subjective emotions, or errors of judgment. I have done my best to do justice to Trotsky's heroic character, to which I find only very few equals in history. But I have also shown him in his many moments of irresolution and indecision. I describe the embattled Titan as he falters and boggles and yet goes out to meet his destiny. I see him as the representative figure of pre-Stalinist communism and the precursor of post-Stalinist communism. Yet I do not imagine that the future of communism lies in Trotskyism. I am inclined to think that the historic development is transcending both Stalinism and Trotskyism and is tending towards something broader than either of them. But each of them will probably be transcended in a different manner. What the Soviet Union and communism take over from Stalinism is mainly its practical achievement. In other respects, as regards methods of government and political action, ideas, and moral climate, the legacy of the Stalin era is worse than empty. The sooner it is disposed of the better. But precisely in these respects Trotsky has still much to offer, and the political development can hardly transcend him otherwise than by absorbing all that is vital in his thought and applying it to realities which are far more advanced, varied, and complex than those he knew. In the preface to The Prophet Armed, I indicated that I intended to tell the whole story of Trotsky's life and work from 1921 onwards in a single volume entitled The Prophet Unarmed. Point 1. A reviewer, writing in The Times Literary Supplement, doubted whether the story could be told, on the appropriate scale, in one volume. His doubt has proved justified. The Prophet Unarmed ends with Trotsky's banishment from the Soviet Union in January 1929, another volume. The Prophet Outcast is to cover the stormy 12 years of Trotsky's last exile and to give the final assessment of his role. These 3 volumes form part of a larger trilogy, of which one section, Stalin, a political biography, appeared in 1949, and another, a 2-volumed Life of Lenin, is still in an early stage of preparation. The 3 volumes of the present work are, of course, interconnected, as are also, more loosely, all the parts of the entire trilogy. But I have so planned them that each volume is as far as possible self-contained and can be read as an independent work. The narrative of this volume covers the years which were in many respects the formative period of the Soviet Union. It begins with 1921 and the aftermath of the Civil War, with Trotsky still at the height of power. It ends in 1929, with Trotsky en route to Constantinople, and the Soviet Union entering the epoch of forced industrialization and collectivization. Between these years there unfolds the drama of the Bolshevik Party which, after Lenin's death, found itself plunged into what was probably the fiercest and the most momentous political controversy of modern times, uncertain of its policies and groping for direction, caught in extraordinary social and political tensions and in the logic of the single-party system, and succumbing to Stalin's autocracy. Throughout, Trotsky is at the center of the struggle as Stalin's chief adversary, the only alternative candidate to the Bolshevik leadership, the premature advocate of industrialization and planned economy, the critic of socialism in one country, and the champion of proletarian democracy. Much of the documentation on which this narrative is based has hitherto been unknown. I have drawn heavily on Trotsky's archives, which offer rich insights into the proceedings of the Politburo and the Central Committee and into the work of all the factions of the Bolshevik Party, on the voluminous and revealing correspondence between Trotsky, Radek, Rakovsky, Preobrazhensky, Sosnovsky, and many other eminent Bolsheviks, on the records of party congresses and conferences, on files of contemporary Russian and non-Russian newspapers and periodicals, and on published and unpublished eyewitness accounts. I have benefited from personal contact with Natalia Sadova, Trotsky's widow, Heinrich Brandler, Alfred Rosmer, Max Eastman, and other participants and survivors of the struggle who have been good enough to answer my queries and sometimes to submit to prolonged and repeated questioning. In my attempt to reproduce the background and the climate of the time, my own experience may have been of some value. From the middle 1920s I was active in the Polish Communist Party, which stood closer to Bolshevism than did any other party. Soon thereafter I was leading spokesman of an inter-party opposition strongly influenced by Trotsky's ideas, and in 1932 I had the somewhat curious distinction of being the first member ever to be expelled from the Polish Party for his anti-Stalinism. Access to untapped sources has, I think, enabled me to give either wholly or partly new versions of many crucial events and episodes. The relations between Lenin and Trotsky in Lenin's last years, the vicissitudes of the subsequent struggles, the relations between Trotsky, Bukharin, Zinoviev, Kamina, Radek, and other leaders, the formation and the defeat of the various anti-Stalinist oppositions, the events of Trotsky's first year of exile near the Soviet-Chinese frontier, especially the divisions which had already appeared in the Trotskyist opposition, foreshadowing its collapse many years before the Moscow trials nearly. All of these are narrated or interpreted in the light of some hitherto unknown facts. I have also, as in the previous volume, paid special attention to Trotsky the man of letters and devoted many pages to his views on science, literature, and the arts, in particular to his work as Russia's leading literary critic in the early 1920s. That work, remarkable for the largeness of his views and his clear-sighted rejection of any party tutelage over science and art, has also a special relevance to the present situation. Such progress in these fields as was achieved in the Soviet Union during the post-Stalinist thaw went in the direction of Trotsky's ideas, although it will probably still take a long time before views as undogmatic and bold as his make their appearance again in the Soviet Union. Much as I have been concerned with the restoration of the various features and details of the historic drama, I have never been able to dismiss from my thoughts the tragic theme that runs through it from beginning to end and affects nearly all the characters involved. Here is modern tragedy in the sense in which Trotsky himself has defined it: as long as man is not yet master of his social organization, that organization towers above him like fate itself. The stuff of contemporary tragedy is found in the clash between the individual and a collective, or between hostile collectives represented by individuals. Trotsky found it difficult to foresee whether the dramatist of the revolution will create high tragedy. The Soviet dramatist has certainly not yet created it, but what modern Sophocles or Aeschylus could possibly produce tragedy as high as Trotsky's own life? Is it too much to hope that this is nevertheless an optimistic tragedy, one in which not all the suffering and sacrifice have been in vain? I am greatly indebted to Mr. Donald Tyerman, who has read in manuscript this volume as well as all my previous books and has been a constant source of encouragement to me, and my thanks are due to Mr. Dan Davin and Mr. John Bell for most valuable stylistical criticisms and suggestions. My wife has as ever been my only research assistant and also my first, the most severe and the most indulgent, critic. ID. Chapter I. The Power and the Dream. He. Bolsheviks made their October Revolution of 1917 in the conviction that what they had begun was mankind's leap from the realm of necessity to the realm of freedom. They saw the bourgeois order dissolving and class society crumbling all over the world, not merely in Russia. They believed that everywhere the peoples were at last in revolt against being the playthings of socially unorganized productive forces, and against the anarchy of their own existence. They imagined that the world was fully ready to free itself from the necessity to slave and sweat for the means of its subsistence and ready also to put an end to man's domination by man. They greeted the dawn of the new age in which the human being, all his energies and capacities released, would achieve self-fulfillment. They were proud to have opened for humanity the passage from prehistory to history. This brilliant vision inspired the minds and hearts not only of the leaders, ideologues, and dreamers of Bolshevism. It sustained the hope and ardor of the mass of their followers as well. They fought in the civil war with no mercy for their enemies and no pity for themselves, because they believed that by doing so they were ensuring for Russia and the world the chance of accomplishing the great leap from necessity to freedom. When victory was theirs at last, they found that revolutionary Russia had overreached herself and was hurled down to the bottom of a horrible pit. No other nation had followed her revolutionary example. Surrounded by a hostile or, at best, indifferent world, Russia stood alone, bled white, starving, shivering with cold, consumed by disease, and overcome with gloom. In the stench of blood and death her people scrambled wildly for a breath of air, a faint gleam of light, a crust of bread. Is this, they asked, the realm of freedom? Is this where the great leap has taken us? What answer could the leaders give? They replied that the great and celebrated revolutions of earlier ages had suffered similar cruel setbacks but had nevertheless justified themselves and their work in the eyes of posterity, and that the Russian Revolution too would emerge triumphant. Nobody argued thus with greater power of conviction than did the chief character of this book. Before the hungry crowds of Petrograd and Moscow, Trotsky recalled the privations and the distress which revolutionary France endured many years after the destruction of the Bastille, and he told them how the first consul of the Republic every morning visited in person the Halles of Paris, anxiously watched the few peasant carts bringing food from the country, and went away every morning knowing that the people of Paris would continue to starve. 1. The analogy was all too real, but consoling historical parallels, no matter how true and relevant, could not fill Russia's empty stomach. Nobody was able to gauge the depth to which the nation had slumped. Down below, hands and feet fumblingly searched for solid points of support, for something to lean on and something to grasp at in order to climb up. Once revolutionary Russia had climbed up, she would surely resume the leap from necessity to freedom. But how was the ascent to be accomplished? How was the pandemonium at the bottom to be calmed? How were the desperate multitudes to be disciplined and led for the ascent? How could the Soviet Republic overcome its appalling misery and chaos and then go on to fulfill the promise of socialism? At first the Bolshevik leaders did not try to belittle or embellish the predicament or deceive their followers. They attempted to uphold their courage and hope with words of truth. But the truth, unvarnished, was too harsh to mitigate misery and allay despair. And so it began to make room for the soothing lie which at first sought merely to conceal the chasm between dream and reality, but soon insisted that the realm of freedom had already been reached and that it lay there at the bottom of the pit. If people refused to believe, they had to be made to believe by force. The lie grew by degrees until it became elaborate, complex, and vast as the chasm it was designed to cover up. It found among the Bolshevik leaders its mouthpieces and dedicated supporters, who felt that without the lie and the force which supported it the nation could not be dragged out of the mire. The salutary lie, however, could bear no confrontation with the original message of the revolution. Nor as the lie grew could its expounders stand face to face or side by side with the genuine leaders of the October Revolution, to whom the revolution's message was and remained inviolable. The latter did not at once raise their voices in protest. They did not even at once recognize the falsehood for what it was, for it insinuated itself slowly and imperceptibly. The leaders of the revolution could not help being entangled in it at the outset, but then, one after another, hesitantly and falteringly, they rose to expose and denounce the lie and to invoke against it the revolution's broken promise. Their voices, however, once so powerful and inspiring, sounded hollow at the bottom of the pit and brought forth no response from hungry, weary, and cowed multitudes. Of all these voices none vibrated with such deep and angry conviction as did that of Trotsky. He now began to rise to his height as the revolution's prophet unarmed, who, instead of imposing his faith by force, could rely only on the force of his faith. The year 1921 at length brought peace to Bolshevik Russia. The last shots died down on the battlefields of the Civil War. The White armies had dissolved and vanished. The armies of intervention had withdrawn. Peace was concluded with Poland. The European frontiers of the Soviet Federation were drawn and fixed. Amid the silence which had fallen on the battlefields, Bolshevik Russia listened intently to sounds from the outside world and was becoming poignantly aware of her isolation. Since the summer of 1920, when the Red Army was defeated at the gates of Warsaw, the revolutionary fever in Europe had subsided. The old order there found some balance, unstable yet real enough to allow the conservative forces to recover from disarray and panic. Communists could not hope for imminent revolutionary developments, and attempts to provoke such developments could result only in costly failures. This was demonstrated in March 1921, when a desperate and ill-prepared communist rising broke out in central Germany. The rising had been encouraged and in part instigated by Zinoviev, the president of the Communist International, and Bela Kun, the luckless leader of the Hungarian Revolution of 1919, who believed that the rising might electrify and spur to action the apathetic mass of the German working class. The mass failed to respond, however, and the German government suppressed the rising without much difficulty. The fiasco threw German communism into confusion, and amid bitter recriminations the leader of the German Communist Party, Paul Levy, broke with the International. The March rising thus weakened even further the forces of communism in Europe and deepened the sense of isolation in Bolshevik Russia. The nation ruled by Lenin's party was in a state of near dissolution. The material foundations of its existence were shattered. It will be enough to recall that by the end of the Civil War Russia's national income amounted to only one-third of her income in 1913, that industry produced less than one-fifth of the goods produced before the war, that the coal mines turned out less than one-tenth and the iron foundries only 1/40th of their normal output, that the railways were destroyed, that all stocks and reserves on which any economy depends for its work were utterly exhausted, that the exchange of goods between town and country had come to a standstill, that Russia's cities and towns had become so depopulated that in 1921 Moscow had only one-half and Petrograd one-third of its former inhabitants, and that the people of the two capitals had for many months lived on a food ration of 2 ounces of bread and a few frozen potatoes and had heated their dwellings with the wood of their furniture, and we shall obtain some idea of the condition in which the nation found itself in the 4th year of the Revolution. 3. The Bolsheviks were in no mood to celebrate victory. The Kronstadt rising had finally compelled them to give up war communism and to promulgate N.E.P. the new economic policy. Their immediate purpose was to induce peasants to sell food and private merchants to bring the food from country to town, from producer to consumer. This was the beginning of a long series of concessions to private farming and trade, the beginning of that forced retreat which Lenin avowed his government was compelled to beat before the anarchic elements of small property which were predominant in the country. Presently calamity struck the nation. One of the worst famines in history visited the populous farming land on the Volga. Already in the spring of 1921, just after the Kronstadt rising, Moscow had been alarmed by reports about droughts, sand blizzards, and an invasion of locusts in the southern and southeastern provinces. The government swallowed its pride and appealed for help to bourgeois charitable organizations abroad. In July it was feared that 10 million peasants would be hit by the famine. By the end of the year the number of sufferers had risen to 36 million. Uncounted multitudes fled before the sand blizzards and the locust and wandered in aimless despair over the vast plains. Cannibalism reappeared, a ghastly mockery of the high socialist ideals and aspirations emanating from the capital cities. 7 years of World War, Revolution, Civil War, Intervention, and War communism had wrought such changes in society that customary political notions, ideas, and slogans became almost meaningless. Russia's social structure had been not merely overturned, it was smashed and destroyed. The social classes which had so implacably and furiously wrestled with one another in the Civil War were all, with the partial exception of the peasantry, either exhausted and prostrate or pulverized. The landed gentry had perished in their burning mansions and on the battlefields of the Civil War. Survivors escaped abroad with remnants of the white armies which scattered to the winds. Of the bourgeoisie, never very numerous or politically confident, many had also perished or emigrated. Those who saved their skins, stayed in Russia, and attempted to adjust themselves to the new regime, were merely the wreckage of their class. The old intelligentsia, and to a lesser degree the bureaucracy, shared the fate of the bourgeoisie proper. Some ate the émigrés' bread in the West, others served Russia's new masters as specialists. With the revival of private trade, a new upstart middle class made its appearance. Its members, contemptuously labeled N.E.P. men, were bent on exploiting quickly the opportunities NEP offered them, amassed mushroom fortunes, and enjoyed their day with the feeling that one deluge was behind them and another ahead of them. Despised even by the survivors of the old bourgeoisie, this new middle class did not aspire to develop a political mind of its own. Sukharevka, Moscow's sprawling and squalid black market, was the symbol of its social existence and morality. It was a grim and paradoxical outcome of the struggle that the industrial working class, which was supposed now to exercise its dictatorship, was also pulverized. The most courageous and politically minded workers had either laid down their lives in the Civil War or occupied responsible posts in the new administration, the army, the police, the industrial managements, and a host of newly created institutions and public bodies. Proudly conscious of their origin, these proletarians turned commissars did not in fact belong to the working class any longer. With the passage of time many of them became estranged from the workers and assimilated with the bureaucratic environment. The bulk of the proletariat too became déclassé. Masses of workers fled from town to country during the hungry years, and being mostly town dwellers in the first generation and not having lost roots in the country, they were easily reabsorbed by the peasantry. In the early years of NEP there started a migration in the opposite direction, an exodus from country to town. Some old workers returned to the cities, but most of the newcomers were raw and illiterate peasants, without any political, let alone cultural, tradition. However, in 1921 and 1922 the migration from country to town was only a trickle. The dispersal of the old working class created a vacuum in urban Russia. The old, self-reliant, and class-conscious labor movement with its many institutions and organizations, trade unions, cooperatives, and educational clubs, which used to resound with loud and passionate debate and seethe with political activity, that movement was now an empty shell. Here and there small groups of veterans of the class struggle met and argued about the prospects of the revolution. They had once formed the real vanguard of the working class. Now they were a mere handful, and they could not see behind them the main force of their class which had once listened to them, taken its cue from them, and followed them into the thick of social struggle. 5. The proletarian dictatorship was triumphant, but the proletariat had nearly vanished. It had never been more than a small minority of the nation, and it had played a decisive part in 3 revolutions, not because of its numbers but because of the extraordinary strength of its political mind, initiative, and organization. At the best of times Russia's large-scale industry employed not much more than 3 million workers. After the end of the Civil War only about half that number remained in employment. Even of these many were in fact idle because the plant was idle. The government kept them on industrial payrolls as a matter of social policy, in order to save a nucleus of the working class for the future. These workers were, in fact, paupers. If a worker received his wage in money, the wage was worthless because of the catastrophic depreciation of the ruble. He made his living, such as it was, by doing odd jobs, trading on black markets, and scouring nearby villages for food. If he received his wage in kind, especially in the produce of his factory, he rushed from the bench to the black market to barter away a pair of shoes or a piece of cloth for bread and potatoes. Left with nothing to barter, he would return to the factory to steal a tool, a few nails, or a sack of coal, and he went back to the black market. Theft in factories was so common that it was estimated that half the workers normally stole the things they themselves produced. 6. It may be imagined what effect the hunger, the cold, the terrifying idleness at the factory bench and the hurly-burly of the black markets, the cheating and the stealing, the almost zoological struggle for survival had on the morale of the people who were supposed to be the ruling class of the new state. As a social class, the peasantry alone emerged unbroken. World war, civil war, and famine had, of course, taken their toll, but they had not cracked the mainsprings of the peasantry's life. They had not reduced its resilience and powers of regeneration. Not even the worst calamity could disperse the heavy bulk of the peasantry which, indestructible almost like nature itself, needed to work in contact only with nature in order to keep alive, while the industrial workers dispersed when the artificial industrial machinery on which their existence depended had collapsed. The peasantry had preserved its character and its place in society. It had enhanced its position at the expense of the landed gentry. It could now afford to count the gains as well as the losses the revolution had brought it. The requisitions having ceased, the peasants hoped to gather in at last the full harvest from their enlarged possessions. True, they lived in utter poverty. But this and the backwardness which went with it were part and parcel of their social heritage. Freed from seigneurial overlordship, the peasants preferred poverty on their own small holdings to the incomprehensible vistas of abundance under communism which the urban agitators unfolded before them. The moujiks were no longer greatly disturbed by the agitators' talk. They noticed that of late these had become chary of offending them and even sought to befriend them and to flatter them. For the time being, the moujik was indeed the Benjamin of the Bolshevik government, which was anxious to re-establish the link between town and country and the alliance between workers and peasants. Since the working class could not make its weight felt, the peasantry's weight was all the heavier. Every month, every week, brought the farmer 1,000 fresh proofs of his new importance, and his self-confidence was heightened accordingly. Yet this social class which alone had preserved its character and place in society was by its very nature politically impotent. Karl Marx once described in a striking image the idiocy of rural life which in the last century prevented the French peasantry from asserting their class interests in their own name, and his image fits well the Russian peasantry of the 1920s. Throughout the country they live in almost identical conditions, but enter very little into relationships with one another. Their mode of production isolates them, instead of bringing them into mutual contact. The isolation is intensified by the inadequacy of the means of communication, and poverty. Their farms are so small that there is practically no scope for division of labor. Among the peasantry therefore there can be no diversity of development, no differentiation of talents, no wealth of social relationship. Each family is almost self-sufficient, producing on its own plot of land the greater part of its requirements, and thus providing itself with the necessaries of life through an interchange with nature rather than by means of intercourse with society. Here is a small plot of land, with the peasant farmer and his family; there is another plot of land, another peasant with wife and children. A score or two of these atoms make up a village, and a few scores of villages make up a department. In this way, the great mass of the French nation is formed by the simple addition of like entities, much as a sack of potatoes consists of a lot of potatoes huddled into a sack. 7. The huge sack of potatoes that was rural Russia also proved quite incapable of asserting itself in its own name. Once the populist, or social revolutionary intelligentsia represented it, and spoke on its behalf. But the social revolutionary party, discredited by its own refusal to countenance the agrarian revolution and then driven underground and destroyed by the Bolsheviks, had played out its role. The sack of potatoes lay vast, formidable, and mute. Nobody could take his eyes off it, nobody could ignore it, or trample on it with impunity. It had already hit urban Russia on the head, and the Bolshevik rulers had to bow to it. But the sack of potatoes could not give backbone, form, will, and voice to a shapeless and disintegrated society. Thus a few years after the revolution the nation was incapable of managing its own affairs and of asserting itself through its own authentic representatives. The old ruling classes were crushed, and the new ruling class, the proletariat, was only a shadow of its former self. No party could claim to represent the dispersed working class, and the workers could not control the party which claimed to speak for them and to rule the country on their behalf. Whom then did the Bolshevik Party represent? It represented only itself, that is, its past association with the working class, its present aspiration to act as the guardian of the proletarian class interest, and its intention to reassemble in the course of economic reconstruction a new working class which should be able in due time to take the country's destinies into its hands. In the meantime, the Bolshevik Party maintained itself in power by usurpation. Not only its enemies saw it as a usurper, the party appeared as a usurper even in the light of its own standards and its own conception of the revolutionary state. The enemies of Bolshevism, we remember, had from the outset denounced the October Revolution and then the dispersal of the Constituent Assembly in 1918 as acts of usurpation. The Bolsheviks did not take this accusation to heart. They replied that the government from which they seized power in October had not been based on any elective representative body, and that the revolution vested power in a government backed by the overwhelming majority of the elected and representative councils of workers and soldiers' deputies. The Soviets had been a class representation and by definition an organ of proletarian dictatorship. They had not been elected on the basis of universal suffrage. The gentry and the bourgeoisie had been disfranchised, and the peasantry was represented only in such a proportion as was compatible with the predominance of the urban workers. The workers cast their votes not as individuals in traditional constituencies but in factories and workshops as members of those productive units of which their class consisted. It was only this class representation that the Bolsheviks had since 1917 considered as valid and legitimate. 8. Yet it was precisely in the terms of the Bolshevik conception of the workers' state that Lenin's government had gradually ceased to be representative. Nominally, it was still based on the Soviets. But the Soviets of 1921-2, unlike those of 1917, were not and could not be representative. They could not possibly represent a virtually non-existent working class. They were the creatures of the Bolshevik Party, and so when Lenin's government claimed to derive its prerogatives from the Soviets, it was in fact deriving them from itself. The Bolshevik Party had the usurper's role thrust upon it. It had become impossible for it to live up to its principle once the working class had disintegrated. What could or should the party have done under these circumstances? Should it have thrown up its hands and surrendered power? A revolutionary government which has waged a cruel and devastating civil war does not abdicate on the day after its victory and does not surrender to its defeated enemies and to their revenge even if it discovers that it cannot rule in accordance with its own ideas and that it no longer enjoys the support it commanded when it entered the civil war. The Bolsheviks lost that support not because of any clear-cut change in the minds of their erstwhile followers, but because of the latter's dispersal. They knew that their mandate to rule the Republic had not been properly renewed by the working class, not to speak of the peasantry. But they also knew that they were surrounded by a vacuum, that the vacuum could be filled only slowly over the years, and that for the time being nobody could either prolong or invalidate their mandate. A social catastrophe, a force majeure, had turned them into usurpers, and so they refused to consider themselves as such. The disappearance in so short a time of a vigorous and militant social class from the political stage and the atrophy of society consequent upon civil war formed a strange but not a unique historic phenomenon. In other great revolutions, too, society broke down exhausted, and revolutionary government was similarly transformed. The English Puritan Revolution and the French Great Revolution had each first upheld a new principle of representative government against the Ancien regime. The Puritans asserted the rights of Parliament against the Crown. The leaders of the French Third Estate did likewise when they constituted themselves as the National Assembly. Upheaval and civil strife followed, in consequence of which the forces of the Ancien regime were no longer able to dominate society, while the classes which had supported the revolution were too strongly divided against themselves and too exhausted to exercise power. No representative government was therefore possible. The army was the only body with enough unity of will, organization, and discipline to master the chaos. It proclaimed itself the guardian of society, and it established the rule of the sword, a nakedly usurpatory form of government. In England the two broad phases of the revolution were embodied in the same person, Cromwell first led the Commons against the Crown and then as Lord Protector usurped the prerogatives of both Crown and Commons. In France there was a definite break between the two phases, and in each different men came to the fore. The usurper Bonaparte played no significant part in the early acts of the revolution. In Russia the Bolshevik party provided that closely knit and disciplined body of men, inspired by a single will, which was capable of ruling and unifying the disintegrated nation. No such party had existed in previous revolutions. The main strength of the Puritans lay in Cromwell's army, and so they came to be dominated by the army. The Jacobin party came into being only in the course of the upheaval. It was part of the fluctuating revolutionary tide. It broke up and vanished at the ebb of the tide. The Bolshevik party, on the contrary, formed a solid and centralized organization long before 1917. This enabled it to assume leadership in the revolution and, after the ebb of the tide, to play for many decades the part the army had played in revolutionary England and France, to secure stable government and to work towards the integration and remodeling of the national life. By its cast of mind and political tradition the Bolshevik party was extremely well prepared and yet peculiarly ill-adapted for the usurper's part. Lenin had trained his disciples as the vanguard and the elite of the labor movement. The Bolsheviks had never contented themselves with giving expression to the actual moods or aspirations of the working class. They regarded it as their mission to shape those moods and to prompt and develop those aspirations. They looked upon themselves as political tutors of the working class and were convinced that as consistent Marxists they knew better than the oppressed and unenlightened working class could know what was its real historic interest and what should be done to promote it. It was because of this, we remember, that the young Trotsky had charged them with the inclination to substitute their own party for the working class and to disregard the workers' genuine wishes and desires. 9 The charge, when Trotsky first leveled it, in 1904, ran far ahead of the facts. In 1917 as in 1905 the Bolsheviks made their own intervention in the revolution wholly dependent on the degree of proletarian mass support they could muster. Lenin and his staff scrutinized with cold and sober eyes even the most minute fluctuations in the workers' political temper, and to these they carefully related their own policies. It never then occurred to them that they could seize or hold power without the approval of the majority of the workers or of the workers and the peasants. Up to the revolution, during it, and for some time afterwards, they were always willing to submit their own policies to the verdict of proletarian democracy, i.e. to the vote of the working class. Towards the end of the Civil War, however, the verdict of proletarian democracy had become a meaningless phrase. How could that verdict express itself when the working class was scattered and déclassé? Through elections to the Soviets? Through normal procedures of Soviet democracy? The Bolsheviks thought that it would be the height of folly on their part to be guided in their actions by the vote of a desperate remnant of the working class and by the moods of accidental majorities which might form themselves within the shadowy Soviets. At last they and Trotsky with them did in fact substitute their own party for the working class. They identified their own will and ideas with what they believed would have been the will and the ideas of a full-blooded working class, if such a working class had existed. Their habit of regarding themselves as the interpreters of the proletarian class interest made that substitution all the easier. As the old vanguard, the party found it natural for itself to act as the locum tenens for the working class during that strange and, it hoped, short interval when that class was in a state of dissolution. Thus the Bolsheviks drew a moral justification for their usurpatory role from their own tradition as well as from the actual state of society. The Bolshevik tradition, however, was a subtle combination of diverse elements. The party's moral self-reliance, its superiority, its sense of revolutionary mission, its inner discipline, and its deeply ingrained conviction that authority was indispensable to proletarian revolution, all these qualities had formed the authoritarian strands in Bolshevism. These, however, had been held in check by the party's intimate closeness to the real, and not merely to the theoretical, working class, by its genuine devotion to it, by its burning belief that the will of the exploited and the oppressed was the beginning and the end of the revolution, and that the worker should eventually be the real master in the new state, because in the end history would through his mouth pronounce a severe and just verdict on all parties, including the Bolsheviks, and all their deeds. The idea of proletarian democracy was inseparable from this attitude. When the Bolshevik evoked it, he expressed his contempt for the formal and deceptive democracy of the bourgeoisie, his readiness to ride roughshod, if need be, over all the non-proletarian classes, but also his feeling that he was bound in duty to respect the will of the working class even when momentarily he dissented from it. In the early stages of the revolution, the proletarian democratic strand was preeminent in the Bolshevik character. Now the bent towards authoritarian leadership was on top of it. Acting without the normal working class in the background, the Bolshevik from long habit still invoked the will of that class in order to justify whatever he did. But he invoked it only as a theoretical surmise and an ideal standard of behavior, in short, something of a myth. He began to see in his party the repository not only of the ideal of socialism in the abstract, but also of the desires of the working class in the concrete. When a Bolshevik, from the Politburo member to the humblest man in a cell, declaimed that the proletariat insists or demands or would never agree to this or that, he meant that his party or its leaders insisted, demanded, and would never agree. Without this half-conscious mystification, the Bolshevik mind could not work. The party could not admit even to itself that it had no longer any basis in proletarian democracy. True, at intervals of cruel lucidity the Bolshevik leaders themselves spoke frankly about their predicament. But they hoped that time, economic recovery, and the reconstitution of the working class would solve it, and they went on to speak and to act as if the predicament had never arisen and as if they still acted on a clear and valid mandate from the working class. 10. The Bolsheviks had by now finally suppressed all other parties and established their own political monopoly. They saw that only at the gravest peril to themselves and the revolution could they allow their adversaries to express themselves freely and to appeal to the Soviet electorate. An organized opposition could turn the chaos and discontent to its advantage all the more easily because the Bolsheviks were unable to mobilize the energies of the working class. They refused to expose themselves and the revolution to this peril. As the party substituted itself for the proletariat, it also substituted its own dictatorship for that of the proletariat. Proletarian dictatorship was no longer the rule of the working class which, organized in Soviets, had delegated power to the Bolsheviks but was constitutionally entitled to depose them or revoke them from office. Proletarian dictatorship had now become synonymous with the exclusive rule of the Bolshevik party. The proletariat could revoke or depose the Bolsheviks as little as it could revoke or depose itself. In suppressing all parties, the Bolsheviks wrought so radical a change in their political environment that they themselves could not remain unaffected. They had grown up under the Tsarist regime within a half-open and half-clandestine multi-party system, in an atmosphere of intense controversy and political competition. Although as a combatant body of revolutionaries they had had their own doctrine and discipline which even then set them apart from all other parties, they nevertheless breathed the air of their environment, and the multi-party system determined the inner life of their own party. Constantly engaged in controversy with their adversaries, the Bolsheviks cultivated controversy in their own ranks as well. Before a party member took the platform in order to oppose a cadet or a Menshevik, he thrashed out within his own party cell or committee the issues which occupied him, the adversary's case, the reply to it, and the party's attitude and tactical moves. If he thought that the party was wrong on any point or its leadership inadequate, he said so without fear or favor, and tried to convert his comrades to his view. As long as the party fought for the workers' democratic rights, it could not refuse those rights to its own members within its own organization. 11. Destroying the multi-party system, the Bolsheviks had no inkling of the consequences to themselves. They imagined that outside that system they would still remain what they had always been, a disciplined but free association of militant Marxists. They took it for granted that the collective mind of the party would continue to be shaped by the customary exchange of opinion, the give and take of theoretical and political argument. They did not realize that they could not ban all controversy outside their ranks and keep it alive within their ranks. They could not abolish democratic rights for society at large and preserve those rights for themselves alone. The single-party system was a contradiction in terms. The single party itself could not remain a party in the accepted sense. Its inner life was bound to shrink and wither. Of democratic centralism, the master principle of Bolshevik organization, only centralism survived. The party maintained its discipline, not its democratic freedom. It could not be otherwise. If the Bolsheviks were now to engage freely in controversy, if their leaders were to thrash out their differences in public, and if the rank and file were to criticize the leaders and their policy, they would set an example to non-Bolsheviks who could not then be expected to refrain from argument and criticism. If members of the ruling party were to be permitted to form factions and groups in order to advance specific views within the party, how could people outside the party be forbidden to form their own associations and formulate their own political programs? No body politic can be 9/10 mute and 1/10 vocal. Having imposed silence on non-Bolshevik Russia, Lenin's party had in the end to impose silence on itself as well. The party could not easily reconcile itself to this. Revolutionaries accustomed to take no authority for granted, to question accepted truth, and to examine critically their own party, could not suddenly bow to authority with unquestioning obedience. Even while they obeyed, they continued to question. After the 10th Congress had, in 1921, declared the ban on inter-party factions, Bolshevik assemblies still resounded with controversy. Like-minded members still formed themselves into leagues, produced their platforms and theses, and made scathing attacks on the leaders. In so doing, they threatened to undermine the basis of the single-party system. Having suppressed all its enemies and adversaries, the Bolshevik Party could not continue to exist otherwise than by a process of permanent self-suppression. The very circumstances of its own growth and success drove the party to adopt this course. Early in 1917 it had no more than 23,000 members in the whole of Russia. During the revolution the membership trebled and quadrupled. At the height of the Civil War, in 1919, 250,000 people had joined its ranks. This growth reflected the party's genuine pull on the working class. Between 1919 and 1922 the membership trebled once again, rising from 250,000 to 700,000. Most of this growth, however, was already spurious. By now the rush to the victor's bandwagon was in full progress. The party had to fill innumerable posts in the government, in industry, in trade unions, and so on, and it was an advantage to fill them with people who accepted party discipline. In this mass of newcomers the authentic Bolsheviks were reduced to a small minority. 12 They felt that they were swamped by alien elements, and they were alarmed and anxious to winnow the chaff from the wheat. But how was this to be done? It was difficult enough to tell those who joined the party for the sake of a disinterested conviction from the turncoats and pot hunters. It was more difficult still to determine whether even those who sought membership from no disreputable motive grasped the party's aims and aspirations and were ready to fight for them. As long as several parties expounded their programs and recruited followers, their perpetual contests secured the proper selection of the human material and its distribution between the parties. The newcomer to politics had then every opportunity to compare the competing programs, methods of action, and slogans. If he joined the Bolsheviks he did so by an act of conscious choice. But those who entered politics in the years 1921 to 2 could make no such choice. They knew the Bolshevik Party only. In other circumstances their inclinations might have led them to join the Mensheviks, the Social Revolutionaries, or any other group. Now their urge for political action led them to the only party in existence, the only one which offered an outlet to their energy and ardor. Many of the new entrants were, as Zinoviev called them, unconscious Mensheviks or unconscious social revolutionaries 13 who sincerely thought of themselves as good Bolsheviks. The influx of such elements threatened to falsify the party's character and to dilute its tradition. Indeed, at the 11th Party Congress, in 1922, Zinoviev claimed that there were already within the Bolshevik organization 2 or more potential parties formed by those who honestly mistook themselves for Bolsheviks. Thus, by the mere fact that it was the single party, the party was losing its single mind, and inchoate substitutes for the parties it had banned began to appear in its own midst. The social background with all its repressed diversity of interest and political mentality reasserted itself and pressed on the only existing political organization and infiltrated it from all sides. The leaders resolved to defend the party against this infiltration. They began a purge. The demand for a purge had come from the workers' opposition at the 10th Congress, and the first purge was carried out in 1921. Police and the courts had nothing to do with the procedure. At public meetings, the control commissions, i.e. party tribunals, examined the record and the morals of every party member, high or low. Every man and woman in the audience could come forward and testify for or against the investigated individual, whom the control commission then declared either worthy or unworthy of continued membership. The unworthy bore no punishment, but the loss of membership in the ruling party was likely to deprive him of chances of promotion or of a responsible post. Within a short time 200,000 members, about one-third of the total membership, were thus expelled. The Control Commission classified those expelled into several categories: vulgar careerists, former members of anti-Bolshevik parties, especially former Mensheviks, who joined after the end of the Civil War, Bolsheviks corrupted by power and privilege, and, finally, the politically immature who lacked an elementary grasp of the party's principles. 14. It seems that people whose only fault was that they had criticized the party's policy or its leaders were not expelled. But it soon became clear that the purge, needed though it was a double-edged weapon. It provided the unscrupulous with opportunities for intimidation and with pretexts for settling private accounts. The rank and file applauded the expulsion of turncoats and corrupt commissars, but were bewildered by the scope of the purge. It was known that purges would be repeated periodically, and so people wondered what, if a third of the membership could be expelled in a single year, would happen next year or the year after. The humble and the cautious began to think twice before they ventured to make a risky remark or take a step which at the next purge might bring upon them the reproach of political immaturity or backwardness. Initiated as a means of cleansing the party and safeguarding its character, the purge was destined to serve the party as the most deadly instrument of self-suppression. We have seen that, when the working class had vanished as an effective social force, the party in all its formidable reality substituted itself for the class. But now the party too appeared to turn into an entity as elusive and phantom-like as that for which it had substituted itself. Was there any real substance, and could there be any autonomous life, in a party which in a single year declared a full third of its members unworthy and expelled them? The 200,000 purged men and women had presumably taken part in all normal procedures of party life up till now, voted for resolutions, elected delegates to congresses, and had thus had a large formal share in determining the party's policy. Yet their expulsion brought about no perceptible change or modification of policy. Not even a trace could be found in the party's outlook of the great surgical operation by which one-third of its body had been slashed off. This fact alone proved that for some time past the mass of members had had no influence whatsoever on the conduct of affairs. Bolshevik policy was determined by a small section of the party which substituted itself for the whole. Who constituted that section? Lenin himself answered the question in no uncertain terms. In March 1922 he wrote to Molotov, who was then secretary to the Central Committee, "If one does not wish to shut one's eyes to reality, one ought to admit that at present the proletarian character of the party's policy is determined not by the class composition of the membership but by the enormous and undivided authority of that very thin stratum of members who might be described as the party's old guard." 15. In that guard Lenin now saw the only repository of the ideal of socialism, the party's trustee, and ultimately the locum tenens of the working class. The guard consisted in all of a few thousand authentic veterans of revolution. The bulk of the party was, in Lenin's present view, a mushroom growth exposed to all the corrupting influences of a deranged and anarchic society. Even the best of the young members needed patient training and political education before they could become real Bolsheviks. Thus, the identification of proletariat and party turned out to be an even more narrow identification of the proletariat with the old guard. Yet even that guard could not easily maintain itself on the dizzy height to which it had risen. It too might not be able to withstand the debasing influences of time, weariness, corruption by power, and the pressures of the social environment. Already there were cracks in the unity of the old guard. In his letter to Molotov, Lenin remarked, "Even a slight dissension in this stratum may be enough to weaken its authority to such an extent that should forfeit its power of decision and become unable to control events. At all costs, therefore, it was necessary to maintain the solidarity of the old guard, to keep alive in it the sense of its high mission, and to secure its political supremacy. Periodic purges of the party were not enough. Severe restrictions were to be placed on the admission of members, and new entrants were to be subjected to the most exacting tests. Finally, inside the party, Lenin suggested, it was necessary to establish a special hierarchy based on merit and length of revolutionary service. Certain important offices could be held only by people who had joined the party at least early in the Civil War. Other posts involving still higher responsibility were to be available to those only who had served the party since the beginning of the revolution, while top positions were to be reserved for veterans of the clandestine struggle against Tsardom. 16. There was as yet no flavor of vulgar patronage about these rules. The old guard still lived by its austere code of revolutionary morality. Under the part maximum, a party member, even one who held the highest office, was not allowed to earn more than the wages of a skilled factory worker. True, some dignitaries were already availing themselves of loopholes and supplemented meager earnings by all kinds of benefits. But such evasions were still the exception. The new regulations about the distribution of offices were designed not to bribe the old guard but to make sure that party and state should remain in its hands unfailing instruments for the building of socialism. The old guard was a formidable body of men. They were bound together by the memory of heroic struggles fought in common, by an unshakable belief in socialism, and by the conviction that, amid universal dissolution and apathy, the chances of socialism depended on them and almost on them alone. They acted with authority but often also with arrogance. They were selfless yet ambitious. They were animated by the loftiest sentiments and were capable of unscrupulous ruthlessness. They identified themselves with the revolution's historic destiny, but they also identified that destiny with themselves. In their intense devotion to socialism, they came to regard the struggle for it as their exclusive affair and almost private business, and they were inclined to justify their behavior and even their private ambitions in the theoretical terms of socialism. Amid the tribulations of these years, the moral strength of the old guard was an invaluable asset to Bolshevism. The revival of private trade and the partial rehabilitation of property spread despondency in party ranks. Many a communist wondered uneasily where the retreat Lenin had ordered would take the revolution. Lenin seemed ready to go to any length to encourage the merchant and the private farmer. Since the peasant refused to sell food for worthless banknotes, money, despised under war communism as a relic of the old society, was rehabilitated and then stabilized. Nothing was to be had without it. The government cut down the subsidies it had paid to state-owned concerns, and workers who had clung to the factory bench through the worst times lost employment. The state banks used their scanty resources to encourage private enterprise with credits. The Central Committee assured the party that, nevertheless, by holding the commanding heights of large-scale industry, the state would in any event be able to control the national economy. But these commanding heights had a sad and unpromising look. State-owned industry was at a standstill while private trade began to flourish. Then Lenin invited the old concessionaires and foreign investors to return to Russia and do business, and only because the investors did not respond did an important element of capitalism fail to reappear. But what would happen, Bolsheviks wondered, if the concessionaires were to respond after all? In the meantime the N.E.P. man grew self-confident, feasted in famished towns, and mocked at the revolution. In the country, the kulak tried to get the farm laborer under his thumb once again, and here and there he and his dependents began to dominate the rural Soviet, while his son became ringleader in the local branch of the Communist Youth. At universities, teachers and students staged anti-communist demonstrations and strikes, and communists were manhandled for singing the Internationale, the revolution's anthem. Where was the retreat going to end? The workers' opposition threw the question at Lenin during the sessions of the Central Committee and at public assemblies. Repeatedly he promised to halt the retreat, and repeatedly events compelled him to retreat even farther. The idealists were shocked. Cries of betrayal came from the ranks. Often a worker, a veteran of the Red Guards, appeared before his party committee, tore in disgust his member card and threw it in the face of the party secretary. So much was this a sign of the times that the description of such scenes can be found in many a contemporary novel, and party chiefs spoke about them with undisguised anxiety. 17. Amid all this dejection, it seemed that the revolution could rely only on the old guard, on its steadfast faith and iron will. But could it? At the end of the Civil War, Trotsky descended from the military train which had served him as field headquarters and in which he had, for 3 fateful years, rushed from danger spot to danger spot along a front line of 5,000 miles, interrupting his journeys only for brief consultations and public appearances in Moscow. The military train was placed in a museum, its crew of drivers, mechanics, machine gunners, and secretaries was disbanded, and Trotsky took his first holiday since the revolution. He spent it in the country not far from Moscow, hunting, fishing, writing, and preparing for a new chapter in his life. When he returned to Moscow, as whose voice he had spoken all these years, he was almost a stranger there. He had his first glimpse of the old capital at the turn of the century when he was brought to Butyrki prison to await deportation to Siberia, and so it was from behind the bars of a prison van that he first viewed the city of his future triumphs and defeats. He did not return to Moscow until 20 years later, in March 1918, during the Brest-Litovsk crisis, after the Bolshevik government had evacuated Petrograd and established itself in the Kremlin. Presently he left for the fronts. Whenever he returned he felt as if out of place in the sprawling village of the Tsars, the third Rome of the Slavophiles, with its Byzantine churches and Asiatic bazaars and its listless Oriental fatalism. His revolutionary associations both in 1905 and in 1917 had been with Petrograd, Moscow's rival and Russia's window to Europe, and he always felt more at ease with the engineers, shipbuilders, and electrical workers of Petrograd than with the workers of Moscow who, employed mostly in textile mills, still looked and behaved more like moujiks than like city dwellers. He felt even more out of place within the walls and towers of the Kremlin, in the narrow tortuous streets of the old fortress, in the shade of its battlements reverberating with ancient bells, amid its cathedrals, arsenals, barracks, prison towers, and belfries, in the gilded halls of its palaces, surrounded by innumerable miraculous icons the Tsars had assembled from all their conquered lands. With his wife and children he occupied 4 small rooms in the Kavalersky building, the former quarters of court officials. Across the corridor lived Lenin and Krupskaya. The two families shared the dining room and bathroom in the corridor, or in the bathroom Lenin might often be caught playing with the Trotsky children. Now and then an old friend, Rakovsky, Manuelsky, or someone else, arriving from the provinces on government business, stayed with the family. The Trotskys' domestic life was still as modest as it was when as exiles they lived in a garret in Paris or in a tenement block in Vienna. It was perhaps poorer, for food was scarce even in the Kremlin. 18 The children, Lyova was 15 and Seryoza 13 in 1921, enjoyed little parental care. They saw even their mother for brief moments only. She spent her days at the Commissariat of Education and headed its arts department. The magnificent setting of the Kremlin contrasted strangely with the way of life of its new inhabitants. Trotsky describes the family's amused embarrassment when they were first attended by an old court butler who served meals on plates bearing the Tsar's coat of arms and carefully turned and manipulated the plates in front of the grown ups and the children so that the Tsar's eagles should never, God forbid, be placed upside down. 19 From every corner the heavy barbarism of Moscow stared at the Bolshevik leaders, and when the chimes of the old bells intruded in their conversation, Trotsky and Lenin looked at each other as if we had both caught ourselves thinking the same thing. We were being overheard by the past. They were not merely being overheard, the past was fighting back against them. In any case, Trotsky, as he confesses, never merged with the Kremlin background. He kept his distance from it, and only his sense of historic irony was tickled by the revolution's intrusion into Muscovy's Holy of Holies. He had a gnawing feeling that the end of the Civil War was an anticlimax in his fortunes. He repressed this feeling by an effort of conscious optimism, the optimism which should never abandon the revolutionary, and he looked forward to new triumphs for his cause and for himself. But scattered in his speeches and writings there were already nostalgic notes about the heroic era of revolution and civil war now closed. It was not that he idealized that era during which, as he put it, the Muzhiks Club served the revolution as its finest tool, that primordial club with which the peasants had once driven Napoleon and with which they had now driven the landlord from Russia. Nor did he overlook the heavy legacy of that era, the destructive furies let loose by civil war which were revenging themselves on the Soviet Republic as it turned towards its constructive tasks. But for all their miseries, squalor, and cruelty, the years of destruction had also been years of creation, and he harked back to their mighty sweep, courage, and soaring hope, and he sensed the gap they left behind. 20. His brain and energy were now only half occupied. The commissariat of war was no longer the hub of government. The army was demobilized. By the beginning of 1922 it had been reduced to one-third of its establishment. It was also losing its revolutionary idealism and fervor. The veterans of the Civil War had left, and the freshly mobilized age groups in the barracks seemed as listless and apathetic as had been the peasant sons who came to the same barracks in the days of the Tsar. Circumstances compelled the Commissar of War to shelve his cherished plans for transforming the army into a modern, democratic, and socialist militia, and imposed on him the humdrum routine of administration and training. He spent his time delousing the army, teaching it to grease its boots, and clean its rifles, and reading the best commanders and commissars to stay on in their jobs. He urged the Central Committee to arrest the mass exodus of communists from the army, and the Central Committee tried formal prohibitions and bans. But these were ineffective. At national conferences Trotsky again and again implored political commissars to resist the infectious pacifist mood, and he lamented the Red Army's sagging morale. He struggled to keep the army uncontaminated by the spirit of Sukharevka and to use it as an instrument of a Marxist Kulturkampf. Against the filth, backwardness, and superstition of Mother Russia, and above all, to keep alive in it revolutionary tradition and internationalist awareness. 21. This was the time when the young commanders of the Civil War, among them the future marshals of the Second World War, obtained serious training, and the Red Army received its rules and regulations. Of these Trotsky was the inspirer and part author. It is curious, for instance, to note the affinity between Trotsky's infantry regulations and the Cromwellian soldier's catechism. You are an equal among comrades, the infantry regulations instructed the Red Army man, your superiors are your more experienced and better educated brothers. In combat, during training, in the barracks, or at work you must obey them. Once you have left the barracks you are absolutely free. If you are asked in what way you fight, you answer, I fight with the rifle, the bayonet, and the machine gun. But I also fight with the word of truth. I address that to the enemy's soldiers who are themselves workers and peasants, so that they should know that in truth I am their brother, not their enemy. His love of words, the simple words as well as the rich, and his sense of form and color went into the making of a new pageantry with which he sought to appeal to the recruit's imagination and to develop in the army the feeling that it was not merely regimented cannon fodder. On May Day and on the anniversaries of the revolution, flanked by the commanders of the Moscow garrison, he rode out on horseback, through the Kremlin's Spassky gates to the Red Square to review the massed columns of the garrison. To his greeting salute, comrades, the troops replied, we serve the revolution, and the echo thundered against the spires of the Vasily Cathedral and over the graves of the revolution's martyrs along the Kremlin wall. There was as yet no mechanical pomp or ceremony. After the review, the Commissar of War joined the other members of the Central Committee, who from a wooden ramshackle stand or from a crowded army lorry took the parade of soldiers and workers. 22. Trotsky's appearance and speech still thrilled the crowds. But he no longer seemed to find the intimate contact with his audiences which he found unerringly during the Civil War, the contact which Lenin invariably established by his unobtrusive appearance and simple expression. Trotsky on the platform appeared more than life-size, and his speech resounded with all its old heroic tones. Yet the country was tired of heroism, of great vistas, high hopes, and sweeping gestures, and Trotsky still suffered from the slump in his popularity caused by his recent attempts to militarize labor. His oratorical genius still cast its spell on any assembly. But the spell was already shot through with doubt and even suspicion. His greatness and revolutionary merits were not doubted, but was he not too spectacular, too flamboyant, and perhaps too ambitious? His theatrical manner and heroic style had not struck people as odd in earlier years when they accorded with the drama of the time. Now they carried with them a suggestion of histrionics. Yet he behaved as he did because he could not behave otherwise. He did not posture to appear more than life-size, he could not help appearing it. He spoke an intense and dramatic language not from affectation or craving for stage effect, but because this was his most natural language, best suited to express his dramatic thought and intense emotion. One might apply to him the words in which Hazlitt described a man as different from him as Burke. He gave a hold to his antagonists by mixing up sentiment and imagery with his reasoning, and being unused to such a sight in the region of politics, people were deceived, and could not discern the fruit from the flowers. The generality of the world was as always concerned in discouraging any example of unnecessary brilliancy. But his gold was not the less valuable for being wrought into elegant shapes, and the strength of a man's understanding is not always to be estimated in exact proportion to his want of imagination. His understanding was not the less real because it was not the only faculty he possessed. Like Burke, Trotsky was communicative, diffuse, magnificent. He too conversed in private as he spoke in public, and addressed his family and friends in the same images, with the same wit, and even in the same rhythmical cadences which he used on the platform and in his writings. If he was an actor, then he was one to whom it made no difference whether he found himself on the proscenium, in the green room, or at his home, one to whom theatre and life were one. He was indeed the heroic character in historic action, and because of this he must appear unreal and unnatural to a prosy or jaundiced generation, and because of this he seemed out of place, a stranger in the unheroic atmosphere of the early NEP. There is no need, however, to overdraw the romantic aspect of Trotsky's character. He remained as strong in his realism as ever. In any case, he was not the veteran superfluously lagging on the stage. He threw himself with zest upon the new economic and social issues posed by NEP, and he did not by any means view NEP through the prism of revolutionary fundamentalism. Absorbed in problems of finance, industry, trade, and agriculture, he placed before the Politburo and the Central Committee specific proposals of policy about which more will be said later. He used all his inspiring eloquence to defend the uninspiring retreat, and he appeared as the expounder of NEP before the Communist International at its third and fourth congresses in 1921 and 1922.23. He gave more of his time and energy than before to the International, on the executive of which he resisted Zinoviev's and Bukharin's inclination to encourage untimely and reckless risings abroad, such as the German Marxiction. He presided over the French Commission of the Comintern and intervened in the conduct of affairs of every major section of the International. However, the Commissariat of War, domestic economic preoccupations, and the Comintern, did not absorb his whole energy. He was busy with a host of other assignments, each of which would have made a full-time job for any man of less vitality and ability. He led, for instance, the Society of the Godless before Yaroslavsky took over its direction. He led it in a spirit of philosophical enlightenment which was least likely to produce those excesses, offensive to the sentiment of the believers, which marred the Society's work under Yaroslavsky. He was at this time Russia's chief intellectual inspirer and leading literary critic. He frequently addressed audiences of scientists, doctors, librarians, journalists, and men of other professions, explaining to them where Marxism stood in relation to the issues which occupied them. At the same time he resisted within the party the tendency which was already becoming apparent to impose a deadly uniformity upon the country's cultural life. 25 In many articles and speeches he insisted in a more popular vein on the need to civilize the uncouth Russian way of life, to cultivate manners, to raise hygiene, to improve the spoken and written language which had been debased since the revolution, to widen and to humanize the interests of party members, and so on, and so on. With Lenin already somewhat withdrawn from the public eye, he was the party's chief and most authoritative spokesman in these, the last years of the Lenin era. Nor did his romantic temperament revolt as yet against the harsh realism with which the party, or rather the old guard, established and consolidated its political monopoly. After as before the promulgation of NEP, he was indeed one of the sternest disciplinarians, although his call for discipline was based on persuasive argument and appeal to reason. He still extolled the party's historic birthright, 26, and he argued that the procedures of proletarian democracy could not be observed in conditions of social unsettlement and chaos, that the fate of the revolution should not be made dependent on the unstable moods of a shrunken and demoralized working class, and that it was the Bolsheviks' duty towards socialism to maintain their iron dictatorship by every means at their disposal. He had once intimated that the party's political monopoly was an emergency measure to be revoked as soon as the emergency was over, but this was not what he said now. More than a year after the Kronstadt rising, writing in Pravda on the signs of economic recovery and on the upward movement noticeable in all fields, he posed the question whether the time had not come to put an end to the single-party system and to lift the ban at least on the Mensheviks. His answer was a categorical number 27. He now justified the monopoly not so much by the Republic's internal difficulties as by the fact that the Republic was a besieged fortress within which no opposition, not even a feeble one, could be tolerated. He pleaded for the enforcement of the single-party system during the whole period of Russia's international isolation, which he did not, however, expect to last as long as it was to last. Recalling that he himself had once ridiculed attempts made by governments to suppress political opposition and had demonstrated their ultimate inefficacy, he excused his apparent change of attitude with the following argument which would be flung back at him one day: repressive measures, he wrote, fail to achieve their aim when an anachronistic government and regime applies them against new and progressive historic forces. But in the hands of a historically progressive government they may serve as very real means for a rapid cleansing of the arena from forces which have outlived their day. He reasserted this view in June 1922, during the famous trial of the social revolutionaries. He produced a brilliant and ferocious exposure of the defendants, holding them to be politically responsible for Dora Kaplan's attempt on Lenin's life and for other terroristic acts. The trial took place at the time of the Conference of Three Internationals in Berlin. At that conference, which aimed at establishing a united front between communist and socialist parties in the West, Bukharin and Radek represented the Bolsheviks. Western social democratic leaders protested against the trial, and to smooth negotiations Bukharin and Radek promised that the defendants would not be sentenced to death. Lenin was indignant at Bukharin's and Radek's yielding to blackmail and at their allowing European reformists to interfere with domestic Soviet affairs. Trotsky was not less indignant. But in order to avoid a breach of the undertaking he proposed a compromise by which death sentence was pronounced but then suspended on the express condition that the Social Revolutionary Party refrained from committing and encouraging further terroristic attempts. 28. Trotsky's disciplinarian attitude showed itself inside the party as well. On behalf of the Central Committee he indicted the workers' opposition before the party and Communist International. Since the 10th Congress, at which its activity and views had been condemned, the workers' opposition had continued to attack the party leadership with increasing bitterness. Shlyapnikov and Kalontai charged the government with promoting the interests of the new bourgeoisie and of the kulaks, with trampling upon the workers' rights, and with the gross betrayal of the revolution. Defeated in the party and threatened by Lenin with expulsion, they appealed against Lenin to the Communist International. At the executive of the International, Trotsky presented the case against them and obtained the dismissal of their appeal. 29 Then, at the 11th Congress of the Russian Party, in the spring of 1922, which was again called upon to pronounce itself on the matter, Trotsky once again acted as counsel for the prosecution. 30 He spoke without ill will or rancor and even with a certain warmth of sympathy for the opposition, but he nevertheless firmly upheld the indictment. The workers' opposition, he said, acted within its rights when it took the unprecedented step of appealing against the Russian Party to the International. What he held against Shlyapnikov and Kalontai was that they had introduced an intolerably violent tone into the dispute and that they spoke of themselves and the party in terms of we and they, as if Shlyapnikov and Kalontai had already another party in reserve. Such an attitude, he said, led to schism and provided grist to the mills of the enemies of the revolution. He defended the government, its rural policy, its concessions to private property, and also its view, equally strongly attacked, that ahead lay a long period of peaceful coexistence and of business-like cooperation with bourgeois countries. 31. The workers' opposition was not alone in voicing disillusionment. At the 11th Congress, the last attended by Lenin, Trotsky saw himself and Lenin attacked by old and intimate friends, Antonovo-Vzinko, who spoke about the party's surrender to the kulak and foreign capitalism, 32 Ryazanov, who thundered against the prevalent political demoralization and the arbitrary manner in which the Politburo ruled the party, 33 Lazovsky and Skripnik, the Ukrainian commissar, who protested against the over-centralistic method of government, which, he said, was all too reminiscent of the one and indivisible Russia of old, 34 Bubnov, still the decemist, who spoke about the danger of the party's petty bourgeois degeneration, 35 and Preobrazhensky, one of the leading economic theorists and former secretary of the Central Committee. 36 One day most of the critics would be eminent members of the Trotskyist opposition, and one day Trotsky himself would appeal, as Shlyapnikov and Kalontai had done, against the Russian Central Committee to the International. But for the time being, heartily applauded by Lenin, he confronted the opposition as mouthpiece of the Bolshevik old guard, demanding discipline, discipline, and once again discipline. And yet he remained a stranger in the old guard as well in it but not of it. Even at this Congress of 1922 Mikoyan, then still a young Armenian delegate, stated this from the platform without being contradicted. In the course of the debate Lenin, Zinoviev, and Trotsky had expressed uneasiness over the merger of party and state, and had spoken about the need to separate in some measure their respective functions. Mikoyan then remarked that he was not surprised to hear this view from Trotsky, who was a man of the state but not of the party, but how could Lenin and Zinoviev propound such ideas? 37 Mikoyan did not speak from his own inspiration. He summed up what many members of the old guard thought but did not yet utter in public. In their eyes Trotsky was the man of the state but not of the party. Now, when the old guard found itself elevated to an undreamed of height, above the people, the working class, and the party, it began to cultivate its own past, and also the legends about it, with a pietism which is never quite absent from any group of veterans with memories of great battles fought and great victories won in common. The nation had known little or nothing about the men who, having risen from the obscurity of an underground movement, stood at its head. It was time to tell the people who those men were and what they had done. The party historians dug up the archives and set out to reconstruct their epic story. The tale they told was one of almost superhuman heroism, wisdom, and devotion to the cause. They did not by any means concoct the tale in cold blood. Much of it was true, and they sincerely believed even in that which was not quite true. As the members of the old guard viewed themselves in the dim mirror of the past, they inevitably saw that mirror brightened up and their own reflections in it enlarged by the retrospective glare of the victorious revolution. But as they looked into that mirror they invariably saw in it Trotsky as their antagonist, the Menshevik, the ally of the Mensheviks, the leader of the August Bloc, and the bitter polemicist who had been dangerous to them even when he stood alone. They reread all the excoriating epithets he and Lenin had once exchanged in open controversy, and the archives, which contained unknown manuscripts and letters, yielded many other rough remarks the two men had made about each other. Every document bearing on the party's past, no matter how trivial, was treasured and published with reverence. The question arose whether Trotsky's old anti-Bolshevik tirades should be withheld from publication. Almansky, the controller of the party archives, put the question to him, when Trotsky's letter to Chkij, written in 1912, and describing Lenin as intriguer, disorganizer and exploiter of Russian backwardness, was discovered in the files of the Tsarist Gendarmerie. 38 Trotsky objected to publication. It would be foolish, he said, to draw attention to disagreements which had long since been lived down. Besides, he did not think that he had been wrong in all that he had ever said against the Bolsheviks, but he was not inclined to go into involved historical explanations. The offensive document did not appear in print, but its contents were too piquant for copies not to be circulated among old and trusted party men. So this, they commented, is how Trotsky denigrated Lenin in a letter. And to whom? To Chkij, the old traitor, and he still says that he was not altogether wrong. True, Trotsky had since made ample amends, if these were at all needed. In 1920, when Lenin was 50 years old, Trotsky paid his tribute to Lenin and wrote a character sketch of him, which was as incisive in its psychological truth as it was full of admiration. 39 All the same, the odd episodes from the past reminded those who had never felt anything but adoration for the party's founder how relatively recent was Trotsky's conversion to Bolshevism. Not only memories of old feuds prevented the old guard from acknowledging Trotsky as its man. His strong personality had not become submerged in the old guard or taken on its protective coloring. He towered above the old Leninists by sheer strength of mind and vigor of will. He usually arrived at his conclusions, even when they coincided with those of others, from his own premises, in his own way, and without reference to the axioms consecrated by party tradition. He stated his opinion with an ease and freedom which contrasted strikingly with the labored style of orthodox formulas in which most of Lenin's disciples expressed themselves. He spoke with authority, not as one of the scribes. The very width and variety of his intellectual interests aroused a sneaking suspicion in men who, from necessity, self-denial, or inclination, had accustomed themselves to concentrate narrowly on politics and organization and who prided themselves on their narrowness as on their virtue. Thus, almost everything in him, his fertile mind, his oratorical boldness, his literary originality, his administrative ability and drive, his precise methods of work, the exacting demands he made on associates and subordinates, his aloofness, the absence of triviality in him, and even his incapacity for small talk, all this induced in the members of the old guard a sense of inferiority. He never bothered to stoop down to them, and he was not even aware that he might do so. Not only did he not suffer fools gladly, he always made them feel that they were fools. The men of the old guard were much more at ease with Lenin, whose leadership they had always accepted and who usually spared their susceptibilities. When Lenin, for instance, attacked a political attitude which he knew that some of his followers shared, he was careful not to attribute that attitude to those whom he hoped to wean from it, and so he always allowed them to retreat without losing face. When he was intent on converting anyone to his view, he conversed with the man in such a manner that the latter went away convinced that he had himself, by his own reasoning and not under Lenin's pressure, arrived at a new viewpoint. There was little of that subtlety in Trotsky, who could rarely withstand the temptation to remind others of their errors and to insist on his superiority and foresight. His very foresight, not less real because of its ostentatiousness, was offensive. His restless and inventive mind perpetually startled, disturbed, and irritated. He did not allow his colleagues and subordinates to abandon themselves to the inertia of circumstances and ideas. No sooner had the party decided upon a new policy than he laid bare its dialectical contradictions, seized its consequences, anticipated new problems and difficulties, and urged new decisions. He was the born troublemaker. His judgment, even though it turned out to be correct in most cases, inevitably aroused resistance. The rapidity with which his mind worked left others breathless, exhausted, resentful, and estranged. And yet, almost a stranger in Moscow, in the Kremlin, and within the Old Guard, by Lenin's side he still dominated the stage of the revolution. In April 1922 an incident occurred which did much to cloud relations between Lenin and Trotsky. On April 11, at a session of the Politburo, Lenin proposed that Trotsky should be appointed deputy chairman of the Council of People's Commissars. Categorically and somewhat haughtily Trotsky declined to fill this office. The refusal and the manner in which it was made annoyed Lenin, and much was made of this in the new controversies which, added to old animosities, divided the Politburo. 40. Lenin had hoped that Trotsky would consent to act as his deputy at the head of the government. He made the proposal a week after Stalin had become the party's general secretary. Even though the general secretary was supposed only to give effect to the Politburo's and the Central Committee's decisions, Stalin's appointment was calculated to enhance discipline in the ranks. Lenin, we know, had already demanded the expulsion of the leaders of the workers' opposition, and at the Central Committee he failed by only one vote to obtain for this the necessary two-thirds majority. 41 He expected that Stalin would enforce the ban on organized inter-party opposition which the 10th Congress had declared in a secret session. In these circumstances it was almost inevitable that the General Secretary should assume wide discretionary powers. Lenin had had his misgivings about Stalin's appointment, but having brought it about he apparently sought to countervail it by placing Trotsky in a post of comparable influence and responsibility at the Council of Commissars. He may have designed this distribution of offices between Stalin and Trotsky as a means towards that separation of party and state on the need for which he had insisted at the Congress. For the separation to be effective it was necessary, so it seemed, that the work of the government machine should be directed by a man as strong-minded as the one who would manage the party machine. In Lenin's scheme, however, Trotsky was not to be the only vice premier. Rykov, who was also chief of the Supreme Council of the National Economy, and Tsurupa, the Commissar of Supplies, already held the same title. Later Lenin proposed that Kamenetu should fill a parallel post. 42 Each vice premier supervised certain branches of the administration or groups of commissariats. But although nominally Trotsky was to be only one of 3 or 4 vice premiers, there can be little doubt that it was Lenin's intention that he should act as his real second in command. Without any formal title Trotsky had acted in this capacity in any case by the sheer force of his initiative in every field of government, and Lenin's proposal was calculated to regularize and enhance his status. How anxious Lenin was that Trotsky should occupy the post can be seen from the fact that he returned to the question over and over again and that he made the same proposal several times in the course of 9 months. When he first put it forward in April, he was not yet ill, and the thought of the succession to his leadership had probably not yet crossed his mind. But he was overworked and tired. He suffered from long spells of insomnia and was compelled to try to lighten his own burden of office. Before the end of May he was struck down by the first attack of paralysis, and he did not return to work until October. Yet, on the September 11th, still ill and warned by doctors to take an absolute rest, he telephoned Stalin asking that the question of Trotsky's appointment should be placed again in the most formal and urgent manner before the Politburo. Finally, early in December, when the problem of the succession was already causing Lenin grave anxiety, he took up the matter once again, this time directly with Trotsky and in private. Why did Trotsky refuse? His pride may have been hurt by an arrangement which would have placed him formally on the same footing as the other vice premiers who were only Lenin's inferior assistants. He said that he saw no reason for so many vice premiers, and he commented sarcastically on their ill-defined and overlapping functions. 43 He also made a distinction between the substance and the shadow of political influence and held that Lenin had offered him the shadow. All levers of the government were in the hands of the party's secretariat, i.e. in Stalin's hands. The antagonism between him and Stalin had outlasted the civil war. It was ever present in the differences over policy and the bickerings over appointments that went on at the Politburo. Trotsky had no doubt that even as Lenin's deputy he would depend at every step on decisions taken by the General Secretariat, which selected the Bolshevik personnel for the various government departments and by this alone effectively controlled them. On this point his attitude, like Lenin's, was self-contradictory. He wanted the party, or rather the old guard, to be in exclusive command of the government, yet he sought to prevent the party machine from interfering with the government's work. The two things could not be had simultaneously, if only because the old guard and the party machine were largely, though not altogether, identical. Having rejected Lenin's proposal, Trotsky at first canvassed his own scheme for an overhaul of the administration, but then he formed the conviction that no such scheme would produce the results desired as long as the powers of the General Secretariat were not curtailed. Personal animosities and administrative disagreements were, as usual, mixed up with wider differences over policy. The Politburo's chief concern was now with the conduct of economic affairs. The broad outlines of the new economic policy were not under debate. All agreed that war communism had failed and that it had to be replaced by a mixed economy, within which the private and the socialist sectors would coexist and in a sense compete with one another. All saw in NEP not merely a temporary expedient but a long-term policy, a policy providing the setting for a gradual transition to socialism. Everybody took it for granted that NEP had a dual purpose. The immediate aim was the revival of the economy with the help of private enterprise, and the basic purpose was to promote the socialist sector and to ensure its gradual extension over the whole field of the economy. But if in these general terms the policy commanded common assent, differences arose when the general principles had to be translated into specific measures. Some Bolshevik leaders saw primarily the need to encourage private enterprise, while others, without denying this need, were above all eager to promote the socialist sector. In the first years of NEP the prevalent mood was that of an extreme reaction against war communism. The Bolsheviks were anxious to convince the country that it need not be afraid of any relapse into war communism, and they themselves were convinced that such a relapse would be impermissible. Nothing was more important than to save the economy from utter ruin, and they saw that only the farmer and the private trader could begin to save it. They regarded therefore no incentive offered to the farmer and the trader as too liberal. The results were not long in showing themselves. Already in 1922 the farmers harvested about 3/4 of a normal pre-war crop. This brought about a radical change in the country's condition, for in a primitive agricultural country one good harvest can work wonders. Famine and pestilence were overcome. But this first success of NEP at once threw into relief the dangers of the situation. Industry recovered very slowly. In 1922 it produced only 1/4 of its pre-war output, but even this slight advance on previous years occurred mainly in light industry, especially in the textile mills. Heavy industry remained paralysed. The country was without steel, coal, and machines. This threatened once again to bring to a standstill light industry which could not repair or renew its machinery and lacked fuel. Prices of industrial goods soared out of the consumer's reach. The rise was due to vast unsatisfied demand, underemployment of plant, scarcity of raw materials, and so on, and the situation was made even worse by the Bolsheviks' lack of experience in industrial management and by bureaucratic inefficiency. Stagnation in industry threatened to react adversely upon farming and to break once again the still tenuous link between town and country. The peasant was reluctant to sell food when he was unable to buy industrial goods for his money. Concessions to private farming and trading, necessary though these had been, could not by themselves solve the problem. Nor could the market be expected to take care of it and to resolve it rapidly, through the spontaneous action of supply and demand, without detriment to the government's socialist aspirations. The government did not see clearly how to deal with the situation. It lived from hand to mouth. It applied palliatives, and the choice of these was dictated by the prevalent reaction against war communism. The Bolshevik leaders had burned their fingers in a reckless attempt to abolish all market economy, and so they were now wary of interfering with the market. Under war communism they had allowed no scruple to hold them back from extracting food and raw materials from the peasant, and so they were now above all anxious to appease the peasant. They hoped that the continued intense demand for consumer goods would keep the wheels of industry turning, and that heavy industry would somehow muddle through to recovery. The same attitude showed itself in financial policy. Under war communism, money and credit, despised as relics of the old order, were supposed to be withering away. Then the Commissariat of Finance and the State Bank rediscovered the importance of money and credit and invested their resources in enterprises which were immediately profitable rather than in those that were of national importance. They pumped credit into light industry and neglected heavy industry. Up to a point this reaction against war communism was natural and even useful. But party leaders like Rykov and Sokhonikov, who were in charge of the economic and financial departments, tended to carry the reaction to an extreme. It should be recalled that no differences over the promulgation of NEP had divided Trotsky from the other leaders. He had himself advocated the principle underlying NEP a year before the Central Committee came to adopt it, and so it was not for nothing that he reproached Lenin privately that the government tackled urgent economic matters with a delay of 2 years or a year and a half. 44 But having been the first to advocate NEP, Trotsky did not succumb to the extreme reaction to war communism. He was less inclined than were his colleagues at the Politburo to believe that further concessions to farmers and traders would suffice to ensure recovery, or that the automatic work of the market would restore the balance between farming and industry and between heavy and light industry. Nor did he share Sokhonikov's and Rykov's fresh enthusiasm for the rediscovered virtues of financial orthodoxy. These differences were of little or no importance in 1921 and early in 1922, before farming and private trade had got into their stride. But later a major controversy began to develop. Trotsky held that the first successes of NEP necessitated an urgent revision of industrial policy, and that it was imperative to quicken the pace of industrial recovery. The boom in light industry was superficial and narrowly based, and it could not go on for long unless light industry was enabled to repair and renew machinery. A concentrated effort was therefore necessary to break the deadlock in heavy industry. The government must work out a comprehensive plan for industry as a whole, instead of relying on the work of the market and the spontaneous play of supply and demand. A schedule of economic priorities should be fixed and heavy industry should have first claim. Resources and manpower should be rationally concentrated in those state-owned concerns which were of basic importance to the national economy, while establishments which could not contribute effectively and rapidly towards recovery should be closed down, even if this exposed their workers to temporary unemployment. Financial policy should be subordinated to the needs of industrial policy and guided by the national interest rather than by profitability. Credits should be directed into heavy industry, and the state bank should make long-term investments in its re-equipment. Such a reorientation of policy, Trotsky argued, was all the more urgent because of the lack of balance between the private and the socialist sectors. Private business was already making profits, accumulating capital, and expanding while the bulk of state-owned industry worked at a loss. The contrast between the two sectors created a threat to the socialist objectives of the government's policy. These ideas, which 30 and 40 years later were to become truisms, seemed far-fetched at first. Even more far-fetched appeared to be Trotsky's insistence on the need for planning. That planning was essential to a socialist economy was a Marxist axiom with which the Bolsheviks were, of course, familiar and which they had always accepted in general terms. Under war communism they imagined that they were in a position to establish immediately a fully fledged planned economy, and Trotsky then met with no opposition when he spoke of the need for a single plan to assure balanced economic reconstruction. 45 Just before the end of war communism, on February 22, 1921, the government decided to form the State Planning Commission, the Gosplan. But after the introduction of NEP, when all efforts were directed towards reviving the market economy, the idea of planning suffered eclipse. So much had the idea been associated in people's thoughts with war communism that a reminder of it appeared to be out of season. True, just after the promulgation of NEP, On April 1, 1921, the State Planning Commission was constituted and Kazhizhanovsky was appointed as its chief. But the new institution led a shadowy existence. Its prerogatives were ill-defined, few were eager to define them, and it had no power to devise long-term policy, and to plan or carry plans into operation. It merely advised industrial managements on their day-to-day administrative troubles. 46. Almost from the first, Trotsky criticized this state of affairs. He held that with the transition to NEP the need for planning had become more and not less urgent, and that the government was wrong in treating it as a marginal or merely theoretical issue. Precisely because they lived again under a market economy, he argued, the government must seek to control the market and to equip itself for control. He renewed the demand for a single plan, without which, he said, it was impossible to rationalize production, to concentrate resources in heavy industry, and to redress the balance between the various sectors of the economy. Finally, he asked that the prerogatives of the Gosplan be clearly defined so that it should become a fully fledged planning authority, empowered to assess productive capacities, manpower, and stocks of raw materials, to fix targets of production for years ahead, and to ensure the necessary proportionality between various branches of the national economy. As early as on May 3, 1921, Trotsky was already writing to Lenin, "Unfortunately, our work continues to be carried out planlessly and without any understanding of the need for a plan. The State Planning Commission represents a more or less planned negation of the necessity to work out a practical and business-like economic plan for the immediate future." 47. He found no response at the Politburo. Lenin was against him. In accordance with classical Marxist theory, Lenin held that planning could be effective only in a highly developed and concentrated economy, not in a country with 20-odd million scattered small farms, a disintegrated industry, and barbarously primitive forms of private trade. It was not that Lenin denied the need for long-term development schemes. He himself, jointly with Kazhizhanovsky, had put forward a scheme for Russia's electrification and had introduced it with the famous dictum that Soviets plus electrification equals socialism. But he considered the idea of a comprehensive plan, covering the whole of the nationalized industry, as premature and futile. Trotsky rejoined that even Lenin's electrification scheme was suspended in a void as long as it was not based on a comprehensive plan. How, he asked, could electrification be planned when the output of the industries which were to produce the power plants was not? He too was aware that under present conditions the type of planning which classical Marxist theory had expected was impracticable, because that theory presupposed a modern society with highly developed and fully socialized productive forces. But the comprehensive plan he asked for was to embrace only the state-owned industries, not the private sector, and it was not, he thought, too early to apply it. He saw a contradiction between the fact of state ownership and the government's inclination to let sundry state-owned enterprises run their affairs in an uncoordinated manner. National ownership, he argued, had transformed the whole of industry into a single concern which could not be run efficiently without a single plan. 48. This was a bold view at the time. Even bolder was the idea of primitive socialist accumulation which Trotsky began to expound in 1922.49. This was an adaptation of one of Marx's historical notions to the conditions of a socialist revolution in an underdeveloped country. Marx had described as the era of primitive accumulation the initial phase in the development of modern capitalism when normal accumulation of capital had hardly begun or was still too feeble to allow industry to expand from its own resources, that is, from its own profits. The early bourgeoisie shrank from no violent, extra-economic method in its striving to concentrate in its hands the means of production, and it went on using those methods until capitalist industry was strong and profitable enough to plow large profits back into production and to acquire a self-perpetuating and expanding basis within its own structure. Expropriation of the yeoman peasantry, plunder of colonies, piracy, and later also the underpayment of wages had been the main sources of that primitive accumulation, which in England, the classical country of capitalism, lasted over centuries. Only when this process was relatively far advanced did the era of normal accumulation set in and legitimate profits formed the main, though not the only, basis for large-scale investment and continued industrialization. What then was primitive socialist accumulation to be? Marxists had never imagined that socialism too might have to go through a phase of development comparable to the primitive accumulation of capitalism. They had always taken it for granted that a socialist economy would rise on the foundations of modern industrial wealth accumulated by bourgeois society and then nationalized. But there had not been enough of that wealth in Russia, and still less was left after the ravages of recent years. Having proclaimed socialism as their objective, the Bolsheviks now found that the material foundations for socialism were lacking in Russia. They had to lay these first. They had, Trotsky argued, to embark upon primitive accumulation which would differ from its predecessors in that it would be carried out on the basis of social ownership. He had no intention of suggesting that a socialist government should or could adopt the bloody and disgraceful methods of exploitation and plunder which Marx had associated with bourgeois primitive accumulation, or that socialism could come into the world as capitalism had come dripping from head to foot, from every pore, with blood and dirt. But intensive and rapid capital formation was necessary. Soviet industry could not yet expand by the normal process of plowing profits back into production. Most of it still worked at a loss, and even if it did not, it would still be incapable of producing surpluses large enough to sustain rapid industrialization, that conditio sine qua non of socialism. The nation's accumulation fund could be increased either at the expense of the earnings of private business and farming or of the nation's wages bill. Only some time later did Trotsky begin to urge heavier taxation on the N.E.P. men and the wealthier peasants. At present, in 1922, he merely pointed out with much force that the economy was run and could be reconstructed and expanded only at the workers' expense. He said, for instance, at a Congress of the Komsomol in October, "We have taken over a ruined country. The proletariat, the ruling class in our state, is compelled to embark upon a phase which may be described as that of primitive socialist accumulation. We cannot content ourselves with using our pre-1914 industrial plant. This has been destroyed and must be reconstructed step by way of a colossal exertion on the part of our labor force." And again, the working class can approach socialism only through the greatest sacrifices, by straining all its strength and giving its blood and nerves. Point 50. His pleas at once aroused resistance. Men of the workers' opposition had already said that NEP stood for the new exploitation of the proletariat, and the quip had become something of a slogan. Trotsky's argument came as if to illustrate the truth of the charge and to give point to it. Was he not in fact trying to argue the workers into submission to the new exploitation? He retorted that of exploitation it was proper to speak only when one social class was made to toil and slave for the benefit of another. He asked the workers to toil for their own benefit. At the worst, he said, he might be accused of trying to argue them into self-exploitation, for he called the workers to make sacrifices and to give their blood and nerves for their own proletarian state and their own socialist industry. Point 51. This was not the first time that Trotsky rested his case on the identification of the working class with the state. In 1920 and 1921 he had argued in the same terms against the autonomy of the trade unions. The workers, he had said, had no interests of their own to defend against their own state. Lenin then replied that the proletarian state invoked by Trotsky was still an abstraction, it was not yet a workers' state proper, it often had to strike a balance between workers and peasants and, worse still, it was bureaucratically deformed. The workers were bound in duty to defend their state, but they should also defend themselves against it. Point 52. When Trotsky now again claimed that the interests of the working class and of its state were identical, he laid himself open to the same criticism. Was it not in the name of an abstract idea that he urged the workers to shoulder the main burden of primitive socialist accumulation? Would not the bureaucracy and perhaps even the kulak and the N.E.P. man be the chief beneficiaries? And how could primitive socialist accumulation be pursued if the working class refused to bear the brunt? These questions were to loom large in coming years. Immediately Trotsky replied that the policy he advocated could not and should not be imposed upon the workers, only with their consent could it be pursued. The chief difficulty was therefore of an educational character. The workers should be made aware of what was necessary and what was demanded of them, for without their willingness and socialist enthusiasm nothing could be achieved. 53 Once again he attempted to strike the heroic chord in the working class, as he had done, with overwhelming success, in 1919 when the White armies threatened Moscow and Petrograd, and as he had again tried and utterly failed to do in the winter of 1920-1, before the Kronstadt revolt. It should be added that his advocacy of primitive socialist accumulation did not at this stage meet with objections within the Politburo, although most of its members preferred not to compromise their popularity and face the workers with the frank demand for their blood and nerves. Such were the main economic ideas which Trotsky expounded in the early years of NEP, when he acted in effect as the forerunner of the Soviet planned economy. He was not their sole originator. What he said represented the collective thought of a small circle of theorists and administrators who were close to Trotsky, even though some of them did not approve of his disciplinarian attitudes. According to Trotsky himself, Vladimir Smirnov, the leader of the Decemists, who served on the Supreme Council of the National Economy, first coined the term primitive socialist accumulation. 54 Evgeny Preobrazhensky must be regarded as the chief theorist of the idea. His work, The New Economics, which appeared in 1925, is distinguished by a greater depth of strictly theoretical argument than can be found in Trotsky's writings, and he undoubtedly moved his theses in 1922-3. Yuri Pyatakov, who was the moving spirit of the Council of the National Economy, and also argued for a single economic plan, was disturbed by the condition of heavy industry, and criticized the credit policy of the Commissariat of Finance and of the State Bank. 55 No doubt, Trotsky made borrowings from these men, and perhaps from others also. But they were too absorbed in theorizing or too immersed in administration to produce more than either abstract treatises or fragmentary empirical conclusions. Trotsky alone transformed their ideas and conclusions into a program of policy which he defended before the Politburo and expounded before a nationwide audience. Lenin continued to show little enthusiasm for the single plan and for the enlargement of the Gosplan's powers. He described his electrification plan as the only serious work on the question and dismissed the idle chatter about a comprehensive plan. Stalin did likewise, and he did his utmost to widen the breach between Lenin and Trotsky. 56 The lesser leaders, Rykov and Sokholnikov, saw Trotsky's policy as an encroachment upon their own responsibilities. They were skeptical of planning, and they were opposed to investing the Gosplan with wide powers. In their own circle they commented presently they were to make the charge in public that Trotsky demanded such wide powers for the Gosplan because he hoped to assume its direction, and that having ceased to be the country's military dictator he aspired to become its economic master. We do not know whether Trotsky did indeed wish to become the head of the Gosplan. Even if he did, the aspiration was hardly reprehensible. He criticized Kazhizhanovsky, the actual head of Gosplan, as inefficient, 57, but he never put forward his own candidature, and he argued the case on its merits. However, personal ambitions and departmental jealousies again and again intruded. Thus his opponents suggested that an enhanced Gosplan would compete with the Council of Labor and Defense over which Lenin presided, with Trotsky as his deputy. At a session of the Central Committee, on August 7, 1921, Trotsky replied that in his view the Council should remain in charge of high policy, but that Gosplan should translate that policy into specific economic plans and supervise their execution. He failed to carry the Central Committee with him. 58. Parallel with these controversies there dragged on a conflict over the Rabkrin, the Workers' and Peasants' Inspectorate. Stalin had been the chief of Rabkrin, from 1919 till the spring of 1922, when he was appointed Secretary General, but he exercised a strong influence on it even later. The inspectorate had wide and manifold functions. It was entitled to audit the morals of the civil service, to inspect without warning the work of any commissariat, to watch over the efficiency of the entire administration, and to prescribe measures for raising it. Lenin intended that Rabkin should act as a sort of supercommissariat through which the administration, which was not controlled democratically, was to control itself and maintain stern self-discipline. In reality, Stalin transformed the inspectorate into his private police within the government. As early as 1920, Trotsky attacked Rabkin, claiming that its methods of inspection were muddled and ineffective, and that all that it did was to throw spanners into the machinery of government. "You cannot," he said, "create a special department endowed with all the wisdom of government and able to audit all the other departments. In every branch of government it is well known that whenever the need arises for any change of policy or for any serious reform in organization, it is useless to look to Rabkin for guidance. Rabkin itself provides striking illustration of the lack of correspondence between governmental decree and governmental machinery, and is itself becoming a powerful factor of muddle and wantonness. In any case, what was needed in a body like Rabkin was a broad horizon, a broad view on matters of the state and of the economy, a view much broader than that possessed by those carrying out this work." He described Rabkin as the refuge and haven for frustrated misfits who had been rejected by all other commissariats and were utterly cut off from any genuine, creative, and constructive work. He did not even once mention Stalin, in whom he saw the super misfit risen to eminence. 59. Lenin defended Stalin and Rabkin. Exasperated by the inefficiency and the corruption of the civil service, he pinned great hopes on the inspectorate and was irritated by what he considered to be Trotsky's private vendetta. 60. Trotsky argued that the muddle, at least in the economic departments, was the result of faulty organization which, in its turn, reflected the lack of any guiding principle in economic policy. Inspections by Rabkin could not change this. The remedy could be found in planning and in a reformed Gosplan. Nor could incompetence be cured by the shock treatment and intimidation to which Stalin's commissariat subjected the civil service. In a backward country, with the worst traditions of uncivilized and corrupt government, Trotsky said, the main task was to educate the government personnel systematically and to train it in civilized methods of work. All these differences considered, Trotsky's refusal to become vice premier is less surprising. He could not, without contradicting himself, accept a post in which he would have had to give effect to an economic policy which in his view lacked focus, and to guide an administrative machinery which he held to be faultily constructed. When, in the summer of 1922, Lenin urged him to use the post for a drive against bureaucratic abuses of power, he replied that the worst abuses had their source at the very top of the party hierarchy. He complained that the Politburo and the Orgbureau meddled intolerably with the affairs of the government and took decisions concerning various commissariats without deigning to consult even the heads of those commissariats. It was therefore vain to struggle against wantonness in the administration as long as this evil flourished unopposed in the party. 61 Lenin did not take Trotsky's hint. He relied on Stalin as the party's general secretary not less than he relied on him as chief of Rabkin. In the summer of 1922 further disagreement arose over the manner in which Moscow controlled the non-Russian republics and provinces of the Soviet Federation. The Bolsheviks had guaranteed to those republics the right of self-determination, which included expressly the right to secede from the Soviet Federation. The guarantee had been enshrined in the 1918 Constitution. At the same time they insisted on strictly centralized government and in practice overruled the autonomy of the non-Russian republics. Early in 1921, it will be remembered, Trotsky protested against the conquest of Georgia, of which Stalin had been the chief prompter. Then Trotsky reconciled himself to the accomplished fact and even defended the conquest in a special pamphlet. 62 Later still, in the spring of 1922, he remained silent when at the 11th Congress eminent Bolsheviks accused Lenin's government of forsaking the principle of self-determination and restoring the one and indivisible Russia of old. Shortly thereafter, however, he himself voiced the same accusation behind the closed doors of the Politburo, and it was again over Georgia and Stalin's activities there that the conflict came to a head. As Commissar of Nationalities, Stalin had just ordered the suppression of the Menshevik party in Georgia. When leading Georgian Bolsheviks, Mdivani and Makaradze, protested against this. He sought to intimidate them and to quell their protests. 63 His action was up to a point consistent with the general trend of Bolshevik policy, for if it was right to ban the Menshevik Party in Moscow, there was no apparent reason why the same should not be done at Tiflis. Trotsky had endorsed the ban in Russia, but attacked its extension to Georgia. He pointed out that the Russian Mensheviks had, because of their counter-revolutionary attitude, discredited themselves while the Georgian ones still enjoyed strong popular support. This was true enough, but the argument might have carried conviction only if the Bolsheviks had still based their rule on proletarian democracy. It sounded somewhat hollow once the view was accepted, as it was by Trotsky, that the Bolsheviks were entitled, in the interest of the revolution, to maintain their political monopoly regardless of whether they did or did not enjoy popular support. It was only a step from the establishment of the single-party system to the persecution of those Georgian Bolsheviks who opposed it, although this was a step from consistency to absurdity. Stalin for the first time now applied repression to members of the Bolshevik Party when he tried to intimidate Mdivani and Makaradze. He also gravely compromised the Bolshevik policy towards the non-Russian nationalities, the policy of which he himself had been an inspirer and in the broad-mindedness of which the Bolsheviks had taken great pride. Defending themselves, Mdivani and Makaradze turned against the ultra-centralistic principle of Stalin's policy. What right, they asked, had any commissariat in Moscow to take decisions concerning the political life of Tiflis? Where was self-determination? Were not the small nationalities being forced back into the Russian Empire, one and indivisible? These were pertinent questions. All the more so as at the same time Stalin was preparing a new constitution which was to be much more centralistic than its 1918 predecessor and was to curtail and abrogate the rights of the non-Russian nationalities and to transform the Soviet Federation of republics into the Soviet Union. Against this constitution, too, the Georgians, the Ukrainians, and others raised protests. When these protests came before the Politburo, Trotsky upheld them. He was now confirmed in the misgivings which had caused him to oppose in the first instance the annexation of Georgia. He saw in Stalin's behavior a scandalous and flagrant abuse of power, which carried centralism to a dangerous excess, offended the dignity of the non-Russian nationalities, and suggested to them that self-determination was a fraud. Stalin and Ordzhonikij prepared an indictment of Mdivani and Makaradze and alleged that these national deviationists opposed the introduction of the Soviet currency in Georgia, refused to cooperate with neighboring Caucasian republics and to share with them scarce provisions, and that they generally acted in a spirit of nationalist selfishness and to the detriment of the Soviet Federation as a whole. Such behavior, if the charges had been true, could not be tolerated in party members. Trotsky did not believe the charges to be true. Lenin and most members of the Politburo viewed the conflict as a family quarrel between two sets of Georgian Bolsheviks, and they thought that the most prudent course for the Politburo was to accept Stalin's views. Stalin was the Politburo's expert on these matters, and Lenin saw no reason to suspect that Stalin, of all men, the author of the celebrated treatise on Marxism and the nationalities, the party's classical plea for self-determination, would malignantly offend the national dignity of his own countrymen. Again Trotsky appeared to Lenin to be acting from personal animosity or from that individualism which had led him to oppose the Politburo on so many other questions. One of Lenin's first moves after his return to office, in October 1922, was to rebuke Mdivani and Makaradze and uphold Stalin's authority. As we follow these dissensions in the Politburo and consider Trotsky's part in them, we are struck by the change which had occurred in Trotsky himself in about a year. In the first half of 1922 Trotsky still spoke primarily as the Bolshevik disciplinarian, in the second he was already in conflict with the disciplinarians. The contrast shows itself in many of his attitudes, but it becomes most apparent when it is recalled that at the beginning of the year he indicted, on behalf of the Politburo, the workers' opposition before the party and the International. Yet towards its end he himself appeared to air views hitherto voiced by that opposition. It was the workers' opposition which had first confusedly expressed the discontent of the Bolshevik rank and file with NEP and had spoken of the need to give the policies of NEP a socialist perspective. It was the workers' opposition which had first attacked the new bureaucracy, protested against abuses of power, and denounced new privileges. It was that opposition and the dissemists who had begun the revolt against the excessive powers of the party machine and had clamored for the restitution of inter-party democracy. Trotsky at first castigated them and warned them that Bolsheviks must under no circumstances oppose themselves to the party leaders in terms of we and they. Yet, in the course of 1922, he appeared to have adopted most of their ideas and to have taken up an attitude from which he was bound to argue against the majority of the Politburo in terms of we and they. It looked, indeed, as if in the process of taming the workers' opposition he had been converted to its views and become its most eminent recruit. In truth, he was grappling all this time with a dilemma which occupied the party as whole, only he grappled with it more intensely than others. It was the dilemma between authority and freedom. Trotsky was almost equally sensitive to the claims of both. As long as the revolution was struggling for bare survival, he put authority first. He centralized the Red Army, militarized labor, strove to absorb the trade unions in the state, preached the need for a strong but civilized bureaucracy, overruled proletarian democracy, and helped to subdue inter-party opposition. Yet even in this phase the socialist libertarian was alive and awake in him, and through his sternest calls for discipline there reverberated, like a counterpoint, a powerful note of socialist freedom. In his most ruthless deeds and most severe words there still glowed a warm humanity which distinguished him from most other disciplinarians. In the very first phase of the revolution he was already pointing an accusatory finger at the new bureaucrat, uneducated, suspicious, and arrogant, who was a baneful ballast, and a genuine menace to the cause of communist revolution, the cause which would fully justify itself only when every toiling man and woman feels that his or her life has become easier, freer, cleaner, and more dignified. 64. The end of armed hostilities sharpened the tension between authority and freedom within Bolshevism, and within Trotsky too. The workers' opposition and the groups close to it represented a revulsion against authority. What set Trotsky against them was his deep grasp of the realities of the situation. He could not easily dismiss those claims of authority which were rooted in realities. Nor could he keep his peace of mind when he saw that freedom, socialist freedom, was being uprooted. He wrestled with a real dilemma, whereas the workers' opposition seized only one of its horns and clung to it. He sought to strike a balance between Bolshevik discipline and proletarian democracy, and the more the balance was tipped in favor of the former, the more was he inclined to uphold the latter. The decisive shifts which upset the balance occurred in the years 1921–3, and in these years he gradually came to put the claims of inter-party democracy against those of discipline. Yet he did not become a mere libertarian, resentful at the encroachments of authority. He remained the Bolshevik statesman. As convinced as ever of the need for a centralized state and a strong party leadership, and as mindful as ever of their prerogatives. He attacked the abuse, not the principle, of those prerogatives. Through his most angry broadsides against bureaucracy and his most spirited pleas for inter-party democracy there would still resound a strong disciplinarian counterpoint. Conscious that bureaucracy represented a whole epoch, not yet closed, in mankind's development, and that its evils appeared in inverse proportion to the Enlightenment, the cultural standards, and the political consciousness of the masses. 65 He was careful not to induce the illusion that it was possible to sweep away those evils at a stroke. As yet he did not even turn against bureaucracy at large, he rather appealed to its progressive and enlightened men against its backward and despotic elements, and hoped that the former, together with the advanced workers, would be able to curb, to re-educate, and if need be to eliminate the latter. He had indeed shifted his ground, come closer to the workers' opposition and kindred groups, and implicitly acknowledged the rational side of their revulsion against authority, but, unlike them, he was not carried away by the revulsion. He did not simply reject bureaucracy. He still grappled with a real dilemma, but he did it in a different manner than before and from the opposite end. It is for this reason that it is impossible to pinpoint the change in Trotsky's attitude and to define more precisely what brought it about and when it occurred. No single event brought it about, and there was no single moment at which it was brought about. The policy of the Politburo drifted over many issues from a workers' democracy to the totalitarian state. Trotsky's ideas drifted with the drift of Bolshevik policy but in the opposite direction. He began to protest against the excesses of centralism as these made themselves felt. He began to defend the rights of the small nations as these rights were being violated. He clashed with the party apparatus as the apparatus grew independent of the party and subjected party and state to itself. Because the processes against which he reacted developed piecemeal and in an ambiguous manner, his reactions, too, were piecemeal and vague. At no point did he feel the need for any drastic revision of his views because what he said now, in his anti-bureaucratic phase, he had also said in his disciplinarian phase, although he had said it with less emphasis and in a different context. He passed from one phase into the other almost without noticing it. Amid the drift of policies, one relatively stable issue stood out: the rivalry between Stalin and Trotsky. It had, we remember, intruded itself even in the conduct of the Civil War, and it had sprung from an almost instinctive antagonism of temperaments, backgrounds, political inclinations, and personal ambitions. In this rivalry Stalin played the active and offensive part. He was offended by the inferiority of the place he occupied. Only slowly did Trotsky take cognizance of the rivalry, and only reluctantly did he begin to react and to get involved in it. So far the rivalry had remained in the background, where Lenin's strong personality kept it, and it had not assumed any broader significance, for it was not yet identified with any clear conflict of policies and interests. In 1922 this identification began. As manager of the party machine, Stalin, supported for the time being by Lenin, came to represent authority at its extreme, to enforce its claims and to exact obedience. A deep conflict of policies and interests began to take shape, to absorb the personal antagonism, and even to focus itself on it, until the personal antagonism was thus at once overshadowed and yet magnified by the wider conflict. An account of the disagreements in which Trotsky was opposed to Lenin, Stalin, and the majority of the Politburo, may leave a one-sided impression of his actual position in the Bolshevik leadership. The biographer is bound to throw into relief the events and situations out of which grew Trotsky's later struggles with Stalin and which were therefore of the greatest consequence to his fortunes. These events and situations did not, however, appear in the same bold relief to contemporaries. Nor were the discords related here of the greatest importance in determining Trotsky's place among the Bolshevik leaders, especially his relationship with Lenin. The controversies were confined to the Politburo. The party and the country had no inkling of them. The public voice still coupled Trotsky's name with Lenin's, and in the eyes of the world he was one of the chief inspirers of Bolshevik policy. And in truth, his disagreements with Lenin did not, in the balance of their common work, outweigh their solid and close agreement on an incomparably wider range of domestic and foreign issues. As Commissar of War, Trotsky continued to enjoy Lenin's full support. Even after the Civil War he had to contend with the military opposition which had challenged his policy in earlier years. Tukhachevsky still sought to win the party's support for his pet idea of an international general staff of the Red Army. Frunze and Voroshilov, encouraged by Zinoviev and Stalin, still tried to obtain official sanction for their conceptions of proletarian strategy and for their offensive military doctrine. These issues were important enough to be thrashed out at the 11th Congress at a special session held in secret. 66 Trotsky obtained the final disavowal of the demands of his opponents, and he was assisted by the fact that he had Lenin's authority behind him. Lenin had learned to value his military work so much that he accepted almost automatically his judgment in that field. A curious incident may be cited as illustration. After the Kronstadt rising, Lenin suggested to Trotsky that the Baltic Navy be scuttled or closed down. The sailors, he held, were unreliable, the navy was useless, it consumed coal, food, and clothing, of which the country was desperately short, and so its disbandment would be a pure gain. Trotsky objected. He was determined to preserve the navy and was confident that he could reorganize it and bring about a change in its morale. The matter was settled in a most informal manner, through little private notes which Trotsky and Lenin scribbled to each other during a session of the Politburo. Lenin accepted Trotsky's assurances, and the navy was saved. 67. Lenin also repeatedly indicated to the party and the International his regard for Trotsky as interpreter of Marxism, and he lent wholehearted support to the outstanding influence Trotsky exercised on Russia's cultural life. Both rejected the ambition of clamorous groups of writers and artists, especially of the proletkult, to sponsor a proletarian culture and proletarian literature. In educational affairs, which since the Civil War both considered to be of paramount importance, and in all matters relating to the advocacy of Marxism, both counseled caution and tolerance, and both discouraged firmly the crudity of approach, the conceit, and the fanaticism, which influential party members began to exhibit. Trotsky showed also a highly active and constant initiative in the conduct of foreign policy. Important issues of diplomacy were decided upon by a small committee which consisted of Lenin, Trotsky, and Kamina, who invited Chicherin, the foreign commissar, and often also Radek, to take part in deliberations. The present efforts of Soviet diplomacy were directed towards the consolidation of peace and the establishment of relations with bourgeois Europe. Trotsky, we remember, had used all his influence to secure the final conclusion of peace with Poland in 1921, a peace for which Lenin had not been so eager. He had similarly exerted himself to obtain the Politburo's consent to the demarcation of frontiers and to the conclusion of peace with the small Baltic republics. 68 As early as 1920 Trotsky had urged Lenin to conciliate Great Britain, but it was only some time later that this advice was acted upon. But his most important initiative in the diplomatic field came early in 1921, when he set afoot a number of bold and highly delicate moves which eventually led to the conclusion of the Rapallo Treaty with Germany, by far the most outstanding feat of Soviet diplomacy in the 2 decades that lay between the Brest-Litovsk Treaty and the Soviet-German Agreement of 1939. As Commissar of War, Trotsky was anxious to equip the Red Army with modern weapons. The Soviet armament industry, primitive and run down, could not supply them. Through his agents abroad he purchased munitions wherever he could, even as far as the United States. But the purchases were haphazard and the Red Army was dangerously dependent on foreign supplies. Trotsky was bent on building up with foreign assistance a modern armament industry in Russia. But where, the question arose, could such assistance be obtained? Which bourgeoisie would consent to help in the building up of the military power of a communist government? There was only one country to which he could turn with a prospect of success, and that was Germany. Under the Versailles Treaty, Germany had been forbidden to manufacture munitions. Her armament factories, the most modern in Europe, stood idle. Could not their owners be tempted to supply equipment and technological advice, if the enterprise was made sufficiently attractive? At the beginning of 1921, Viktor Kopp, the former Menshevik who had once worked for the Viennese Pravda, established, on Trotsky's behalf, secret contacts with the great concerns of Krupp, Blomuendi Voss, and Albatross Werke. As early on as April 7, 1921, he reported that these concerns were prepared to cooperate and to supply equipment and technological assistance needed for the manufacture in Russia of planes, submarines, artillery, and other munitions. Throughout the year envoys traveled between Moscow and Berlin, and Trotsky kept Lenin and Chicherin informed about every phase. The Politburo authorized him to pursue the negotiations in the strictest secrecy, and he held their threads in his hands during all these preliminaries to the Rapallo Treaty, until the moment came for the diplomats to act. 69. As the negotiations proceeded, the scope of transactions widened. Not only the armament industries were idle in Germany. The old and splendid officers' corps was also unemployed. Its members were therefore glad to undertake to instruct Russian soldiers and airmen, and in exchange they were allowed to train secretly in Russia German military cadres, whom they could not train at home. Thus the groundwork was laid for that long cooperation between the Reichswehr and the Red Army which was to outlast Trotsky's tenure of office by a full decade and which contributed greatly to the modernization of the Soviet armed forces before the Second World War. However, till the spring of 1922 all these moves were still tentative, and there was hesitation in both Moscow and Berlin, for here and there diplomacy still hoped for a rapprochement with the powers of the Entente at the forthcoming Genoa Conference, the first international gathering to which both Germany and Soviet Russia, hitherto the outcasts of diplomacy, were invited. Only when these hopes failed was the Rapallo Treaty concluded. The treaty was a sober and businesslike bargain rather than a genuine alliance. Anxious to obtain for themselves through give and take as much advantage as possible, the Bolsheviks were as a rule careful not to encourage revisionism and a movement of revenge in the Reich, although they themselves had, as a matter of principle, denounced the Versailles Treaty from the outset, when their government was not even recognized by Germany and when the memories of the Brest-Litovsk Diktat were still fresh. Trotsky in particular worked to prevent any entanglement of Soviet policy with German nationalism. After as before Rapallo he sought to improve Russia's relations with France. In the autumn of 1922 he received in the Kremlin Édouard Herriot, who, as leader of the Cartel de Gauche, was presently to become French Prime Minister. Herriot describes the visit in detail and recalls the strength of conviction with which Trotsky argued for an improvement of relations between their countries. He assured Herriot that it was only the Entente's blind hostility that had driven Russia to come to terms with Germany first at Brest-Litovsk and then at Rapallo, and that the Rapallo Treaty contained no clauses directed against France. He evoked the Jacobin tradition of France and appealed to French statesmen and French opinion for a greater understanding of the Russian Revolution. As he spoke about the affinity of Jacobinism and Bolshevism, Herriot recalls, a detachment of Red Army men marched past singing the Marseillaise in French and through the open window the words "Nous serons morts pour la liberté" burst into the conference room. 70. The importance which diplomacy had by now assumed in Soviet affairs was connected with the defeats of communism outside Russia. In Europe the tide of revolution had ebbed, and the Communist International had run aground. Its parties led only a minority of the European working class and they were not in a position to undertake with any chance of success a frontal attack on the bourgeois order. Yet, most communist parties refused to acknowledge defeat and were inclined to rely on their own strength and to go on staging revolts and coups in the hope that if they tried persistently enough they would carry the majority of the workers with them. A reorientation of the International was overdue, and this was the joint work of Lenin and Trotsky. With regard to the International they acted in a close and intimate partnership which, as far as can be ascertained, was not even once disturbed by the slightest discord. 71. Neither Trotsky nor Lenin had abandoned their fundamental belief that the October upheaval in Russia had opened an era of international proletarian revolution, and Trotsky was to cling to this conviction throughout the next 2 decades, to the end of his life. But he now came to realize that the class struggle outside Russia was more complicated and protracted than he and others had at first imagined. He no longer took its outcome for granted, and he was anxious to dispel complacency about this and ultra-left illusions in the International. Thus, in July 1921, he made a striking criticism of those communists who held that the advent of socialism was inevitable. 72 Such a belief in the predetermined progress of society, he said, was based on a mechanistic misinterpretation of the Marxist approach to history. Mankind has not always and not invariably moved upwards. It has known in history long spells of stagnation. It has known relapses into barbarism. There have been instances, when society, having reached a certain height of development, was incapable of maintaining itself on that height. Mankind can never be at a standstill. Any equilibrium, which it may attain in consequence of struggles between classes and nations, is unstable by its very nature. A society which does not rise must decline. A society from which no class emerges capable of securing its ascendancy disintegrates. The road is then open to barbarism. Such had been the main cause of the breakdown of the antique civilizations. The upper classes of Rome and Greece had decayed, and the exploited classes, the slaves, had been inherently incapable of revolutionary action and political leadership. This was a warning for our age. The decay of the bourgeois order was undeniable. True, American capitalism was still a dynamic and expansive force, although even in the United States socialism could already develop the nation's resources more rationally and with greater benefit to society than capitalism did. But European capitalism was historically at the end of its tether. It did not significantly develop its productive forces. It had no progressive role to play. It could open up no new vistas. If this were not so, all thought of proletarian revolution in our time would be quixotic. But although European capitalism was decaying, the bourgeois order did not and would not collapse by itself. It had to be overthrown, and only the working class could overthrow it in revolutionary action. If the working class were to fail in this, then Oswald Spengler's gloomy prediction of the Untergang des Abendlands would come true. History confronted the workers with a challenge as if saying to them, you ought to know that if you do not overthrow the bourgeoisie, you will perish under the ruins of civilization. Try and carry out your task. 73. Meanwhile, European capitalism had withstood the shocks of World War and post-war crises. The possessing classes of Western Europe had learned their lessons from the Russian Revolution. They did not allow themselves to be taken by surprise as Tsardom did, and they mobilized all their resources and strategic ideas. The appearance of fascism. Trotsky said this in 1922, the year of Mussolini's march on Rome was a symptom of that mobilization, and there was the danger, he added, that a German Mussolini might also rise to power. 74. All this was of grave omen to the further course of socialist revolution. The whole development, with its peculiar sequence of phases unforeseen by earlier Marxists, might put socialism at a disadvantage. Proletarian revolution would have produced the best results if it had occurred first in the United States or, as a second best, in Britain, against the background of highly developed productive resources. Instead, the revolution had won in Russia, where it found only limited possibilities to demonstrate its advantages. It would find itself placed under even worse handicaps in the countries of Asia and Africa, which were more backward than Russia. This led Trotsky to make the melancholy remark that history seems to be unwinding her skein from the other end. That is, from the countries which are least mature. 75. He did not cease to hope that the skein would still unwind from the Western, the European, end as well. The delays of revolution, the mobilization of counter-revolution, the prospect of a stalemate in the class struggle, and of the decadence of European civilization were for him not certainties to be accepted fatalistically, but dangers to be acted against and averted. The chances were still overwhelmingly in favor of revolution, but much depended on the attitude of the communist parties. It was their duty to lead European society out of the impasse. They had to struggle for leadership. They could succeed in this only if they became militant and conscious parties, versed in the strategy and tactics of revolution, and accustomed to concert their efforts under strict international discipline. They were bound to fail if they remained only a radical variety of the old social democratic parties, if they cherished illusions about bourgeois parliamentarism, and if they worked only within the framework of their national politics. But they would fail just as surely if, reacting against the social democratic tradition, they were to become narrow, self-centered sects, rigid in outlook and tactics, if they contented themselves with purely negative and arid boycott of the institutions of bourgeois society instead of promoting the revolutionary idea even from within those institutions, and if they went on trying to storm the bastions of capitalism without paying due regard to the circumstances and the balance of forces. The communist parties were not immediately confronted with revolutionary opportunities. Their job was to gather strength and to win over the majority of the workers without whose support no revolution could ever succeed. Together with Lenin, Trotsky worked out the tactics of the United Front. 76. The gist of it was this: the communist parties, still too weak to overthrow the established order, should be the most active participants in the day-to-day struggles of the workers for higher wages, shorter hours, and democratic freedoms. They should not change the idea of socialism into the small coin of trade unionism and parliamentary reform, but carry into the struggle for partial demands their own revolutionary spirit and purpose. They should make the workers realize how tenuous were all the gains they could win under capitalism and so rally them, even through the fight for such gains, for the last battle. The Social Democrats directed the struggle for partial demands in such a way as to contain the workers' militant energy within the framework of capitalism, and they used reform as the diversion from revolution. The Communists, on the contrary, should use it as the springboard of revolution. But since Communists had to fight for partial gains and reforms, they had some common ground, however narrow, with the Social Democrats and the moderate trade unionists. They should try to concert action with them within a united front. This should remove at least one dangerous consequence of the fundamental and irremediable cleavage between reformism and communism. It should overcome the division of the working class and prevent the dispersal of its energies. Marching separately, communists and reformists should strike jointly at the bourgeoisie whenever they were threatened by it or could wrest concessions from it. Common action should extend to parliaments and elections, in which communists must be prepared to support social democrats. But the main arena of the united front lay outside parliaments, in trade unions, in industry, and in the street. The communists had to pursue a double objective. They should seek to secure the immediate success of the united front, and at the same time assert their own viewpoint within the united front in order to wean social democratic workers from reformist habits of mind and to develop in them a revolutionary consciousness. Lenin had expounded these ideas as early as 1920 in the Infantile Disease of Leftishness in Communism, where he dwelt on the harm done to communism by unreasoning ultra-radical sectarians. The need for a firm and formal disavowal of ultra-radicalism became pressing after the German March Rising of 1921. It was then that Lenin placed proposals for the United Front before the executive of the International. He met with strong opposition from Zinoviev, Bukharin, Belakhun, and others. For a moment it seemed that the ultra-radicals would prevail. It was only after animated debates in the course of which Lenin and Trotsky jointly faced the opposition that the executive was persuaded to authorize the policy of the United Front and to instruct both Lenin and Trotsky to expound it at the forthcoming Congress of the International. 77. At the Congress, in July 1921, the ultra-radicals made a stand. They exercised a strong influence on the German, Italian, and Dutch parties, and they drew their strength from a powerful emotional current in the whole international. The communist parties had come into existence in a desperate struggle against the leaders of the old socialist parties whom they blamed for supporting the imperialist slaughter of 1914-18, for the subsequent suppression of revolution in Europe, for the assassination of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, and for an ambiguous attitude towards European intervention in Russia. No wonder that many communists were bewildered and indignant when they now heard Lenin and Trotsky urging them to acknowledge defeat, be it temporarily, and to cooperate with the hated social imperialists and social traitors. This to the ultra-radicals was surrender or even betrayal. At the Congress, as earlier on the executive, Trotsky and Lenin had to use all their influence and eloquence to prevent the opposition from gaining the upper hand. They even threatened to split the International if it backed the ultra-radicals. The Congress voted for the United Front. But it did so with mental reservations and without a clear grasp of the issues involved. Lenin and Trotsky had set the communist parties the dual task of fighting arm in arm with the reformists against the bourgeoisie and of wresting from the reformists' influence over the working class. The idea of the United Front embodied the whole tactical experience of the Bolsheviks, who had indeed fought first against Tsardom, then the Cadets, and then Kornilov, in a sort of a united front with the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries until, in the end, they gained ascendancy over the latter too. The Bolshevik success was secured not merely by the resourcefulness of the Bolshevik leaders, but by the breakdown of a whole social order and by the subsequent shift from right to left, typical of all classical revolution. Could such tactics, even if no other tactics were, from the communist viewpoint, realistic, be applied outside Russia with comparable chance of success? In Europe the old order had regained a measure of stability which produced a confused but distinct shift from left to right. This alone tended to secure the ascendancy of the reformists within any united front. Nor was there among European communists a single leader with a mastery of tactics comparable to Lenin's or Trotsky's. And so the European communists were to prove incapable of applying the united front in both its aspects. Some took to heart their duty to cooperate in all earnestness with the Social Democrats. Others were above all eager to discredit the Social Democrats. Some saw the united front as a serious endeavor to unify the working class in the struggle for partial demands. Others saw it merely as a clever trick. Still others wavered between the opposed views. And so the International began to split into right and left wings and intermediate and extreme groups, centrists and ultra-lefts. At the Congress Trotsky and Lenin contended mainly with opposition from the ultra-radicals, and so at times they appeared to encourage the right wing. Trotsky in particular spoke scathingly and disdainfully about the ultra-radicals, for instance, Arkady Maslov and Ruth Fischer, the leaders of the Communist Organization of Berlin, describing them as empty-headed emotionalists, who had little in common with Marxism and might be expected to switch over to the most unprincipled opportunism. 78 He was enthusiastically applauded by all the moderate elements at the Congress, and the applause rose to an ovation when on behalf of the majority of the delegates Clara Zetkin, the famous veteran of German communism, paid him a solemn and stirring tribute. 79 At the next, the fourth, Congress Lenin, already ill, spoke only briefly and with great difficulty, and Trotsky came to the fore as the chief expounder of the International's strategy and tactics. He advocated once again the united front. He went a step farther and urged the communist parties to support, on conditions, social democratic governments and even, under special circumstances, in pre-revolutionary situations, when such coalitions could pave the way for proletarian dictatorship, to participate in them. 80 The opposition was outraged. From the first day of its existence the International had declared it an axiom of its policy that a communist party must never enter any coalition government. Its task was to destroy the bourgeois state machine, not to try and capture it from within. However, the Congress accepted the tactical innovation, and the communist parties were instructed to watch for opportunities to form government coalitions with the Social Democrats. This decision was to assume a crucial importance in the crisis of German communism in the autumn of 1923. Such were the tactical efforts through which Trotsky still hoped to unwind the skein of revolution from its proper, that is from its European, end. Throughout the summer of 1922 the disagreements in the Politburo over domestic issues dragged on inconclusively. The dissension between Lenin and Trotsky persisted. On September 11 from his retreat in Gorky, outside Moscow, Lenin made contact with Stalin and asked him to place before the Politburo once again and with the utmost urgency a motion proposing Trotsky's appointment as deputy premier. Stalin communicated the motion by telephone to those members and alternate members of the Politburo who were present in Moscow. He himself and Rykov voted for the appointment. Kalinin declared that he had no objection, while Tomsky and Kamina abstained. No one voted against. Trotsky once again refused the post. 81 Since Lenin had insisted that the appointment was urgent because Rykov was about to take leave, Trotsky replied that he, too, was on the point of taking his holiday and that his hands were, anyhow, full of work for the forthcoming Congress of the International. These were irrelevant excuses, because Lenin had not intended the appointment to be only a stopgap for the holiday season. Without waiting for the Politburo's decision, Trotsky left Moscow. On September 14 the Politburo met and Stalin put before it a resolution which was highly damaging to Trotsky. It censured him in effect for dereliction of duty. 82 The circumstances of the case indicate that Lenin must have prompted Stalin to frame this resolution or that Stalin at least had his consent for it. Less than a month later an unexpected event put an end to the sparrings between Lenin and Trotsky. At the beginning of October the Central Committee adopted certain decisions concerning the monopoly of foreign trade. The Soviet government had reserved for itself the exclusive right to engage in trade with foreign countries, and it had centralized all foreign commercial transactions. This was a decisive measure of socialist protectionism. The term was coined by Trotsky 83, designed to defend the weak Soviet economy from hostile pressures and unpredictable fluctuations of the world market. The monopoly also prevented private business from overlapping into foreign trade, exporting essential goods, importing inessential ones, and disrupting even further the country's economic balance. The new decisions of the Central Committee, taken in Trotsky's and Lenin's absence, did not go so far as to admit private business to foreign trade, but they did loosen central control over Soviet trade agencies abroad. This might have enabled individual state concerns working on foreign markets to act independently with a view primarily to their sectional advantage, and thus to make a breach in socialist protectionism. In time, private business might have benefited from the breach. 84. Lenin at once objected to the decision, describing it as a grave threat to the Soviet economy. He was alarmed, irritated, and paralysed. In brief moments, snatched from his doctors and nurses, he dictated notes and memoranda, protests and exhortations, but he could not intervene personally with the Central Committee. Then, to his relief, he learned that Trotsky adopted a view identical with his. In the course of nearly 2 months the issue hung in the balance. On December 13 Lenin wrote to Trotsky, "I earnestly beg you to take it upon yourself to defend at the forthcoming plenary session our common view about the imperative need to preserve and reinforce the monopoly of foreign trade." Trotsky readily agreed. But having repeatedly warned Lenin and the Politburo that their policy encouraged the administration to submit passively to the uncontrolled forces of the market economy, he pointed out that the Central Committee's latest decision showed that his warnings had been all too justified. Once again he urged the need for coordination and planning and for vesting wide powers in Gosplan. Lenin still tried to shelve the issue of Gosplan and entreated Trotsky to concentrate on the trade monopoly. "I think we have arrived at a full agreement," he wrote to Trotsky again, "and I am asking you to announce our solidarity at the plenary session." Should they both be outvoted there, then Trotsky should announce that they would both go to any length to nullify the vote. They would both attack the Central Committee in public. 85. There was no need for them to resort to such drastic action. Contrary to Lenin's fears, when the Central Committee came to review the issue in the second half of December, Trotsky easily persuaded it to reverse its decision. Lenin was all exultation. "We have captured the position without firing a shot." He commented to Trotsky in a note written with Professor Forster's permission. 86. "I propose that we do not stop but press on with the attack." 87. The incident brought the two men closer together than they had been for some time. In the next few days Lenin reflected further over the criticisms of economic policy Trotsky had made in the last 2 years. He communicated the result of his reflections to the Politburo in a letter of December 27. "Comrade Trotsky, it seems, advanced this idea long ago. I opposed it, but having attentively reconsidered it I find that there is an essential and sound idea here. Gosplan does stand somewhat apart from our legislative institutions, although it possesses the best possible data for a correct judgment of matters. In this, I think, one could and should go some way to meet Comrade Trotsky." 88. He realized that this would be a disappointment to members of the Politburo, hence his apologetic undertone. The Politburo was indeed annoyed by his sudden conversion and, despite Trotsky's protests, it resolved not to publish Lenin's remarks. 89. In the last weeks and days of the year Lenin went a very long way to meet Comrade Trotsky on further issues which had separated them. At the beginning of December he once again urged Trotsky to accept the post of vice premier. 90. This time he did it in a private talk, not amid the formalities of Politburo proceedings. The question of the succession was already uppermost in his mind. Presently he was to write his will. But he gave no hint of this to Trotsky. Instead he spoke in a tone of grave anxiety about the abuses of power which he saw were getting worse and worse and about the need to curb them. Trotsky did not this time reject the offer outright. He repeated that a drive against bureaucratic abuses in the government would yield little or no result as long as such abuses were tolerated in the party's leading bodies. Lenin replied that he was ready for a bloc with Trotsky, that is for joint action against bureaucracy in the party as well as in the state. There was no need for either of them to mention names. Such action could be directed only against Stalin. They did not have the time to pursue the matter and to discuss any plan of action. A few days afterwards Lenin suffered another stroke. In their last conversation Lenin gave Trotsky no indication that he had also pondered anew the other major issue over which they had differed, Stalin's policy in Georgia. On this, too, he was at last going to meet Comrade Trotsky. He was in the mood of a man who, with one foot in the grave, uneasily looks back on his life's work and is seized by a poignant awareness of its flaws. Some months earlier, at the 11th Congress, he said that often he had the uncanny sensation which a driver has when he suddenly feels that his vehicle is not moving in the direction in which he steers it. Powerful forces diverted the Soviet state from its proper road, the semi-barbarous peasant individualism of Russia, pressure from capitalist surroundings, and above all, the deep-seated native traditions of uncivilized absolutist government. 91 After every spell of illness, when he returned to watch anew the movements of the state machine, Lenin's alarm grew, and with pathetic determination he struggled to grip the steering wheel in his paralyzed hands. The vehicle, he discovered, had run into the rut. Oh, how familiar of great Russian chauvinism. In the second half of December he re-examined the circumstances of the conflict with the Georgian Bolsheviks, the conflict in which he had sided with Stalin. He carefully collected, sifted, and collated the facts. He learned about the brutality with which Stalin and Ortjonikij, Stalin's subordinate, had behaved in Tiflis. He found that the accusations they leveled against the Georgian deviationists were false, and he grew angry with himself for having allowed Stalin to abuse his confidence and to cloud his judgment. In this mood, on 23 and December 25, Lenin dictated that letter to his followers which became in effect his last will and testament. He intended to offer the party guidance about those who would presently be called upon to lead it. He characterized briefly the men of the leading team, so that the party should know which, in his view, were the merits and the faults of each. He contained his emotion and weighed his words so as to convey a judgment based on observation of many years and not a view formed on the spur of the moment. The party, he wrote, should beware of the danger of a split in which Stalin and Trotsky, the two most eminent leaders of the present Central Committee, would confront each other as the chief antagonists. Their antagonism reflected as yet no basic conflict of class interest or principle, it still was, he suggested, merely a clash of personalities. Trotsky was the most able of all the party leaders, but he was possessed of excessive self-confidence, a disposition to be too much attracted by the purely administrative aspect of affairs, and an inclination to oppose himself individualistically to the Central Committee. In a Bolshevik leader these were, of course, important faults, impairing his capacity for teamwork and his judgment. Yet, Lenin added, the party ought not to hold against Trotsky his pre-revolutionary disagreements with Bolshevism. The warning implied that the disagreements had long since been lived down, but Lenin was aware that this was not necessarily the view taken by his disciples. About Stalin he had only this to say: having become General Secretary, Stalin has concentrated immeasurable power in his hands, and I am not sure that he will always know how to use that power with sufficient caution. The warning was suggestive but inconclusive. Lenin refrained from offering explicit advice and stating personal preferences. He seemed to place somewhat stronger emphasis on Trotsky's faults than on Stalin's, if only because with Trotsky's qualities he dealt in greater detail. Soon, however, he had afterthoughts, and on January 4, 1923 he wrote that brief and pregnant postscript in which he stated that Stalin's rudeness was already becoming unbearable in the office of the General Secretary, and in which he advised his followers to remove Stalin from that office and to appoint to it another man, more patient, more loyal, more polite, more attentive to comrades, less capricious, etc. If this were not to be done, the conflict between Stalin and Trotsky would grow more bitter with dangerous consequences to the party as a whole. 92 Lenin had no doubt that his advice to remove Stalin could only establish Trotsky in the leadership. The understatements of the will and even of the postscript give no idea of the full force of Lenin's fresh fury against Stalin and of his fixed resolve to discredit him once and for all. It was between December 25 and January 1 that Lenin formed this resolution. The Congress of the Soviets had just assembled, at which Stalin proclaimed the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics in place of the Federation established under the 1918 Constitution. 93 Having supported this constitutional change, Lenin now suspected that it would do away completely with the autonomy of the non-Russian republics and indeed re-establish Russia one and indivisible. He formed the opinion that Stalin had used the need for centralized government to screen the oppression of the small nationalities. The suspicion hardened into a certainty when Lenin had a new insight into Stalin's character. He saw him as churlish, sly, and false. On December 30, just when Stalin was proclaiming the Union, Lenin, cheating once again his doctors and his health, began to dictate a series of notes about policy towards the small nations. This was in effect his last message on the subject, and it was full of heart-searching, passionate remorse, and holy anger. 94. He wrote that he felt strongly guilty before the workers of Russia for not having intervened vigorously and drastically enough in this notorious issue. Illness had prevented him from doing so, even though he had confided his fears and doubts to Zinoviev. But only now, after he had heard Dzerzhinsky's report on Georgia, did it become quite clear to him in what sort of a swamp the party had landed. All that had happened in Georgia and elsewhere was being justified on the ground that the government must possess a single and integrated administrative machine or apparatus. Where do such statements emanate from? Lenin asked. Do they not come from that same Russian apparatus, borrowed from Tsardom and only just covered with a Soviet veneer? To the small nations, freedom of secession from the Union was becoming an empty promise. They were in fact exposed to the eruption of that truly Russian man, the great Russian chauvinist, who is essentially a scoundrel and an oppressor, as is the typical Russian bureaucrat. It was high time to defend the non-Russian nationalities from that truly Russian Dzerzhimorda. The rashness of Stalin's administrative zeal and his spite have played a fatal role. I fear that Dzerzhinsky too, has distinguished himself by his truly Russian state of mind. On New Year's Eve Lenin continued. Internationalism on the part of a so-called great nation, internationalism on the part of such a nation should consist not merely in respecting formal equality between nations. It is necessary to create such equality as would reduce the actual inequality which arises in life. The Georgian who treats this aspect of the matter with contempt and charges others with being social chauvinists, that Georgian is offending against the interests of proletarian class solidarity. Nothing hampers the growth and consolidation of such solidarity as much as does injustice towards smaller nationalities. That is why it is better to show too much conciliation and softness towards national minorities, rather than too little. The rights of the Georgians, Ukrainians, and others were more important than the need for administrative centralization which Stalin evoked in order to justify a quasi-imperialist attitude towards oppressed nationalities. If need be, Lenin concluded, the new constitution sponsored by Stalin, together with the new centralistic organization of government, would have to be scrapped altogether. Having expressed himself with so much anguish and merciless bluntness, Lenin apparently intended to turn the matter over in his thoughts and to consider what course of action to take. For over 2 months he did not communicate his notes to any member of the Politburo. The upheaval in Lenin's mind which caused him to reverse so many of his crucial policies may appear even more startling and more sudden than the change which had occurred in Trotsky in 1921 and 1922. It, too, resulted from the intense conflict between the dream and the power of the revolution, a conflict which was going on in Lenin's mind, and not only in his. In its dream the Bolshevik party saw itself as a disciplined yet inwardly free and dedicated body of revolutionaries, immune from corruption by power. It saw itself committed to observe proletarian democracy and to respect the freedom of the small nations, for without this there could be no genuine advance to socialism. In pursuit of their dream, the Bolsheviks had built up an immense and centralized machine of power to which they then gradually surrendered more and more of their dream: proletarian democracy, the rights of the small nations, and finally their own freedom. They could not dispense with power if they were to strive for the fulfillment of their ideals, but now their power came to oppress and overshadow their ideals. The gravest dilemmas arose, and also a deep cleavage between those who clung to the dream and those who clung to the power. The cleavage was not clear-cut, because dream and power were up to a point inseparable. It was from attachment to the revolution that the Bolsheviks had mounted and operated the machine of power, which now functioned according to its own laws and by its own momentum, and which demanded from them all their attachment. Consequently, those who clung to the dream were by no means inclined to smash the machine of power, and those who identified themselves with power did not altogether abandon the dream. The same men who at one moment stood for one aspect of Bolshevism at the next moment rushed to embrace its opposite aspect. Nobody had in 1921 gone farther than Trotsky in demanding that every interest and aspiration should be wholly subordinated to the iron dictatorship. Yet he was the first of the Bolshevik chiefs to turn against the machine of that dictatorship when it began to devour the dream. When subsequently Trotsky became involved in the struggle over the succession to Lenin, many of those who heard him invoke the revolution's ideals doubted his sincerity, and wondered whether he did not use them merely as pretexts in the contest for power. Lenin stood above any such suspicion. He was the party's undisputed leader, and he had and could have had no ulterior motive when in the last weeks of his activity he confessed with a sense of guilt that he had not sufficiently resisted the new oppression of the weak by the strong, and when he used his last ounce of strength to strike a blow at the over-centralized machine of power. He invoked the purpose of the revolution for its own sake, from a deep, disinterested, and remorseful devotion to it. And when at last, a dying man, his mind ablaze, he moved to retrieve the revolution from its heavy encumbrance, it was to Trotsky that he turned as his ally. Chapter 2. The Anathema. F. Rom. The beginning of the Civil War. The Politburo acted as the party's brain and supreme authority, although the party statutes contained no provision even for its existence. The annual congresses elected only a central committee which was endowed with the widest powers of determining policy and managing the organization and was accountable to the next Congress. The Central Committee elected the Politburo. At first, the Politburo was to take decisions only on urgent matters arising during the weekly or fortnightly intervals between the sessions of the Central Committee. Then, as the scope of the affairs with which that committee had to deal widened, including more and more of the business of government, and as the members of the committee became increasingly absorbed in manifold departmental responsibilities and were often absent from Moscow, the Central Committee gradually and informally delegated some of its prerogatives to the Politburo. The Central Committee once consisted only of a dozen or so members, but then it became too big and cumbersome to act effectively. In 1922 it met only once in 2 months, while the members of the Politburo worked in close day-to-day contact. In their work they adhered strictly to democratic procedure. Where differences of opinion were marked, they decided by a simple majority. It was within this framework, as primus inter pares, that Lenin exercised supreme power. 1. From December 1922 the problem of the succession to Lenin was uppermost in the Politburo's mind. Yet in principle the problem could not even exist. With or without Lenin it was the Politburo as a body which was supposed to rule the party, and the will of the Politburo was what its majority willed. The question therefore became not who would succeed Lenin, but how the alignments in the Politburo would shape themselves without Lenin, and what sort of a majority would form itself to provide stable leadership. Stability of leadership had so far rested, at least in part, on Lenin's unchallenged authority and on his powers of persuasion and tactical skill, which, as a rule, allowed him to secure in each matter as it arose majority votes for his proposals. Lenin had no need to form for this purpose any special faction of his own within the Politburo. The change which occurred either in December 1922, or in January 1923 when Lenin finally ceased to take part in the Politburo's work, was the creation of a special faction the sole purpose of which was to prevent Trotsky from having a majority which would enable him to take Lenin's place. That faction was the triumvirate of Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamenev. The motives which prompted Stalin to set his face against Trotsky are clear enough. Their antagonism dated back to the early Tsaritsyn battles of 1918, and recently Trotsky's wounding criticisms of the Commissar of Rabkrin and of the General Secretary had exacerbated it. In December 1922 or in the following January Stalin could have had no knowledge of the block against him which Lenin and Trotsky moved, of Lenin's resolve to see him removed from the General Secretariat, or of the attack which Lenin was preparing against his policy in Georgia and his great Russian chauvinism. But he sensed danger. 3 He saw Lenin and Trotsky acting in unison over the trade monopoly and then over Gosplan. He heard Lenin inveighing against bureaucratic misrule, and he probably knew from Zinoviev that Lenin was disturbed by events in Georgia. As General Secretary, Stalin had already gained enormous power. The Secretariat had taken over from the Politburo most of its executive functions and left to it decisions on high policy. Nominally, however, the Politburo exercised control over the Secretariat and the Orgbureau, and it could prolong or refuse to prolong Stalin's tenure of office. Stalin was convinced that he could expect no good for himself from a Politburo swayed by Trotsky. At this stage he was anxious merely to preserve the influence he had acquired rather than to take Lenin's place. He was aware that the party saw in him only the supreme technician and manipulator of its machine, but not a policy-maker and an expounder of Marxism such as it would expect Lenin's successor to be. No doubt Stalin's ambition was stung by this lack of appreciation, but his caution induced him to make allowance for it. Next to Lenin and Trotsky, Zinoviev was by far the most popular member of the Politburo. He was president of the Communist International, and in these years, when the Russian party had not yet come to use the International as a mere tool, but considered itself to be under its moral authority, the presidency of the International was the most exalted position for any Bolshevik to occupy. Zinoviev was also the head of the Northern Commune, the Soviet of Petrograd. He was an agitator and speaker of tremendous power, and he was almost constantly before the party's eyes as one of the revolution's giants, an embodiment of Bolshevik virtue, indomitable and implacable. This popular image of his personality did not correspond to his real character, which was complex and shaky. His temper alternated between bursts of feverish energy and bouts of apathy, between flights of confidence and spells of dejection. He was usually attracted by bold ideas and policies which it needed the utmost courage and steadfastness to pursue. Yet his will was weak, vacillating, and even cowardly. 4 He was superb at picking Lenin's brain and acting as Lenin's loud and stormy mouthpiece, but he had no strong mind of his own. He was capable of the loftiest sentiments. In his best moments, in his idealistic vein, he impressed his listeners with such force that in a single speech lasting 3 hours and made in a foreign language, arguing against the most brilliant and authoritative men of European socialism, he persuaded a divided and hesitant Congress of the German Independent Socialist Party to join the Communist International. 5 His grip on the imagination of Russian crowds is described by eyewitnesses as demonic. 6 Yet from the loftiest sentiments he could stoop at once to the meanest tricks and the demagogue's cheapest jokes. In the course of the many years which he had spent by Lenin's side in Western Europe, his quick mind had absorbed a considerable mass of knowledge about the world, yet it remained unrefined and unpolished. His temper was warm and affectionate, yet it was also savage and brutal. Genuinely attached to the principle of internationalism and a man of world outlook, he was at the same time a parochial politician inclined to settle the greatest issues by horse trading and petty maneuvre. He had risen to an undreamed of height, and, devoured by ambition, he strove to rise even higher, but he labored under inner uncertainty and doubt in himself. It was Zinoviev's great pride that he had been Lenin's closest disciple in the 10 years between 1907 and 1917, the years of reaction, isolation, and despair, when they were both struggling to keep the party in being and to prepare it for the great day, and when, at the time of the Zimmerwald and Kientel conferences, together they launched on the world the idea of the Third International. But it was Zinoviev's great shame, or so he himself and his comrades thought, that he had failed at his test in October 1917, when he opposed the insurrection and Lenin branded him as strike-breaker of the revolution. Between this shame and that pride his whole political life was torn. He did his best to get over the memories of 1917, and he was helped in this by Lenin, who even in his will begged the party not to remind Zinoviev and Kamina of their historic error. By 1923 most party members had almost forgotten the grave incident or were not inclined to delve into the past. The old guard preferred to let bygones be bygones, if only because the cleavage on the eve of the October Revolution had run right across it and many of its members were then on Zinoviev's side. All the more did the historians and the legend-mongers of the old guard turn the limelights on the earlier period, the one in which Zinoviev's great pride resided. If any man could in Lenin's absence speak for the old guard, then it was surely Zinoviev. It was unthinkable that he should now accept Trotsky's leadership. Not only was his memory crowded with the many incidents of their pre-revolutionary feud when, encouraged by Lenin, he had often vehemently inveighed against Trotsky. 7 Not only had his great shame been connected with the event on which rested Trotsky's chief title to glory, the October insurrection. Ever since 1917 he had been opposed to Trotsky at almost every crucial turn of Bolshevik policy. He was the most extreme advocate of the Peace of Brest-Litovsk, and he vaguely encouraged the military opposition to Trotsky during the Civil War. In the spring of 1919 Trotsky arrived at Petrograd to organize its defenses against Yudenika's offensive after Zinoviev, the city's official leader, had thrown up his hands in panic. During the Kronstadt Rising Trotsky blamed Zinoviev for having needlessly provoked it. On the other hand, Zinoviev was one of Trotsky's most vocal critics in the debate over militarization of labor and trade unions. 8 Later, at the Politburo, he cast his vote against Trotsky over economic policy and Gosplan only to find himself defeated when Lenin went over to Trotsky. Even at the executive of the International he was again defeated by Trotsky when the latter, together with Lenin, forced through the policy of the United Front. No wonder his attitude towards Trotsky was one of sneaking admiration mingled with envy and that sense of inferiority which Trotsky induced in so many members of the old guard. Zinoviev's attitude was as a rule shared by Kamina. The political partnership of these two men was so close that the Bolsheviks regarded them as their Castor and Pollux. Paradoxically, however, it was not the likeness but the contrast of their minds and temperaments that made of them political twins. Kamina, although he headed the party organization of Moscow City, was far less popular than Zinoviev but far more respected in the inner circle of the leaders. Less self-confident on the public platform, not given to oratorical flourishes and heroic postures, he possessed a stronger and more cultivated intellect and a steadier character, but he lacked Zinoviev's fervor and imagination. He was a man of ideas rather than slogans. Unlike Zinoviev, he was as a rule attracted by moderate ideas and policies, but the strength of his Marxist convictions inhibited him in his moderation. His theoretical thinking was at loggerheads with his political inclination. His conciliatory character suited him well for the part of the negotiator, and in the early days Lenin often used him as the party's chief representative in contacts with other parties, especially when Lenin was anxious for agreement. But his moderation repeatedly brought him into conflict with Lenin. During the treason trial of the Bolshevik deputies to the Duma, early in the First World War, Kamina declared from the dock that he was no adherent of Lenin's revolutionary defeatism. In March and April 1917, before Lenin's return to Russia, he steered the party towards conciliation with the Mensheviks, and in October he was an opponent of the insurrection. Yet it was not courage that he lacked. Nor was he a mere trimmer. Cool and reserved, free from excessive vanity and ambition, he hid behind his phlegmatic appearance an infinite loyalty to the party. His character showed itself on the very day of the October Revolution. Having publicly opposed the insurrection, he appeared at the insurgents' headquarters right at the very beginning, put himself at their disposal and wholeheartedly cooperated with them, thus assuming responsibility for the policy he had opposed and courting all the political and personal risks involved. 9. What attracted him so strongly to Zinoviev was probably the very contrast of their characters. In each of them impulses were active which should have driven them wide apart, but in each strong inhibitions were also at work which kept their conflicting impulses in check, with the result that the two men usually met halfway between the opposed extremes towards which they gravitated. Kamenev felt none of Zinoviev's and Stalin's intense hostility towards Trotsky, his former brother-in-law, and he might have put up with his leadership more easily than they. It was from sheer devotion to the old guard and friendship to Zinoviev that he turned against Trotsky. Whatever his private inclinations and tastes, he was extremely sensitive to the mood which prevailed among the old Bolsheviks, and by it he was swayed. When that mood went against Trotsky, Kamenev, full of misgivings and heartbroken, went with it. He did not and could not hope to gain anything for himself by joining the triumvirate. He had no ambition to become Lenin's successor. But he supported and encouraged the restless ambition of his political twin, in part because he was convinced that it was harmless, that Zinoviev could not take Lenin's place anyhow, and that the triumvirs would in fact rule the party collectively, and partly, because in his moderation Kamenev was genuinely afraid of Trotsky's dominant and imperious personality and of his risky ideas and policies. Zinoviev, Stalin, and Kamenev, however they differed in their characters and motives, were flesh and blood of the old guard, and between them they seemed to embody every aspect of the party's life and tradition. In Zinoviev were found the élan and the popular appeal of Bolshevism, in Kamenev its more serious doctrinal aspirations and its sophistication, and in Stalin the self-assurance and the practical sense of its solid and battle-hardened caucus. When they joined hands to debar Trotsky from the leadership, they expressed a distrust and instinctive aversion felt by many members of the old guard. As yet they had no intention of eliminating him from the party, or even from its leading bodies. They acknowledged his merits. They wished him to occupy a prominent place in the Politburo. But they did not consider him worthy of occupying Lenin's place, and they were horrified at the thought that, if nothing was undertaken against him, he might do so. The triumvirs pledged themselves to concert their moves and act in unison. 10 In doing so they automatically swayed the Politburo. In Lenin's absence the Politburo consisted of only 6 members, the triumvirs, Trotsky, Tomsky, and Bukharin. Even if Trotsky had won over Tomsky and Bukharin, the vote would still have been divided equally. But as long as he, Bukharin, and Tomsky, formed no faction and voted each in his own way, it was enough that one of them should vote with the triumvirs, or abstain, to give them a majority. The triumvirs knew beforehand that Tomsky would not make common cause with Trotsky. An upright worker, a veteran Bolshevik, and a trade union leader in the first instance, Tomsky was the most modest member of the Politburo. He was eager to defend, within limits and with caution, the demands and wage claims of the workers, and so in 1920 he was the first to oppose Trotsky over the militarization of labor and to raise a storm when Trotsky threatened to shake up the trade unions. Trotsky criticized him harshly as an old-fashioned type of the trade unionist who from pre-revolutionary habit encouraged the consumptionist attitude in the workers and showed no understanding for the productionist outlook of the socialist state. For some time Tomsky led the trade unions in virtual revolt against the party. He was deposed from their central council and sent on an assignment, which was a barely veiled form of exile, to Turkestan. After the promulgation of NEP he returned to the Kremlin and was promoted to membership of the Politburo. But the wound inflicted on him rankled, and his attitude reflected the hostility towards Trotsky, the militarizer of labor, which many Bolshevik trade unionists had felt since 1920. Bukharin was the only member of the Politburo who was still friendly towards Trotsky. In his early 30s, yet an old Bolshevik, he was the party's leading theorist, brilliant and profoundly educated. Lenin criticized his inclination to scholasticism and the doctrinaire angularity of his ideas. These ideas, however, exercised a strong influence even on Lenin, who often adopted them and gave them a more realistic and supple expression. 11 Bukharin's was indeed an angular mind, fascinated more by the logical neatness of abstract propositions than by confused and confusing realities. Yet angularity of intellect was combined in him with an artistic sensitivity and impulsiveness, a delicacy of character, and a gay, at times almost schoolboyish, sense of humor. His rigidly deductive logic and his striving for abstraction and symmetry induced him to take up extreme positions. For years he had been the leader of the left communists, and by a process of radical reversal he was to become the leader of the party's right wing. Bukharin had been in conflict with Trotsky as often as in agreement. During the Brest-Litovsk crisis he led the war party and opposed the shameful peace. During the Civil War he was in sympathy with those who opposed the discipline and the centralistic organization which Trotsky gave to the Red Army. Then in the debate over trade unions he drew close to Trotsky. Like Trotsky, and even more passionately, he defended the rights of the non-Russian nationalities and stood up for the Georgian deviationists. But whether he saw eye to eye with Trotsky or not, he was attracted to him by a strong affection and was spellbound by his personality. 12 Trotsky describes how in 1922, when he himself was laid up with a minor illness, Bukharin visited him and told him about Lenin's first stroke of paralysis. At that time Bukharin was attached to me in his characteristic manner, half hysterically, half childishly. He finished his account of Lenin's illness and dropped down on my bed and muttered, as he gripped me through the blanket, "Don't you fall ill too, I implore you, don't. There are two men of whose death I always think with horror, Lenin and you." Another time he sobbed on Trotsky's shoulder, "What are they doing with the party? They are turning it into a gutter." 13 But with only this one friend in the Politburo, Trotsky could not do much. Bukharin's sobs and sighs were of little assistance to him when he was confronted by the triumvirs. Apart from these full members of the Politburo, there were two alternate members, Rykov, chief of the Supreme Council of National Economy, and Kalinin, nominal head of the state. Both were moderate Bolsheviks. Both were of peasant origin and both retained much of the muzhik's character and outlook. In both, receptiveness to the moods of rural Russia, to the peasantry's hopes and fears, and also to some of its prejudices was stronger than in perhaps any other leader. Both embodied the element of nativeness in the party, genuine Russianness and all that it implied, a distinct anti-intellectual bias, a distrust of the European element, a pride in social roots, and a certain stolidity of outlook. All this predisposed them against Trotsky. The peasantry, we know, cherished the regained freedom of private property and trade and was afraid of nothing more than of a relapse into war communism. Of that fear Rykov and Kalinin were the mouthpieces within the party. More than anyone else they sensed a danger of such a relapse in Trotsky's ideas on planning. When Trotsky spoke of the lack of any guiding idea in the Supreme Council of the National Economy and of its inclination towards a Soviet variety of laissez-faire, he had Rykov in mind. Rykov, for his part, saw in Trotsky's scheme for a new Gosplan an encroachment upon his own prerogatives and more than that an encroachment upon the basic principle of NEP. He was now the first to level against Trotsky the charge of hostility towards the peasant, the charge which was to resound through all the campaigns against Trotsky in coming years. 14. Kalinin, on the contrary, had a deep respect for Trotsky and a friendly feeling, which he was to express even at the height of the drive against Trotskyism. The circumstance that in 1919 it was Trotsky who sponsored Kalinin's candidature for the office of head of state, because of Kalinin's exceptional appeal to the peasants, had perhaps something to do with this. 15 Yet, when Rykov began to speak of Trotsky's hostility towards the peasantry, Kalinin was undoubtedly impressed. He had no strong views about Trotsky's proposals for policy, of which, in any case, he understood little, but he concluded, without rancor, that nothing could be safer and sounder than to keep in check Trotsky's influence, an influence which might endanger the alliance between workers and peasants. Two other men, Dzerzhinsky and Molotov, were at this time closely associated with the Politburo, although they were not members. Dzerzhinsky, chief of Chika and GPU, was the only one in this group of leaders who did not belong to the old guard. He had come from the Social Democratic Party of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania, the party founded by Rosa Luxemburg, and he had adhered to the Bolsheviks only in 1917, about the same time as Trotsky. His original party had, under Rosa Luxemburg's inspiration, adopted towards the Bolsheviks an attitude indistinguishable from Trotsky's. It was usually critical of both Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, and it was the only party in the Socialist International to agree with Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution. Dzerzhinsky, even after he had joined the Bolsheviks, remained opposed to Lenin over the self-determination of the non-Russian nationalities, and, again following Luxemburg, he argued that socialism should overcome, not encourage, separatist tendencies among the small nations. Paradoxically, this internationalist reasoning led him, the Pole of noble origin, to back Stalin's ultra-centralistic policy and to act vis-a-vis the Georgians as a spokesman of the new indivisible Russia. Dzerzhinsky's views, however, had not hitherto counted for much within the party. Important as the revolution's chief security officer, he was not a political leader. When the Bolsheviks decided to set up the Extraordinary Commission for the Struggle Against Counter-Revolution, as their political police were first called, they looked for a man with absolutely clean hands to do the dirty work, and they found such a man in Dzerzhinsky. He was incorruptible, selfless, and intrepid, a soul of deep poetic sensibility, constantly stirred to compassion for the weak and the suffering. 16 At the same time, his devotion to his cause was so intense that it made him a fanatic who would shrink from no act of terror as long as he was convinced that it was necessary for the cause. Living in permanent tension between his lofty idealism and the butchery which was his daily job, high-strung, his life force burning itself out like a flame, he was regarded by his comrades as the strange saint of the revolution of the Savonarola breed. It was his misfortune that his incorruptible character was not allied to a strong and discriminating mind. His need was to serve the cause, and he came to identify the cause with the party of his adoption and then to identify that party with its leaders, with Lenin and Trotsky until lately, and now with the triumvirs behind whom he saw the old guard. Not being himself one of the old guard, he was all the more eager to promote its interest, and so he became more Bolshevik than the old Bolsheviks themselves, just as he was, according to Lenin, more Great Russian than the Russians themselves. For sheer lack of color, Molotov forms a striking contrast to Dzerzhinsky. In his late 20s, he already occupied a high position in the hierarchy. He had been secretary to the Central Committee before Stalin became General Secretary, and then he served under Stalin as his chief aide. Even at this stage his narrowness and slow-mindedness were already bywords in Bolshevik circles. He appeared to be devoid of any political talent and incapable of any initiative. He usually spoke at party conferences as rapporteur on a second or third-rate point, and his speech was always as dull as dishwater. The descendant of an intellectual family, a relative of Scriabin, the great musician, he seemed the very opposite of the intellectual, a man without ideas of his own. He could not have been altogether without his spark. The spark had shown itself in 1917, but it was now quite extinguished. Molotov was the almost perfect example of the revolutionary-turned-official, and he owed his promotion to the completeness of this conversion. He possessed a few peculiar virtues which helped him along: infinite patience, imperturbable endurance, meekness towards superiors, and a tireless, almost mechanical industry which in the eyes of his superiors compensated for his mediocrity and incompetence. Very early he attached himself like a shadow to Stalin, and very early, too, he conceived an intense dislike, mingled with fear, of Trotsky. The story is told that Trotsky once appeared at the Secretariat, dissatisfied with something that had been done there, and all but pointing at Molotov taunted the dull-witted bureaucrats of the Secretariat. "Comrade Trotsky," Molotov stammered out, "Comrade Trotsky, not everyone can be a genius." 17. Thus even before the beginning of the struggle for the succession, Trotsky stood almost alone in the Politburo. He had the first inkling of a concerted action against him in the early weeks of 1923, a full year before Lenin's death, when at sessions of the Politburo he found himself attacked by Stalin with quite unwanted ferocity and venom. 18 Stalin assailed him for his persistence in declining to be vice premier. He questioned Trotsky's motives and insinuated that Trotsky refused to respond to the call of duty because in his craving for power he would not content himself with being one of Lenin's deputies. Then he heaped on Trotsky accusations of pessimism, bad faith, and even of defeatism, all on the flimsiest of grounds. Thus, to show up Trotsky's defeatism, he made much play of a remark Trotsky had once made to Lenin in private, saying that the cuckoo would soon sound the death knell for the Soviet Republic. 19. Stalin had several purposes in mind. He still reckoned with the possibility of Lenin's return to office, and so he took up the issue of the appointment Lenin had proposed, hoping that he might drive this wedge between Lenin and Trotsky. He knew that nothing could embarrass Trotsky more than the insinuation that he craved to inherit Lenin's position. The calculation was shrewd. Trotsky was touched to the quick. He had sounder reasons than Stalin had to hope for Lenin's return, which would bring into action their bloc. Even apart from this, he was so confident of his own position in the party and the country and of his superiority to his adversaries, that he had no inclination to fight for the succession. He did not try to recruit partners and associates, and it did not even occur to him to maneuver for position. Yet Stalin's charges and insinuations were such that it was as absurd for Trotsky to refute them as it was dangerous to ignore them. Their effect was to drag him down and to extract from him those denials and excuses of which it is said, "Qui est excuse est accuse." Once a man in a position comparable to Trotsky's is charged with craving for power, no denial on his part can dispel the suspicion aroused, unless he resigns all office on the spot, goes out into the wilderness, and ceases even to voice his views. This Trotsky was, of course, not prepared to do. Time and again he had explained that he could not see what useful role he could perform as one of the vice premiers whose functions overlapped, and that the division of labor in the government was faulty because every commissar was doing too many jobs and every job was done by too many commissars. He now added that as vice premier he would have no machinery through which to work and no real influence. My appointment to such a work would, in my view, efface me politically. He denied the imputation of pessimism and defeatism. He had indeed made the remark about the cuckoo sounding the death knell for the Soviet Republic when he tried to impress on Lenin the ruinous effects of economic waste and red tape, but his purpose, was there any need to say it, was to remedy those ills, not to sow panic. 20 To such irrelevancies had the bickering in the Politburo sunk, and it dragged on for weeks, during which Trotsky, waiting for Lenin's return, held his fire. He had some reason for waiting. The medical reports on Lenin's health were encouraging. Even from his sickbed Lenin dealt blow after blow at Stalin with a relentless resolve which surprised Trotsky. It was only proper, Trotsky held, that he should leave to Lenin the initiative in this matter. At the beginning of February Lenin produced, inter alia, a severe criticism of Rabkin and communicated it to the Politburo. Although Stalin had already withdrawn from Rabkin, Lenin's attack affected him personally, because Lenin left no doubt that he considered the commissariat to have been an utter failure during Stalin's tenure of office. He spoke of the vices of the commissariat in almost the same terms that Trotsky had used: lack of culture, muddle, bureaucratic misrule and wantonness, and he inserted barbed remarks against bureaucracy in the party as well. He concluded with proposals for an overhaul of Rabkin, a reduction of its staff, and for the setting up of a central control commission, which was to take over many of Rabkin's functions. For several weeks Trotsky demanded that Lenin's criticism be published, but the Politburo refused. 21. At the same time Trotsky submitted a scheme for a radical reorganization of the Central Committee and of its various agencies, and he supported this by a critical survey of the party's condition. The Central Committee, he said with emphasis, had lost touch with the lower ranks and had become transformed into a self-sufficient bureaucratic machine. This was the issue over which the controversy was to burst into the open next autumn. but already in January and February Trotsky posed it before the Politburo with even greater bluntness than that which he was to allow himself in the public debate later. In some details, such as the size of the Central Committee and its relationship with the Central Control Commission, his scheme differed from Lenin's. The triumvirs made the most of these differences, saying that Trotsky not only snubbed Lenin by refusing to become his deputy but also tried to divert the party from Lenin's ideas of organization. At this stage the upper ranks of the hierarchy were becoming initiated into the Politburo dispute, and nothing could do more to damage Trotsky's position in their eyes as Lenin's presumed successor than a whispering campaign in which he was depicted as resisting Lenin on almost every issue. The words of the triumvirs were calculated to feed such a campaign. Their charges were recorded in the Politburo minutes and opened for inspection to members of the Central Committee who were not slow in divulging their secrets to friends and subordinates. The campaign had been afoot for some time already when Trotsky first reacted to it. On February 23, 1923 he addressed a letter to the Central Committee in which he said, "Some members have expressed the opinion that Comrade Lenin's scheme aims at preserving the party's unity while the purpose of my project is to create a split." This insinuation was concocted and canvassed by a clique which in fact concealed Lenin's writings from party members. He disclosed what had happened at the Politburo, while the majority held it impossible even to publish Lenin's letter. I not only insisted on publication, but defended the essential ideas of the letter, or, to put it more accurately, those of its ideas which seemed essential to me. I reserve, he concluded, the right to expose these facts before the entire party, should this become necessary, in order to refute an insinuation have enjoyed all too great an impunity because I have almost never reacted to insinuation. 22 The occasion for the exposure was to be the 12th Party Congress convened for April. The threat was characteristic of Trotsky. He felt that he was by the unwritten code of inter-party loyalty bound to give his antagonists due notice of any move against them which he might contemplate. He thereby deprived himself of the advantage of surprise and gave them time to parry the blow. This was the exact opposite of Stalin's tactics. Trotsky did not even intend to carry out his threat, however. His aim was merely to curb Stalin and to gain time while waiting for Lenin's recovery. He obtained one immediate result. On March 4, Pravda at last published Lenin's attack on Rabkrin. On March 5, while he, too, was confined to bed with illness, Trotsky received from Lenin a message of the utmost importance and urgency. 23 Lenin begged him to speak out in defense of the Georgian deviationists at the forthcoming session of the Central Committee. This was Trotsky's first contact with Lenin since their talk about the bloc in December, and the first intimation he had of Lenin's changed attitude in the Georgian affair. At present, Lenin wrote, their case is under prosecution by Stalin and Dzerzhinsky, and I cannot rely on Stalin's and Dzerzhinsky's impartiality. Quite the contrary. If you would agree to undertake the defense, my mind would be at rest. Lenin attached a copy of his notes on Stalin's policy towards the nationalities. These notes for the first time gave Trotsky a full idea of the relentlessness with which Lenin intended to press home the attack. By comparison, Lenin's criticism of Rabkrin seemed mild. Lenin's secretaries added that Lenin had prepared, to use his own word, a bombshell against Stalin to be exploded at the Congress. Moreover, in a last moment of an exhausting tension of mind and will, he urged Trotsky to show no weakness or vacillation, to trust no rotten compromise Stalin might propose, and, last but not least, to give Stalin and his associates no warning of the attack. The next day he himself sent a message to the Georgian deviationists, conveying his warm sympathy and promising to speak up. About the same time Trotsky learned from Kamenev that Lenin had written a letter to Stalin threatening to break off all personal relations. 24 Stalin had behaved in an offensive manner towards Krupskaya when she was collecting information for Lenin on the Georgian affair, and when Lenin learned about this, he could hardly contain his indignation. He decided, Krupskaya told Kamenev, to crush Stalin politically. What a moment of moral satisfaction and triumph this was for Trotsky. As on so many previous occasions, Lenin at last acknowledged that Trotsky had been right all along. As so often before, Trotsky's bold foresight had condemned him for a time to political solitude and had caused dissension between him and Lenin, and just as events had vindicated him and led Lenin to conclusions identical with his, first over Gosplan, then over Rabkrin and party bureaucracy, so now they vindicated him over Georgia. Trotsky was confident that the triumvirate was ruined and Stalin beaten. He was the victor and could dictate his terms. His adversaries thought likewise. When on their behalf Kamenev came to see Trotsky on March 6, he was crestfallen, ready for chastisement, and anxious to mollify Trotsky. 25. Not much mollifying was needed. Trotsky's revenge was to display magnanimity and forgiveness. Forgetting Lenin's warning, he jumped at a rotten compromise. Lenin intended to demote Stalin and Dzerzhinsky and even to expel from the party for at least 2 years Ortjonikij because of the latter's brutal behavior at Tiflis. Trotsky at once reassured Kamenev that he himself would propose no such severe reprisals. "I am," he said, "against removing Stalin and against expelling Ortjonikij and displacing Dzerzhinsky, but I do agree with Lenin in substance." 26. All he asked of Stalin was that he should mend his ways, let him behave loyally towards his colleagues, let him apologize to Krupskaya, and let him stop bullying the Georgians. Stalin had just prepared theses, to be submitted to the party Congress, on policy towards the non-Russian nationalities. He was to address the Congress on this point as the Central Committee's rapporteur. Anxious to justify his own behavior, he had placed strong emphasis on the condemnation of local nationalisms. Trotsky proposed that Stalin should reword his resolution, insert a denunciation of great Russian chauvinism and of Russia one and indivisible, and give the Georgians and Ukrainians a firm assurance that henceforth their rights would be respected. This was all he demanded of Stalin: no breast-beating and no personal apologies. On these terms he was prepared to let Stalin continue as General Secretary. On these terms Stalin was, of course, ready to surrender, or at least to feign surrender. To find himself threatened with political ruin, to feel Lenin's anger bursting over his head, and at this very moment to see Trotsky stretching out to him a forgiving hand was a quirk of fortune for which he could not but be grateful. He accepted Trotsky's terms at once. He rephrased his theses and inserted all of Trotsky's amendments. As to the other conditions, well, all the offense he had given and all the hurts he had caused had sprung, he said, from misunderstandings, and he was only too anxious to clear these up. While Kamenev was still acting as go-between, Lenin succumbed to another stroke. He was to survive it by 10 months, but paralysed, speechless most of the time, and suffering from spells of unconsciousness, the torment of which was all the greater because in the intervals he was acutely and helplessly aware of the intrigue in the background. The news of Lenin's relapse at once relieved the triumvirs. A few days after they had meekly submitted to Trotsky, they were once again working with redoubled energy but greater discretion to eliminate him from the succession. He still felt on top. He did not abandon the hope that Lenin would recover. In any case, he had in his hands Lenin's messages and manuscripts, and if he were to come out with these at the Congress, especially with the notes on the Georgian affair, the party would have not a shadow of doubt where Lenin stood. Surely, he concluded, the triumvirs must know this and, fearing exposure, they must adhere to the compromise. The triumvirs knew that Trotsky had promised Lenin to take up the case of the Georgian deviationists and to acquaint the Congress with Lenin's views. Stalin's chief preoccupation was now to prevail upon Trotsky not to act on this promise. Had he, Stalin, not done everything Trotsky demanded of him? He had, indeed, and so Trotsky consented to submit Lenin's notes to the Politburo and to leave it to the Politburo to decide whether or in what form they should be communicated to the Congress. The Politburo resolved that the notes should in no case be published, and that only chosen delegates should be acquainted in strict confidence with their content. This was not how Lenin had expected Trotsky to behave when he urged him to remain adamant, to address the Congress with complete bluntness, and to allow no patching up of differences. But all these urgings and warnings were lost on Trotsky, who in his magnanimous mood helped the triumvirs to conceal from the world Lenin's deathbed confession of shame and guilt at the revival of the Tsarist spirit in the Bolshevik state. Lenin's notes on policy towards the non-Russian nationalities were to remain unknown to the party for 33 years. 27. Hindsight makes Trotsky's behavior appear incredibly foolish. This was the moment when his adversaries were taking up positions, and every one of his steps was as if calculated to smooth their way. Years later he remarked wistfully that if he had spoken up at the 12th Congress, with Lenin's authority behind him, he would probably have defeated Stalin there and then, but that in the long run Stalin might still have won. 28 The truth is that Trotsky refrained from attacking Stalin because he felt secure. No contemporary, and he least of all, saw in the Stalin of 1923 the menacing and towering figure he was to become. It seemed to Trotsky almost a bad joke that Stalin, the willful and sly but shabby and inarticulate man in the background, should be his rival. He was not going to be bothered about him, he was not going to stoop to him or even to Zinoviev, and, above all, he was not going to give the party the impression that he, too, participated in the undignified game played by Lenin's disciples over Lenin's still empty coffin. Trotsky's conduct was as awkward and as preposterous as must be the behavior of any character from high drama suddenly involved in low farce. Of farce there was indeed no lack. When the Politburo met on the eve of the Congress, Stalin proposed that Trotsky should address the Congress as the Central Committee's political rapporteur. That is in the role hitherto always reserved for Lenin. Trotsky refused, saying that as General Secretary Stalin should be rapporteur ex officio. Stalin, all modesty and meekness, replied, "No, the party would not understand it. The report must be made by the most popular member of the Central Committee." 29 The most popular member, who only a few weeks earlier had been charged with craving for power, now leaned over backwards to show that the charge was baseless, and so he made it all the easier for the triumvirs to overthrow him. The Politburo decided that Zinoviev should deliver the address the party had been accustomed to hear from Lenin. When the 12th Congress at last assembled, in the middle of April, its opening provided an occasion for a spontaneous display of homage to Trotsky. As usual, the chairman read out the greetings to the Congress which poured in from party cells, trade unions, and groups of workers and students all over the country. In almost every message tributes were paid to Lenin and Trotsky. Only now and then did the greetings refer to Zinoviev and Kamina, and Stalin's name was hardly mentioned. The reading of the messages went on during several sessions, and it left no doubt whom, if the party had now been asked to choose, it would have chosen as Lenin's successor. 30. The triumvirs were surprised and annoyed, but they had little to fear. Lenin was not there to explode his bombshell, and Trotsky, having promised not to explode it either, honored his promise. He did not give the Congress even the slightest hint of any disagreement between him and the triumvirs, and he kept himself well to the background. In the meantime the triumvirs acted behind the scenes. Their agents initiated delegates into the crisis in the leadership and turned against Trotsky even the homage just paid to him. They did their best to impress upon provincial delegates the dangers which they alleged were inherent in Trotsky's extraordinary popularity, had not Bonaparte, the gravedigger of the French Revolution, risen to power on such a claim. Could the imperious and ambitious Trotsky be trusted not to abuse his popularity? Was not, in Lenin's absence, the collective leadership of smaller men, but men whom the party knew and trusted, preferable to his preeminence? Such questions, uttered in worried whispers, made many a delegate apprehensive. The Bolsheviks had been accustomed to look back to the great French precedent and to think in historical analogies. Occasionally, they cast round for that unpredictable character among their leaders, the potential Danton or the would-be Bonaparte, who might spring a dangerous surprise upon their revolution. Among all the leaders none seemed to have as much affinity with Danton as Trotsky, and none, it also seemed, would the mask of a Bonaparte fit as well as him. In the eyes of many an old Bolshevik Trotsky's preeminence was a liability, and on reflection it seemed, indeed, safer that the party should be run by a team of less brilliant but reliable comrades. 31. The triumvirs behaved with studious modesty. They declared that the only claim they had on the party's confidence was that they were Lenin's loyal and tested disciples. It was at this Congress that Zinoviev and Kamina initiated the exalted glorification of Lenin, which was later to become a state cult. 32. No doubt the exaltation was in part sincere. This was the first Bolshevik Congress without Lenin, and the party already felt bereft. The triumvirs played upon this mood, knowing that the glorification of Lenin would reflect glory upon those whom the party had known as his oldest disciples. Yet they had to work hard to convince the Congress that they spoke with Lenin's voice. Delegates were uneasy. They received Zinoviev with sullen silence, when he came forward as rapporteur. His exaggerated and even ridiculous expressions of adoration of Lenin disgusted the sophisticated and the critically minded, but these were in a minority, and they did not protest lest they be misunderstood. The triumvirs followed this up by calls for discipline, unity, and unanimity. When the party was leaderless, it would have to close its ranks. Every criticism of the party line, Zinoviev exclaimed, even a so-called left criticism, is now objectively a Menshevik criticism. 33. He flung this warning at Kollontai, Shlyapnikov, and their followers, and, working himself up as he went, he told them that they were even more obnoxious than the Mensheviks. Ostensibly directed only against the workers' opposition, his words carried wider implications. They intimated to every potential critic with what sort of a denunciation he would be met. The maxim that every criticism was to be regarded a priori as a Menshevik heresy was novel. Nothing like it had been pronounced before. Yet the maxim could be deduced from the argument Zinoviev had presented at the previous Congress, when he said that in consequence of their political monopoly the Bolsheviks found that there were two or more potential parties within their party, and that one of these consisted of the unconscious Mensheviks. Concerned only with the immediate circumstances of the struggle for power and flushed with self-confidence, Zinoviev now went a step farther and described every opponent of the leading group as a virtual mouthpiece for those unconscious and inarticulate Mensheviks. It followed that the leaders, whoever they were, had the right and even the duty to suppress opponents within the party as they had suppressed the real Mensheviks. In this way Zinoviev came to formulate what was to be the canon of Bolshevik self-suppression. This call for discipline and the new view of unity did not pass unchallenged. The members of the workers' opposition and other dissenters mounted the platform to denounce the triumvirate and demand its disbandment. Lutavinov, a prominent party worker, protested against the papal infallibility and immunity from criticism Zinoviev had claimed for the Politburo. 34. Kossier, another old Bolshevik, maintained that the party was ruled by a clique, that the General Secretariat persecuted critics, that Stalin had during his first year in that office demoted and victimized the leaders of such important organizations as those of the Urals and of Petrograd, and that the talk about collective leadership was a fraud. Amid uproar, Kossier demanded that the Congress should revoke the 1921 ban on inter-party groupings. 35. The triumvirs, however, dominated the Congress. Kamina presided over it, Zinoviev enunciated policy, and Stalin manipulated the party machine. They made no bones about their partnership any longer. In reply to the challenge from the workers' opposition, they defiantly acknowledged the existence of the triumvirate. 36. But within the triumvirate a shift was making itself felt. Zinoviev was losing his position as senior triumvir. He had overreached himself, antagonized many delegates, and drawn upon himself most of the attacks from the floor. Stalin's more discreet conduct gained him credit. The eyes of the delegates turned appreciatively on him when Nogin, an old influential and moderate member of the Central Committee, made his eulogy, praising the unobtrusive but vital work of direction he had done at the General Secretariat. Essentially, Nogin said, the Central Committee constitutes that basic apparatus which sets in motion all political activity in our country. The Bureau of the Secretariat is the most important part of the apparatus. 37. Even some of the malcontents appealed from Zinoviev's flamboyance and demagoguery to Stalin's common sense. Stalin's position was further enhanced in the debate over policy towards non-Russian nationalities, the debate which might have brought his undoing. The Georgians had come to Moscow expecting to get that strong support Lenin had promised them. 38 They did not obtain it. Rakovsky, who was the head of the Ukrainian government but had not enough influence in Moscow, took up their case. Was Moscow out to Russify the small nationalities as the Tsarist gendarmes had done? He asked. 39 The Georgians were perplexed and confounded when they heard Stalin himself speaking with righteous indignation against the bullying of non-Russian nationalities, and when they found that their own denunciations of Great Russian chauvinism were inserted into the text of Stalin's theses. This spectacle, the result of Trotsky's compromise with Stalin, seemed to them a mockery of all their complaints and protests. In vain did they demand that at least Lenin's notes should be read out. The members of the Politburo were enigmatically reticent. Only one of them, Bukharin, broke the conspiracy of silence, and in a great and stirring speech, this was to be the swan song of Bukharin, the leader of left communism, he defended the small nationalities and exposed Stalin's pretenses. He exclaimed that Stalin's disavowal of Great Russian chauvinism was sheer hypocrisy, and that the atmosphere at the Congress, where the party's elite was assembled, proved it. Every word uttered from the platform against Georgian or Ukrainian nationalism aroused stormy applause, while even the mildest allusion to Great Russian chauvinism was received with irony or with icy silence. 40 It was with icy silence that the delegates received Bukharin's own speech. Stalin, emboldened by the attitude of the Congress, could now permit himself to play down the meaning and import of Lenin's attack on his policy and to rout the deviationists. Trotsky followed the proceedings impassively or absented himself. He observed scrupulously the terms of his compromise with the triumvirs and the principle of the Politburo's cabinet solidarity. This principle did not prevent Zinoviev from treating Trotsky to elusive pinpricks about his obsession with planning. 41 Trotsky did not react. He showed a blank face to the speakers of the workers' opposition when they demanded the disbandment of the triumvirate and attacked the General Secretariat. He gave not a nod of encouragement to the disheartened Georgians, and when the debate over nationalities opened he left the assembly, excusing himself on the ground that he would be busy preparing his own report to the Congress. 42. When at last, on April 20, Trotsky addressed the Congress, he turned away from the issues that had aroused so much heat and passion and spoke strictly on economic policy. 43 This, no doubt, was a great subject and the one in which he saw the key to all other problems, and at last he had the opportunity to present fully and before a nationwide audience the ideas he had so far developed only loosely or only within the closed circle of the leaders. It was part of his bargain with the triumvirs that he was authorized to present his views as a statement of official policy, although the Politburo agreed with his views no more than he agreed with Stalin's policy towards the non-Russian nationalities. He attached the greatest importance to his being able to launch his economic policy as the party's official line, and this in his eyes probably justified in part his concessions to the triumvirs. And in fact no member of the Politburo contradicted him openly while the Congress debated his address. He appealed to the party to master the country's economic destiny and to tackle the great and difficult task of primitive socialist accumulation. He surveyed the experience of 2 years of the new economic policy and redefined its principles. The twin purpose of NEP, he argued, was to develop Russia's economic resources and to direct that development into socialist channels. The rise in industrial production was still slow, it lagged behind the recovery of private farming. Thus a discrepancy arose between the two sectors of the economy, and it was reflected in the scissors that opened between high industrial and low agricultural prices. 44 Since the peasants could not afford to buy industrial goods and had no real incentive for selling their produce, the scissors threatened to cut once again the economic ties between town and country and to destroy the political alliance between worker and peasant. The scissors should be closed by lowering industrial prices rather than by raising agricultural ones. It was necessary to rationalize, modernize, and concentrate industry, and this required planning. Planning was his main theme. He did not, as his adversaries later claimed, advocate that NEP should be abandoned in favor of planning. he urged the party to pass from the retreat to a socialist offensive within the framework of NEP. The new economic policy, he said, is the arena which we ourselves have set up for the struggle between ourselves and private capital. We have set it up, we have legalized it, and within it we intend to wage the struggle seriously and for a long time. 45 Lenin had said that NEP had been conceived seriously and for long, and the opponents of planning often quoted the saying. Yes, seriously, and for a long time, Trotsky retorted, but not forever. We have introduced NEP in order to defeat it on its own ground and largely by its own methods. In what way? By making effective use of the laws of the market economy, and also by intervening through our state-owned industry in the play of those laws and by systematically broadening the scope of planning. Eventually, we shall extend planning to the entire scope of the market, thereby absorbing and abolishing the market. 46. Bolshevik views on the relationship between planning and a market economy were still extremely vague. Most Bolsheviks considered NEP almost incompatible with planning. They saw in NEP an act of appeasement of private property to which they had been driven by weakness. They thought that the need for such appeasement would remain for years, and so it was necessary to stress the stability of NEP and to strengthen the peasants' and the merchants' confidence in it. Only in a more or less remote future would the party be able to withdraw the concessions it had made to private property and to abolish NEP, and only then would it be possible to set up a planned economy. This view was to underlie Stalin's policies throughout the decade, in the course of which he first resisted planning in the name of NEP and then for the sake of planning decreed the abolition of NEP, liquidated private trade, and destroyed private farming. In Trotsky's conception, NEP was designed not merely to appease private property. It had set the framework for long-term cooperation, competition, and struggle between the socialist and the private sectors of the economy. Cooperation and struggle appeared to him dialectically opposed aspects of a single process. Consequently, he called on the party to protect and expand the socialist sector, even while it conciliated and helped to develop the private sector. Socialist planning would not one day supersede NEP at a stroke. Planning should develop within the mixed economy until the socialist sector had by its growing preponderance gradually absorbed, transformed, or eliminated the private sector and outgrown the framework of NEP. There was thus in Trotsky's scheme of things no room for any sudden abolition of NEP, for prohibition of private trade by decree and for the violent destruction of private farming, just as there was no room for any administrative proclamation of the transition to socialism. This difference between Trotsky's and Stalin's approach was to show itself most strikingly only at the turn of the decade. Immediately, however, because of his insistence on the need for an offensive socialist policy, Trotsky seemed to many people basically opposed to NEP. There is no need to go here into the economic detail of Trotsky's argument or into the case he made for primitive socialist accumulation. His ideas on this are summarized in the previous chapter. Suffice it to say that his address and the theses he presented are among the most crucial documents on Soviet economic history, and that he drew there a perspective on the Soviet economy for several decades ahead, the decades during which the evolution of the Soviet Union was to be determined by the processes of forced capital formation in an underdeveloped but largely nationalized economy. The Marxist historian may indeed describe and analyze those decades, the Stalinist decades, as the era of primitive socialist accumulation, and he may do so in terms borrowed from Trotsky's exposition of the idea in 1923.47. But whatever were the historic merits of Trotsky's performance at the 12th Congress and of whatever interest that performance may be to any study of Marxist ideas, it did not improve Trotsky's position for the struggle which awaited him. His central idea was, on the whole, beyond the understanding of his audience. The Congress was as usual impressed, but this time it was impressed by the élan of his speech rather than by its content. The few implications of his thought that the mass of delegates could grasp were such as to arouse apprehension and even suspicion. Some could not help wondering whether he was not, after all, calling on the party to abandon NEP and to return to the disastrous policies of war communism. When he demanded that industrial output should be concentrated in a small number of large and efficient concerns, the question arose what would happen to the workers who lost employment through the closing down of inefficient factories. When he argued that the working class would have to shoulder the main burden of industrial reconstruction, he made not the slightest attempt to soften the harsh impact of his words. On the contrary, he gave his thought an overemphasis which was bound to startle and shock many workers. There may be moments, he said, when the government pays you no wages, or when it pays you only half your wage, and when you, the worker, have to lend to the state. 48 It was in this way, by taking away half the worker's wage, that Stalin later promoted accumulation, but then he told the workers that the state paid them 2 or 3 times the wages they had earned before. When Trotsky put this issue before the Congress with all his bluntness and merciless honesty, the workers were struck by his mercilessness rather than by his honesty. Is he again telling us, they could not help reflecting, as he told us when he formed the labor armies, that we must take the producers', not the consumers' view? Nothing would be easier for the agents of the triumvirs than to confirm the workers in this suspicion. And how, asked others, would Trotsky's policy affect the peasantry? Would it not drive the party to a collision with the muzhik? It would, Rykov and Sokolnikov had already said at the Politburo and at the Central Committee. A significant incident at the Congress gave new point to the question. In the debate, Kherson, Trotsky's old comrade, addressed himself directly to Trotsky and asked whether he had thought out to the end the implications of primitive socialist accumulation. Early capitalism, Kherson pointed out, did not merely underpay workers or rely on the entrepreneur's abstinence to promote accumulation. It exploited colonies, it pillaged entire continents, it destroyed the yeomanry of England, it ruined the cottage weavers of India, and on their bones, which whitened the plains of India, rose the modern textile industry. Did Trotsky carry the analogy to its logical conclusion? 49. Kherson put the question without hostile intent. He approached it from his particular angle. As Commissar of Foreign Trade, he had tried to persuade the Central Committee of the need for more foreign trade and of the need to make more concessions to foreign capital. He wished to impress on the Congress that since as Bolsheviks they could not expropriate peasants and plunder colonies, everyone took this for granted, they must seek to attract foreign loans, and that foreign capital might help Russia to proceed with primitive accumulation and to avoid the horrors that had accompanied such accumulation in the West. The Bolsheviks, however, had found out by now that they had little chance of attracting foreign credits on acceptable terms, and so the question which Kherson posed retained its full force: where would the resources needed for rapid accumulation come from? When Kherson spoke of the plunder of the peasantry and the white bones of the Hindu cottage weavers, Trotsky jumped to his feet to protest that he had proposed nothing of the sort. 50 This was true enough. Still, did not the logic of his attitude lead, after all, to plundering the peasantry? That Trotsky jumped to his feet to deny it indicates that he felt a cloud of suspicion not yet larger than a man's hand gathering over his head. Having said so much that was likely to antagonize the workers and to stir in the party the fear of a collision with the peasantry, Trotsky then incurred the enmity of the industrial managers and administrators. He could not help saying the most unpopular things once he was convinced that what he had to say was of vital importance and that it was his duty to say it. And so he drew the picture of the condition of industry in such dark colors and flayed the new economic bureaucracy so pitilessly for complacency, conceit, and inefficiency that it smarted under his lash and sought to work off the grudge. Trotsky, the managers replied, saw the economy in such dark colors and was so displeased with their work because he would content himself with nothing less than the utopia of a planned economy. 51. Thus slowly but inexorably the circumstances which eventually led to Trotsky's defeat began to unfold and agglomerate. He missed the opportunity of confounding the triumvirs and discrediting Stalin. He let down his allies. He failed to act as Lenin's mouthpiece with the resolution Lenin had expected of him. He failed to support before the entire party the Georgians and the Ukrainians for whom he had stood up in the Politburo. He kept silent when the cry for inter-party democracy rose from the floor. He expounded economic ideas, the historic portent of which escaped his audience but which his adversaries could easily twist so as to impress presently upon workers, peasants, and bureaucrats alike that Trotsky was not their well-wisher, and that every social class and group ought to tremble at the mere thought that he might become Lenin's successor. At the same time the triumvirs sought assiduously to please everybody, promising something to every social class and group, pandering to every kind of complacency, and flattering every imaginable conceit. Finally, Trotsky directly strengthened the triumvirs when he declared his unshaken solidarity with the Politburo and the Central Committee and called the rank and file to exercise at this critical juncture the strictest self-restraint and the utmost vigilance. Speaking on a motion appealing for unity and discipline in Lenin's absence, he stated, "I shall not be the last in our midst to defend, to put it into effect, and to fight ruthlessly against all who may try to infringe it." 52 If in the present mood, he went on, the party warns you emphatically about things which seem dangerous to it, the party is right, even if it exaggerates, because what might not be dangerous in other circumstances must appear doubly and trebly suspect at present. In this state of alarm and heightened suspicion the triumvirs would, of course, find it easy to assert themselves and stifle opposition. Trotsky shared their anxiety over the shock to which Lenin's death might expose the party, and in his eagerness to strengthen the party he weakened his own position in it. No doubt he counted on the triumvirs' loyalty. Little though he thought of them, he treated them as comrades whom he expected to behave towards him with a certain propriety. He did not imagine that they would turn his unselfish gestures to their immediate and private advantage. The enlarged Central Committee elected at the 12th Congress reappointed Stalin as General Secretary. Trotsky made no attempt to prevent this at any rate, he did not propose any other candidate, as he knew Lenin would have done. In Lenin's absence he had no chance of displacing Stalin anyhow. The triumvirs swayed the Politburo and through it the Central Committee as before. They also dominated the new Central Control Commission elected to act as the party's supreme disciplinary court. The man appointed to preside over it was Kuibyshev, Stalin's close associate. The triumvirs had no reason to precipitate a showdown with Trotsky. He offered no provocation, and they were not yet sure how the party would behave if the conflict came into the open. Yet Stalin lost no time in setting the stage. He used his wide powers of appointment to eliminate from important posts, in the center and in the provinces, members who might be expected to follow Trotsky, and he filled the vacancies with adherents of the triumvirate or preferably of himself. He took great care to justify the promotions and demotions on the apparent merits of each case, and he was greatly assisted by the rule, which Lenin had established, that appointments should be made with reference to the number of years a member had served the party. This rule automatically favored the old guard, especially its caucus. It was in the course of this year, the year 1923, that Stalin, making full use of this system of patronage, imperceptibly became the party's master. The officials whom he nominated as regional or local secretaries knew that their positions and confirmation in office did not depend on the members of the organization on the spot but on the General Secretariat. Naturally they listened much more attentively to the tune called by the General Secretary than to views expressed in local party branches. The phalanx of these secretaries now came to substitute itself for the party, and even for the old guard of which they formed an important section. The more they grew accustomed to act uniformly under the orders of the General Secretariat, the more it was the latter which virtually substituted itself for the party as a whole. In theory the party was still governed by the Central Committee and by decisions of party congresses. But henceforth a party congress could only be a sham, as a rule only nominees of the General Secretariat had any chance of being elected as delegates. Trotsky watched this change in the party, grasped its significance, but could do nothing to arrest it. There was only one way in which he might have tried to counteract it, by appealing openly to the rank and file and calling on them to resist the impositions of the General Secretariat. But as Stalin was backed by the Politburo and the majority of the Central Committee, this would have been incitement against the newly elected and regularly constituted leadership. No single member of the Politburo, not even one enjoying the highest authority, could risk such a step. Least of all could Trotsky risk it now, after he had concealed from the party his differences with the triumvirs, after he had solemnly declared his full solidarity with them, and pledged himself to act as the most zealous and vigilant guardian of discipline. If he were to try to arouse the party against the triumvirs, he would appear to act hypocritically, from a private grudge, or from the ambition to take Lenin's place. For the time being he could resist Stalin only within the Politburo and the Central Committee. But there he was isolated and his words counted for little. Even Bukharin was inclining ever more towards the triumvirs. The sessions of the Politburo held in his presence were becoming mere formalities, all the cards were stacked against him, and the real Politburo worked in his absence. Thus shortly after the 12th Congress he began to pay the penalty of procrastination. He was already the political prisoner of the triumvirs. Unable to achieve anything against them within the leading party bodies, and unable to undertake any action against them from without, he could only bide his time and wait for some event to open a new prospect. In the summer of 1923 Moscow and Petrograd were suddenly shaken by a political fever. Throughout July and August there was a great deal of industrial unrest. Workers felt that they were made to carry too much of the burden of industrial recovery. Their wages were a mere pittance, and often they did not receive even this. Industrial managers, running concerns at a loss and deprived of state subsidies and credits, had been unable to pay the men, had been in arrears to them for long months, and resorted to painful frauds and tricks to cut wage bills. Trade unions, reluctant to disturb the industrial revival, refused to press claims. Finally, wild strikes broke out in many factories, spread, and were accompanied by violent explosions of discontent. The trade unions were caught by surprise, and so were the party leaders. The threat of a general strike was in the air, and the movement seemed on the point of turning into a political revolt. Not since the Kronstadt Rising had there been so much tension in the working class and so much alarm in ruling circles. The shock was all the more severe because it was unexpected. The ruling circles had viewed the economic situation with smugness and had boasted of continuous improvement. They had not received timely signals of the approaching trouble, or, if any warning had reached them, they ignored it. Rudely awakened, they began to look for the culprits who had incited the workers. Lower down, in the party branches, the commotion led people to inquire more seriously how it was that more than 2 years after the promulgation of NEP there was still so much bitter discontent. What was the worth, they asked, of the official progress reports? Had not the party leaders been too complacent and had they not lost contact with the working class? There was not much use in looking for culprits if these questions remained unanswered. The culprits were not easy to find. The agitation for strikes could not be traced to any source such as the remnants of the anti-Bolshevik parties. These, thoroughly suppressed, had been inactive. Official suspicion turned on the workers' opposition. But the leaders of the latter, too, had been surprised by the strikes. Intimidated by constant threats of expulsion, the workers' opposition had lain low and was breaking up. Its splinter groups, however, had to some extent been involved in the strike agitation, which was spontaneous in the main. The most important of these was the workers' group, led by 3 laborers, Myasnikov, Kuznetsov, and Moiseev, all party members at least since 1905. In April and May, immediately after the 12th Congress, they circulated a manifesto denouncing the new exploitation of the proletariat and urging the workers to fight for Soviet democracy. 53 In May Myasnikov was arrested. But his followers went on propagating his views. When the strikes broke out they wondered whether they should not go to the factories with the call for a general strike. They were still arguing about this when the GPU arrested them, about 20 persons in all. 54. The discovery that this and similar groups, like the Workers' Truth, had been active in the factories caused among party leaders a dismay which seemed quite out of proportion to its cause. But small as these groups were, they had many contacts in party and trade unions. Rank-and-file Bolsheviks listened to their arguments with open or sneaking sympathy. As the trade unions did not voice, and as the party paid all too little attention to, the workers' grievances, small political sects, had they not been stopped, might have rapidly acquired a broad influence and placed themselves at the head of the discontent. The instigators of the Kronstadt revolt had not been more numerous or influential, and where there is much inflammable material, a few sparks may produce a conflagration. The party leaders sought to stamp out the sparks. They determined to suppress the workers' group and the workers' truth on the ground that the members of these organizations no longer considered themselves bound by party discipline and conducted half-clandestinely an agitation against the government. Dzerzhinsky was charged with the business of suppression. As he investigated the activities of the presumed culprits, he found that even party members of unquestioned loyalty regarded them as comrades and refused to testify against them. He then turned to the Politburo and asked it to declare that it was the duty of any party member to denounce to the GPU people who inside the party engaged in aggressive action against the official leaders. The issue came before the Politburo just after Trotsky had had several clashes with the triumvirs which had envenomed their relations, and Dzerzhinsky's demand was more than he could stomach. He was not at all eager to defend the workers' group and kindred sets of dissenters. He did not protest when their adherents were thrown into prison. Although he held that much of their discontent was justified and that many of their criticisms were well-founded, he had no sympathy with their crude and anarchic tub-thumping. Nor was he inclined to countenance industrial unrest. He did not see how the government could meet the workers' demands when industrial output was still negligible. It was no use paying higher wages when wages could buy no goods. He saw that the strikes by delaying recovery only made matters worse, and he refused to seek popularity by bandying promises that could not be honored or by exploiting grievances. Instead, he urged again the long overdue change in economic policy. Nor was he at all eager to support the demand for Soviet democracy in that extreme form in which the workers' opposition and its splinter groups had raised it. But he took exception to the manner in which the triumvirs and Dzerzhinsky proposed to deal with the trouble and to the obstinacy with which they dwelt on the symptoms of the discontent instead of turning to the underlying cause. When he saw that the Politburo was on the point of ordering party members to spy upon and to denounce one another, he was seized with disgust. Dzerzhinsky's demand had raised a delicate issue, because the attitude of the Bolsheviks to the GPU had in it nothing of that haughty distaste with which the good bourgeois democrat normally views any political police. The GPU was the sword of the revolution, and every Bolshevik had been proud to assist it in work directed against the revolution's enemies. But after the Civil War, when the reaction against the terror set in, many of those who had volunteered to serve in the GPU were glad to leave its ranks. Only saints or scoundrels can serve in the G.P.U., Dzerzhinsky complained to Radek and Brandler about this time, but now the saints are running away from me, and I am left with the scoundrels. 55 Yet this debased GPU was still the guardian of the Bolshevik monopoly of power. Hitherto it had defended it only against external enemies, White Guards, Mensheviks, social revolutionaries, and anarchists. The question was whether the GPU should also defend the monopoly against its supposed Bolshevik enemies. If so, then it could not do it otherwise than by operating within the party itself. Trotsky did not tell the Politburo plainly that it should reject Dzerzhinsky's demand. He evaded the question and dwelt on the underlying issue. It would seem, he wrote in a letter to the Central Committee on October 8, 1923, that to inform the party organization of the fact that its branches are being used by elements hostile to it is an obligation of members so elementary that it ought not to be necessary to introduce a special resolution to that effect 6 years after the October Revolution. The very demand for such a resolution is an extremely startling symptom alongside of others no less clear. 56 It pointed to the gulf that now separated the leaders from the rank and file, the gulf which had grown especially wide since the 12th Congress and was deepened by Stalin's system of patronage. When Trotsky stated this, the triumvirs reminded him that he himself had under war communism ruled the trade unions through his nominees. He replied that even at the height of the Civil War the system of appointment within the party did not have 1/10 of the extent that it has now. Appointment of the secretaries of provincial committees is now the rule. That creates for the secretary a position essentially independent of the local organization. Trotsky did not explicitly question the General Secretary's prerogatives, he merely urged him to make moderate and prudent use of them. He confessed that at the last Congress, when he listened to the pleas made there for proletarian democracy, many of these seemed to me exaggerated and to a considerable extent demagogish, because a fully developed workers' democracy is incompatible with the regime of dictatorship. However, the party ought not to go on living under the high pressure of civil war discipline. This ought to give place to a livelier and broader party responsibility. The present regime is much further from any workers' democracy than was the regime of the fiercest period of war communism. Secretarial selection was responsible for unheard of bureaucratization of the party apparatus. The hierarchy of secretaries created party opinion, discouraged members from expressing or even possessing views of their own, and addressed the rank and file only in words of command and summons. No wonder that discontent, which could not dissipate itself through open exchange of opinions at party meetings and through the exercise of influence upon the party organization by the mass of members, accumulated in secret and gave rise to strains and stresses. 57. Trotsky also renewed his attack on the triumvir's economic policy. The ferment within the party, he argued, was intensified by industrial unrest, and this had been brought about by lack of economic foresight. He had found out by now that the only gain the triumvirs had allowed him to score at the 12th Congress, the gain for the sake of which he had yielded so much ground to them, was spurious. The Congress had adopted his resolutions on industrial policy, but these had remained a dead letter. Now, as before, the economic administration bungled and muddled. Nothing had been done to make Gosplan the guiding center of the economy. The Politburo set up a number of committees to investigate symptoms of the crisis instead of going to its root. Trotsky himself had been invited to serve on a committee which was to inquire into prices, but he refused to do so. He had no wish, he declared, to participate in an activity designed to dodge issues and to postpone decisions. Just before Trotsky made these criticisms, he had his clashes with the triumvirs, already mentioned. Some of these occurred in deliberations over the situation in Germany, where, Trotsky held, the turmoil provoked by the French occupation of the Ruhr offered the German communists a unique chance. Other collisions developed when the triumvirs proposed changes in the Military Revolutionary Council over which Trotsky presided. Zinoviev was bent on introducing into that council either Stalin himself or at least Voroshilov and Lashevik. It is not quite clear what induced him to make this proposal, and whether he acted in agreement with Stalin from an anxiety to gain for the triumvirs a decisive share in the control of military affairs, or whether he was already engaged in a subtle move against Stalin designed to oust him from the General Secretariat. 58 Enough that when Zinoviev tabled his motion, Trotsky, hurt and indignant, declared that he was resigning in protest from every office he held, the Commissariat of War, the Military Revolutionary Council, the Politburo, and the Central Committee. He asked to be sent abroad as a soldier of the revolution to help the German Communist Party to prepare its revolution. The idea had not come out of the blue. The leader of the German party, Heinrich Brandler, had just arrived in Moscow, and doubting his own and his comrades' capacity to lead an insurrection, had inquired in all earnestness from Trotsky and Zinoviev whether Trotsky could not come incognito to Berlin or Saxony to take charge of revolutionary operations. 59 The idea stirred Trotsky, and the danger of the mission excited his courage. Disillusioned by the turn events had taken in Russia, disgusted with the Politburo cabal, and perhaps already tired of it, he asked for the assignment. To contribute once more to the victory of a fighting revolution suited him better than to taste the maggoty fruit of a victorious one. The triumvirs could not let him go. In Germany he might have become doubly dangerous. If he went, succeeded, and returned in triumph, he would have dwarfed them as the acknowledged leader of both the Russian and the German revolutions. But if something untoward were to happen to him, if he were to fall into the hands of the class enemy or to die fighting, the party would suspect that they had sent him on a hopeless mission to get rid of him, and neither Stalin nor his partners could as yet risk such a suspicion. They could not permit Trotsky to win either the laurels of a new revolutionary victory or even the martyr's crown. They got out of the difficulty by turning the painful scene into a farce. Zinoviev replied that he himself, the president of the Communist International, would go to Germany as a soldier of the revolution instead of Trotsky. Then Stalin intervened, and with a display of bonhomie and common sense said that the Politburo could not possibly dispense with the services of either of its two most eminent and well-beloved members. Nor could it accept Trotsky's resignation from the Commissariat of War and the Central Committee, which would create a scandal of the first magnitude. As for himself, he, Stalin, would be content to remain excluded from the Military Revolutionary Committee if this could restore harmony. The Politburo accepted Stalin's solution, and Trotsky, feeling the grotesqueness of the situation, left the hall in the middle of the meeting, banging the door behind him. 60. Such was the state of affairs in the Politburo just before Dzerzhinsky made his proposal, and Trotsky wrote the letter of October 8, in which he confronted the triumvirs with a definite challenge. The latter were not yet unduly disturbed, because he did not carry the controversy into the open. His letter was addressed only to the members of the Central Committee who were entitled to know the Politburo's secrets. The triumvirate. However, a week later, on October 15, 46 prominent party members issued a solemn statement directed against the official leadership and criticizing its policy in terms almost identical with those Trotsky had employed. They declared that the country was threatened with economic ruin because the majority of the Politburo had no policy and did not see the need of purposeful direction and planning of industry. They did not demand any definite change in the leadership, they only urged the Politburo to awaken to its task. They, too, protested against the rule of the hierarchy of secretaries and against the stifling of discussion, alleging that the regular party congresses and conferences, packed by nominees, had ceased to be representative. Then, going farther than Trotsky, the 46 demanded that the ban on inter-party groupings should be abolished or relaxed because it served one faction as a screen for its dictatorship over the party, drove disgruntled members to form clandestine groups, and strained their loyalty towards the party. The inter-party struggle is waged all the more savagely the more it is waged in silence and secrecy. Finally, the signatories of the statement asked that the Central Committee should call an emergency conference to review the situation. 61. The 46 echoed Trotsky's criticism so faithfully that the triumvirs could not but suspect that he was their direct inspirer, if not the organizer of their protest. 62. They assumed that the 46 had come together to form a solid faction. Trotsky's attitude was in fact more reserved than the triumvirs believed. True, among the 46 were his close political friends, Yuri Pyatakov, the most able and enlightened of the industrial administrators, Evgeny Preobrazhensky, the economist and former secretary of the Central Committee, Lev Sosnovsky. Pravda's gifted contributor, Ivan Smirnov, the victor over Kolchak, Antonovo Vzinko, hero of the October insurrection, now chief political commissar of the Red Army, Muralov, commander of the Moscow garrison, and others. To these men Trotsky had confided his thoughts and anxieties, and he kept some of them informed even of his intimate talks with Lenin. 63. They formed the leading circle of the so-called 1923 opposition and represented the Trotskyist element in it. But the 46 were not a uniform group. There were among them also adherents of the workers' opposition and dissemists like V. Smirnov, Sapronov, Kossier, Bubnov, and Osinsky, whose views diverged from those of the Trotskyists. Many of the signatories appended to the common statement strong reservations on special points or plain expressions of dissent. The statement dwelt with equal emphasis on two issues, economic planning and inter-party democracy. But some signatories were primarily interested in the former while others took the latter more to heart. Men like Preobrazhensky and Pyatakov demanded freedom of criticism and debate primarily because they were opposed to specific economic policies and hoped through debate to convert others to their views, while members like Sapronov and Sosnovsky were in opposition chiefly because they cherished inter-party freedom for its own sake. The former voiced the aspirations of the advanced and educated elite. of the Bolshevik bureaucracy itself, while the latter expressed a revulsion against bureaucracy at large. Far from forming a solid faction, the 46 were a loose coalition of groups and individuals united only on a vaguely common denominator of discontents and strivings. Whether or to what extent Trotsky should be regarded as the direct sponsor of this coalition is not certain. He himself denied this, while his adversaries claimed that his denial was a ruse de guerre, to which he resorted in order to avoid the blame for organizing a faction. 64 However, they offered no specific proof, and the 46 did not act as a coherent faction with a distinct line of conduct and discipline. Even many years after Trotsky's death, those who had stood close to him claimed that he observed the rules of discipline so strictly that he could not have acted as the sponsor of this particular demonstration of protest. In the light of all that is known about Trotsky's conduct in such matters, this may be accepted as true. However, it is doubtful that he had, as is also claimed, no foreknowledge of the action of the 46 or that he was surprised by it. Preobrazhensky, Muralov, or Antonovovzenko undoubtedly kept him informed about what they were doing, and would not have done what they were doing without some encouragement from him. And so even if Trotsky was not formally responsible for their action, he must be regarded as its actual prompter. The 46 addressed their protest to the Central Committee with the request that the committee should, in accordance with long-established custom, bring it to the party's knowledge. The triumvirs refused the request. Moreover, they threatened to apply disciplinary sanctions if the signatories themselves were to circulate the document among party members. At the same time, agents of the Central Committee were sent to the cells to denounce the authors of the unpublished protest. Then a special enlarged session of the Central Committee was held to deal with the statement of the 46 and with Trotsky's letter of 8 October. 65 Replying to Trotsky, the triumvirs repeated the charges which Stalin had brought against him at the Politburo meetings of January and February. Trotsky, they alleged, was actuated by lust of power, and, sticking to the maxim all or nothing, he refused not merely to serve as Lenin's deputy, but even to attend to his normal duties. Then they enumerated all the issues over which he had in recent years dissented from Lenin, but they passed over in silence the fact that on nearly all these issues Lenin had in the end found himself in agreement with Trotsky. The Central Committee endorsed the charges and censured Trotsky. It also reprimanded the 46, qualifying their joint protest as an infringement of the 1921 ban on factions. As to Trotsky, it did not charge him plainly with organizing the faction but held him morally responsible for the offense of which it found the 46 guilty. The condemnation threw into relief the vicious circle in which any incipient opposition found itself under the disciplinary rules of 1921. The 46 had come forward precisely in order to demand that those rules be revoked or relaxed. But it was enough of them to speak up for a revision of the rules to lay themselves open to the accusation that they had already violated them. The ban on inter-party groupings was self-perpetuating and irreversible. Under it no movement for its revision could be set afoot. It established within the party that barrack discipline which may be meat for an army but is poison for a political organization, the discipline which allows a single man to vent a grievance but treats the joint expression of the same grievance by several men as mutiny. The triumvirs could not easily suppress this particular mutiny. The mutineers were not ordinary rankers, they were 46 generals of revolution. Every one of them had held important positions in government and party. Most had a heroic Civil War record. Many had been members of the Central Committee. Some had joined the Bolsheviks in 1917, together with Trotsky, others had been Bolsheviks since 1904. Their protest could not be concealed. By denouncing it to the cells and calling upon the cells to join in the denunciation but refusing to show the condemned statement, the triumvirs aroused intense suspicion. The party was astir with alarming rumors. The triumvirs had to open at least a safety valve. On November 7, the 6th anniversary of the revolution, Zinoviev made a solemn statement promising to restore democracy within the party. As a token, Pravda and other newspapers opened their pages for discussion and invited members to write frankly on all issues which troubled them. To initiate a debate after 3 years of silence was a risky undertaking. 66 The triumvirs knew it. They opened the discussion in Moscow and delayed it in the provinces. But no sooner had they lifted a safety valve than they were hit by pressure of unsuspected force. Moscow's party cells were in revolt. They received official leaders with hostility and acclaimed spokesmen of the opposition. At some meetings in large factories the triumvirs themselves were met with derision and were heavily outvoted. 67 The discussion was at once focused on the statement of the 46 who were now free to expound their views to the rank and file. Pyatakov was their most aggressive and effective spokesman. Wherever he went he easily obtained large majorities for bluntly worded resolutions. Antonovovzhenko addressed the party organizations of the garrison, and shortly after the debate had begun at least one-third of those organizations had sided with the opposition. The Central Committee of the Communist Youth and most of the Komsomol cells in Moscow did likewise. The universities were seized with excitement, and a large majority of student cells declared enthusiastic support for the 46. The leaders of the opposition were in a buoyant mood. According to one version, they were so self-confident that they discussed among themselves in what proportion they would be willing to share with the triumvirs control over the party machine. The triumvirs took fright. When they saw which way the vote in the garrison cells went, they resolved that these cells must not be permitted to proceed with the vote. They at once dismissed Antonovovzhenko from his post as the Red Army's chief political commissar, alleging that he had threatened the Central Committee that the armed forces would stand up like one man for Trotsky, the leader, organizer, and inspirer of the revolution's victories. 68 Antonovovzhenko had not in fact threatened any military revolt. What he had meant and said was that the military party cells were like one man behind Trotsky. This, no doubt, was an impulsive overstatement, but it was not very far from the truth. Nor had Antonovovzhenko acted illegitimately in carrying the discussion to the military cells. These had the same right as had the civilian cells to take part in any debate and to vote on policy, and they had never before been denied this right. But whether Antonov's behavior was or was not beyond reproach, Trotsky held that he might have exercised more prudence in a delicate situation. The triumvirs decided that they could not leave him at the head of the army's political department. Demotions of other critics followed. The General Secretariat, violating the statutes, disbanded the Central Committee of the Komsomol and replaced it by nominees. 69 Disciplinary reprisals were applied to other supporters of the opposition as well, and every imaginable device was used to obstruct the further progress of controversy. All this, however, did not relieve the tension. The triumvirs then decided to confound the opposition by taking a leaf from its book. They framed a special resolution bluntly denouncing the bureaucratic regime within the party in terms which sounded like a plagiarism from Trotsky and the 46, and they proclaimed the opening of a new course which was to guarantee full freedom of expression and criticism for party members. Throughout November, when Moscow was all excitement, Trotsky did not take part in the public controversy. An accident of ill health reduced him to silence. Late in October, during a weekend hunting trip to the marshy country outside Moscow, he had contracted a malarial infection, and he was bedridden with fever during these decisive months. It is curious to note how such accidents, first Lenin's illness and then his own, contributed to the trend of events which was more solidly determined by the basic factors of the situation. One can foresee a revolution or a war, Trotsky remarks in My Life. But it is impossible to foresee the consequences of an autumn shooting trip for wild ducks. 70 It was certainly no mean disadvantage to Trotsky that at this crucial stage the use of his live voice and direct appeal to an audience was denied him. Those were hard days, days of tense fighting for Lev Davidovich at the Politburo against the rest of its members. He was alone and ill and had to fight them all. Because of his illness the Politburo held its meetings in our apartment. I sat in the adjoining bedroom and heard his speeches. He spoke with his whole being. It seemed as if with every such speech he lost some of his health, he spoke with so much blood. And in reply I heard cold and indifferent answers. After each of these meetings L.D.'s temperature rose. He came out of his study soaked through, and undressed and went to bed. His linen and clothes had to be dried as if he had been drenched in a rainstorm. 71. When the triumvirs decided to confound the opposition by a resounding proclamation of the new course, they were anxious that Trotsky should endorse the proclamation. They asked him to put his signature next to theirs under the text they had plagiarized from him. He could not refuse without giving the party the impression that it was he who stood in the way of its freedom, and he hoped that the formal inauguration of a public debate would at least enable him to bring into the open the issues over which he had wrestled with the triumvirs in the secrecy of the Politburo. Yet he could not but suspect that he was being asked to endorse an empty promise. Only a few weeks later one of the leaders of the opposition compared this proclamation to the October Manifesto of 1905, that promise of constitutional freedoms which the last Tsar had made in a moment of weakness and which he withdrew as soon as his strength returned. 72 In October 1905 the young Trotsky, when he appeared for the first time before the revolutionary crowds of St. Petersburg, crumpled in his hand the Tsar's manifesto and warned the people, "Today it has been given us and tomorrow it will be taken away and torn into pieces as I am now tearing it into pieces, this paper liberty, before your very eyes." 73 Now, in 1923, he could not go out to the crowds and tear to pieces the new October Manifesto in front of them. It was to be proclaimed in the name of the Politburo of which he was a member, and he was striving to reform, not to subvert, the established government. So, when the Politburo brought the motion on the new course to his bedside, he could only seek to introduce amendments designed to make the promise of inter-party freedom as plain and emphatic as possible and thereby to commit the triumvirs. The Politburo accepted all his amendments, and on December 5 it voted unanimously for the motion. 74 Yet, although he had voted in favor, Trotsky could not help repeating after a fashion his gesture of 1905. He did this in a few brief articles which he wrote for Pravda, and which later appeared in his pamphlet, The New Course. 75 These articles contain in a nutshell most of the ideas which at once became the hallmark of Trotskyism. He began with an essay which appeared on December 4, the day before the Politburo voted on the new course. This was a somewhat cryptic attack on officialdom in his own department, the army, and elsewhere. The vices of officialdom, he wrote, show themselves when people cease to think things through, when they smugly employ conventional phrases without reflecting on what they mean, when they give the customary orders without asking if they are rational, when they take fright at every new word, every criticism, every initiative, every sign of independence. 76 The sole uplifting lie was the daily bread of officialdom. It could be found in histories of the Red Army and of the Civil War, where truth was sacrificed to bureaucratic legend. To read it, you would think that there are only heroes in our ranks, that every soldier burns with the desire to fight, that the enemy is always superior in numbers, that all our orders are reasonable and appropriate to the occasion, that the execution is always brilliant, and so on. The edifying effect of such legends is itself a legend. The Red Soldier would listen to them as his father listened to the lives of saints. Just as magnificent and uplifting, but not true to life. Supreme heroism, in military art as in revolution, consists of truthfulness and a sense of responsibility. We speak for truthfulness not from the standpoint of the abstract moralist who teaches that man must never lie or deceive his neighbor. Such idealistic talk is sheer hypocrisy in a class society where there are antagonistic interests, struggle, and war. Military art in particular includes, as it must, ruse, dissimulation, surprise, and deception. But it is one thing to deceive the enemy consciously and deliberately and to do so in the name of a cause for which life itself is given, and another to spread injurious false information and assurances that all goes well, from a spirit of sheer sycophancy. Then he drew a parallel between army and party, especially between their attitudes towards tradition. The young communist stood in the same relation to the old guard as that in which the military subaltern stood to his superiors. In both the party and the army the young enter a ready-made organization which their elders had to build from scratch. Here and there tradition is therefore of vast importance. Without it there can be no steady progress. But tradition is not a rigid canon or an official manual, it cannot be learned by heart or accepted as gospel. Not everything the old generation says can be believed merely upon its word of honor. On the contrary, tradition must, so to speak, be conquered by internal travail, it must be worked out by oneself in a critical manner and in that way assimilated. Otherwise the whole structure will be built on sand. I have already spoken of the representatives of the old guard, who impart tradition to the young in the manner of Famusov, learn by looking at the elders, at us, for example, or at our deceased uncle. But neither from the uncle nor from his nephews is there anything worthwhile learning. It is incontestable that our old cadres which have rendered immortal services to the revolution enjoy very great authority in the eyes of the young military men. And that is excellent because it assures the indissoluble bond between the higher and lower commands and their link with the ranks. But on one condition, that the authority of the old does not efface the personality of the young, and most certainly that it does not terrorize them. Any man trained merely to say yes, sir, is a nobody. Of such people the old satirist Saltykov said, they keep saying yes, 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 till they get you in a mess. 77. This was Trotsky's first attack on the old guard. But it was couched in terms so general and elusive that very few grasped its meaning. The party and the country still had no inkling of his differences with the Politburo and held him to be responsible for official policy. So much was this the case that when the 46, addressing the cells, claimed that they had Trotsky's support, Stalin could reply that they had no right to do so because Trotsky, far from agreeing with the opposition, was one of the most determined disciplinarians among the leaders. 78 This, it seems, was the last straw which broke Trotsky's patience. On December 8 he wrote an open letter to party meetings in which he made clear his position. 79 He described the new course as a historic turning point, but he warned the rank and file that some of the leaders were already having second thoughts and trying to nullify the new course in practice. It was, he said, the party's task and duty to free itself from the tyranny of its own machine. The rank and file must rely solely upon themselves, their own understanding, and their own initiative and courage. True, the party could not dispense with its machine, and the machine had to work in a centralized manner. But it must be the party's tool, and not its master, and the needs of centralism must be harmonized and balanced with the demands of democracy. During this last period there was no such balance. The idea, or at the very least the feeling, that bureaucratism is threatening to get the party into a blind alley has become pretty general. Voices have been raised to point out the danger. The resolution on the new course is the first official expression of the change that has taken place in the party. It will be effective only to the degree that the party, that is its 400,000 members, want to make it effective and succeed in this. Some leaders, afraid of this, were already arguing that the mass of members was not mature enough to enable the party to govern itself democratically. But it was precisely the bureaucratic tutelage that prevented the mass from growing politically mature. It was right to make stringent demands upon those who want to enter the party and stay in it, but once they have been admitted they must be free to exercise all rights reserved for members. He then explicitly appealed to the young to assert themselves and not to regard the old guard's authority as absolute. It is only by constant active collaboration with the young, within the framework of democracy, that the old guard can preserve the old guard as a revolutionary factor. Otherwise it will ossify and degenerate into a bureaucracy. This was the first time that Trotsky confronted the old guard with the charge, still strongly qualified, of bureaucratic degeneration. He supported the charge by a telling analogy. He recalled the process by which the old guard of the Second International had become transformed from a revolutionary into a reformist force and surrendered its greatness and historic mission to its own party machines. But Bolshevism was threatened not only by a divorce between generations. Even more menacing was the divorce between the party and the working class. Only 15 or 16% of the entire membership consisted of factory workers. He demanded an increasingly large flow into the party of working class elements, and he concluded his letter with this tempestuous war cry. Away with passive obedience, with mechanical leveling by the authorities, with suppression of personality, with servility, and with careerism. A Bolshevik is not merely a disciplined man, he is a man who in each case and on each question forges a firm opinion of his own and defends it courageously and independently, not only against his enemies but inside his own party. Today perhaps he will be in a minority, he will submit, but this does not always signify that he is in the wrong. Perhaps he has seen or has understood a new task or the necessity of a turn earlier than others have done. He will persistently raise the question a second, a third, a 10th time, if need be. Thereby he will render his party a service, helping it to meet the new task fully armed, or to carry out the necessary turn without organic upheaval and without factional convulsions. 80. This was the crux of the matter. He put forward the idea of a party which allowed the freedom of various trends of thought in its midst as long as these were compatible with its program, and he opposed this idea to the conception of the monolithic party which the triumvirs had already advanced as belonging to the essence of Bolshevism. Of course, the party must not be chopped up into factions, but factionalism was only an extreme and morbid reaction against the excessive centralism and the domineering attitude of the bureaucracy. It could not be uprooted as long as its cause persisted. And so it was necessary to renew the party apparatus, to replace the mummified bureaucrats by fresh elements who are in close touch with the life of the party as a whole, and, above all, to remove from the leading posts those who, at the first word of criticism, of objection, or of protest, brandish the thunderbolts of penalties. The new course must begin by making everyone feel that from now on nobody will dare terrorize the party. Thus, after a delay of nearly 9 months, he threw at last, alone, the bombshell he had hoped to explode together with Lenin at the 12th Congress. The delay was fatal. Stalin had already carried out the overhaul of the party machine and had placed his and to a lesser extent Zinoviev's subordinates at every sensitive spot, in every branch of the organization. By insinuation, obloquy, and stage whisper he had prepared them thoroughly for the expected clash with Trotsky. And now he moved the phalanx of his secretaries into action. When Trotsky's letter was read out at the party meetings, pandemonium broke loose. Many received the letter as the message for which they had long waited, the inspiring call from the great revolutionary who had at last turned his back upon the Pharisees and placed himself once again at the head of the humble and the humiliated. Even members of the opposition groups against whom he had only recently acted as counsel for the prosecution responded with fervor, and acknowledged that even in his severity towards them he had been guided only by pure and high-minded motives. "We address ourselves to you, Comrade Trotsky," wrote one of them, "as to the leader of the Russian Communist Party and of the Communist International, whose revolutionary thought has remained alien to caste exclusiveness and narrow-mindedness. I approach you, Comrade Trotsky," wrote another, "as one of the leaders of Soviet Russia to whom considerations of political revenge are alien." 81 But many a Bolshevik was stunned by the somber picture of the party he had drawn and by his harsh language, and some were outraged by what they considered to be an unprovoked insult to the party, if not a stab in its back. Everywhere, the secretaries led and organized this latter section of Bolshevik opinion, exacerbated it, excited it to the utmost, and gave to it a weight which was out of proportion to its real strength, placing at its disposal all means of expression, most of the time reserved for debates at meetings, and most of the discussion columns in leading newspapers and in local bulletins and sheets which played an enormous part in forming opinion in the provinces. At the branch meetings the opposition's adherents often overwhelmed the party machine by their numbers and articulateness. But when the branch meetings with all their sound and fury were over, it was the secretaries who spoke on behalf of the branches, who handled the resolutions adopted, and who decided whether to suppress them or not, and, if not, how much currency to give them. Once a secretary had been confronted with the unmanageable temper of one meeting, he prepared carefully for the next meeting, packed it with his men, and ruled out or silenced the opposition. The debate was to be concluded by the holding of the 13th Party Conference. The preparations for the conference were also in the hands of the secretaries. The election of delegates was indirect and proceeded through several stages. At every stage the secretaries checked how many of the sympathizers of the opposition were elected, and they saw to it that they were eliminated at the next stage. It was never disclosed how many votes were cast for the opposition in the primary cells of Moscow. The 46 claimed, without meeting with denial, that at the regional conference, which was the tier above the primary cells, they had obtained not less than 36% of the vote, yet at the gubernia conference, the next tier, that percentage dwindled to 18. The opposition concluded that, if its representation had been whittled down in the same proportion all the way from the primary to the final elections, then the opposition had behind it the great majority of the Moscow organization. 82 This was almost certainly true, but the secretaries were on top of the majority. The triumvirs were anxious to bring the contest to a speedy conclusion. They replied to Trotsky's letter with a deafening barrage of counter-accusations. It was, they said, disloyal on Trotsky's part to vote with the whole of the Politburo for the new course and then to cast aspersion upon the Politburo's intentions. It was criminal to incite the young against the old guard, the repository of revolutionary virtue and tradition. It was wicked of him to try and turn the mass of the party against the machine, for every good old Bolshevik was aware how much importance the party had always attached to its machine and with how much care and devotion it had surrounded it. He equivocated over the ban on factions. He knew that the ban was essential to the party's unity and did not dare to demand plainly that it be revoked, but he sought to sap it surreptitiously. He played false when he described the party regime as bureaucratic, and he played with fire when he aroused an exaggerated and dangerous appetite for democracy in the masses. He pretended to speak for the workers, but played up to the students and the intelligentsia, that is to the petty bourgeois gallery. He spoke about the rights and responsibility of the rank and file only to cover up his own irresponsibility, folie de grandeur, and frustrated dictatorial ambition. His hatred of the party machine, his contumelious attitude towards the old guard, his reckless individualism, his disrespect for Bolshevik tradition, yes, and his notorious underestimation of the peasantry, all this clearly indicated that at heart he had remained something of a stranger in the party, an alien to Leninism, an unreformed semi-Menshevik. Agreeing to become the mouthpiece of all the disparate opposition groups, he had set himself up as the chief, even if unconscious, agent of all the petty bourgeois elements which pressed upon the party from all sides, seeking to breach its unity and to inject into it their own moods, prejudices, and pretensions. 83. In the long history of inter-party oppositions none had been weighed down by so heavy a load of accusations and none had been ground down so remorselessly by the party machine as was the 1923 opposition. By comparison, the workers' opposition had been treated fairly, almost generously, and the oppositions which had been active before 1921 had as a rule enjoyed unrestricted freedom of expression and organization. What accounted for the vehemence and fury with which the party machine now bore down upon its chief critic? The triumvirs were not able to meet Trotsky on his own ground, in fair argument. His attack was all too dangerous. His open letter and his few articles on the new course rang out like powerful bells arousing alarm, anger, and militancy. Yet, the triumvirs resorted not merely to falsification and suppression. They also exposed and made the most of the weaknesses and inconsistencies, real or apparent, in Trotsky's attitude. Throughout he took his stand on the Bolshevik monopoly of power, and much more persuasively than the triumvirs did he call on the party to guard it as the sole guarantee of the revolution's survival, and he reaffirmed his own desire to defend it and to consolidate it. He objected only to the monopoly of power which the old guard obtained within the party and exercised through the machine. It was not difficult for his adversaries to demonstrate that the latter was the necessary sequel to the former, and that the party could maintain its monopoly only by delegating it to the old guard. Trotsky argued that the 400,000 members should be trusted to exercise their judgment and allowed to have their full share in shaping policy. Why then, his adversaries asked, had the party, under Lenin's inspiration and with Trotsky's consent, denied the mass of members that trust in recent years? Was it not because the party had been infiltrated by alien elements, ex-Mensheviks, turncoats, and even NEP men? Had not even some authentic Bolsheviks become alienated from their comrades and corrupted by power and privilege? Trotsky stated that the purge in which hundreds of thousands had been expelled should have sufficiently purified the party and restored its integrity. But had not Lenin and the Central Committee stated repeatedly that this was not so? Had they not foreshadowed new and periodical purges? Had they all not agreed with Zinoviev that it was inevitable that the party should, because of its monopoly, comprise unconscious Mensheviks and unconscious social revolutionaries? No single purge could eliminate these alien elements, let alone the immature ones. Expelled, they were bound to reappear. They entered the party in good faith and bad with every group of new entrants. After it had been found necessary to expel 1/3 of the membership in 1 year, how could the party trust the judgment of the mass and allow it to exercise full rights? Trotsky protested against the irrational self-suppression of Bolshevism which, however, followed ineluctably from the suppression by Bolshevism of all its enemies. If free competition of political trends within the party were to be tolerated, would that not allow the unconscious Mensheviks to become articulate, to form a definite body of opinion, and to split the party? The monolithic system kept the heterogeneous mass unconscious of its heterogeneity and inarticulate, and thus it mechanically assured unity. Some of the more sophisticated adherents of the triumvirs saw that the dangers to which Trotsky pointed were real enough. The old guard might degenerate, and the monolithic system was bound to breed discontent and arouse sporadic revulsion which might also lead to schisms. But the party had to face perils whichever road it chose. Under monolithic control at least no schismatic movement could spread as easily as it could in a democratically ruled organization. The party machine would spot it in time, nip it in the bud, and keep the rest of the party more or less immune. In other words, the party was in danger of losing its proletarian socialist outlook, in danger of degeneration, no matter whether it entrusted its future to the mass of members or to the old guard. The predicament arose from the fact that the majority of the nation did not share the socialist outlook, that the working class was still disintegrated, and that, the revolution having failed to spread to the West, Russia had to fall back, materially and spiritually, on her own resources. The possibility of degeneration was inherent in this situation, and what remained to be determined was whether its chief source lay in the heterogeneous mass of members or in the old guard. It was only natural that the old guard, or rather its majority, should trust its own socialist tradition and character infinitely more than it trusted the judgment and the political instincts of the 400,000 nominal party members. True, Trotsky did not ask the old guard to efface itself, he urged it to maintain its authority by democratic methods. But the old guard did not feel, and it was probably right in this, that it could do this. It was afraid of taking the risk, and it had a vested interest in preserving its acquired political privileges. The reform within the party which Trotsky advocated could be upheld as the first act in the restoration of those free Soviet institutions which the party had sought to establish in 1917, as the beginning, that is, of a return to a workers' democracy and of the gradual dismantling of the single-party system. This idea was not far from Trotsky's mind, 84, but he did not voice it either because he took it for granted but did not believe that the time had come to question and to weaken the single-party system, or because he did not wish to lay himself open to fresh and damaging charges and to complicate the controversy needlessly. Probably both these motives played their part. In effect, however, he claimed for the Bolsheviks a twofold privilege, the monopoly of freedom as well as the monopoly of power. These two privileges were incompatible. If the Bolsheviks wished to preserve their power, they had to sacrifice their freedom. There was a further weakness in Trotsky's attitude. He urged the party to preserve its proletarian socialist outlook. At the same time, he pointed out that workers from the bench formed only a small minority, 1/6 of the party's membership. The majority consisted of industrial managers, civil servants, army officers, commissars, party officials. It was thus precisely under the rule of inter-party democracy that the influence of the workers was bound to be negligible and that the bureaucratic elements were bound to retain the upper hand. Trotsky therefore urged the party to recruit more workers and to strengthen its proletarian cells. But he also insisted that the party should proceed cautiously and regulate carefully the admission of new members from the working class lest it be swamped by a politically raw and uncivilized mass. 85 The state of affairs appeared highly paradoxical from whichever angle it was approached. The application of democratic rules could not render the party democratic because it could only strengthen its bureaucracy, and the party could not become more enlightened and socialist in spirit by opening the doors widely to the working class. In what then did the party's proletarian outlook consist? It would be easy to conclude that the Bolshevik leaders, including Trotsky, dealt in a mythology which bore no relation to the party's social composition and to its real attitude to the working classes. Inner Bolshevik controversy was indeed conducted, at least in part, in quasi-mythological terms, reflecting that substitutism which had led the party to consider itself as the locum tenens of the working class. Neither side to the controversy could frankly and fully admit the substitution. Neither could say that they were condemned to pursue the proletarian ideal of socialism without the support of the proletariat. Such an avowal would have been incompatible with the whole tradition of Marxism and Bolshevism. They had to construct elaborate arguments and a peculiar and ambiguous idiom with its own conventions designed to veil and to explain away the sad state of affairs. The triumvirs were the worst sinners in this respect, and the mythology of substitutism finally congealed into the rigid cults of latter-day Stalinism. But even Trotsky, while he sought to reverse in part the process of substitution and struggled to tear to shreds the thickening fabric of the new mythology, could not help being entangled in it. 86. In truth, the Bolshevik bureaucracy was already the only organized and politically active force in society and state alike. It had appropriated the political power which had slipped from the hands of the working class, and it stood above all social classes and was politically independent of them all. And yet the party's socialist outlook was not a mere myth. It was not only that the Bolshevik bureaucracy subjectively saw itself as the exponent of socialism and that it cultivated, in its own manner, the tradition of proletarian revolution. Objectively, too, by the force of circumstances, it had to work as the chief agent and promoter of the country's development towards collectivism. What ultimately governed the behavior and the policies of the bureaucracy was the fact that it was in charge of the publicly owned industrial resources of the Soviet Union. It represented the interests of the socialist sector of the economy against those of the private sector, rather than the specific interests of any social class, and only to the extent to which the general interest of the socialist sector coincided with the general or historic interest of the working class, could the Bolshevik bureaucracy claim to act on behalf of that class. The socialist sector had its own claims and its own logic of development. Its first claim was that it should be made secure against wholesale restoration of capitalism and even against a partial but massive reintrusion of private enterprise. Its logic of development required planning and coordination of all the publicly owned branches of the economy and their rapid expansion. The alternative was contraction and decay. Expansion had to proceed, at least in part, at the cost of the private sector, through the absorption of its resources. This was to lead to conflict between the state and private property, and in this conflict the Bolshevik bureaucracy could not but side ultimately with the socialist sector. True, even then it could not achieve socialism, for that presupposed economic abundance, high popular standards of living, of education, and of general civilization, the disappearance of striking social contrasts, the cessation of domination of man by man, and a spiritual climate corresponding to this general transformation of society. But to the Marxist the nationalized economy was the essential prerequisite of socialism, its genuine foundation. It was quite conceivable that even on that foundation the edifice of socialism might not rise, but it was unthinkable that it should rise without it. It was this foundation of socialism that the Bolshevik bureaucracy could not but defend. At the point our narrative has reached, in the years 1923-4, the Bolshevik bureaucracy was only dimly aware of the nature of the interest to which it was tied. It was embarrassed and puzzled, as it were, by its own unprecedented command over the nation's industrial resources, and it did not quite know how to exercise it. It regarded uneasily, even fearfully, the property-loving peasantry, and it was momentarily even inclined to give more weight to the claims of the latter than to those of the socialist sector. Only after a series of shocks and internal struggles was the Bolshevik bureaucracy to be driven to identify itself exclusively and irrevocably with the socialist sector and its needs. It was Trotsky's peculiar fate that even while he declared war on the political pretensions and the arrogance of the bureaucracy, he had to try and awaken it to its historic mission. His advocacy of primitive socialist accumulation aimed at this. Yet such accumulation, in the circumstances under which it was to take place, could hardly be reconciled with the workers' democracy. The workers could not be expected to surrender voluntarily half their wages to the state, as Trotsky urged them to do, in order to promote national investment. The state could take half their wages only by force, and to do this it had to deprive them of every means of protest and to destroy the last vestiges of a workers' democracy. The two aspects of the program which Trotsky expounded in 1923 were to prove incompatible in the near future, and therein lay the fundamental weakness of his position. The bureaucracy raged furiously against one part of his program, the one which claimed a workers' democracy, but after much resistance, hesitation, and delay, it was to carry out the other part which spoke of primitive socialist accumulation. At the turn of the year, while preparations for the 13th Conference and the drive against the opposition were in full swing, Trotsky's health deteriorated. His fever persisted and he suffered from physical exhaustion and depression. He began to be overcome by a sense of approaching defeat. The campaign against him with its relentless barrage of accusations, distortions, and tricks, still seemed to him almost unreal, yet it induced in him a feeling of helplessness. He could only argue his case, but his argument was drowned in the hubbub. His mood alternated between tension and apathy. And so when his doctors told him to leave frost-bound Moscow, the winter was exceptionally severe that year, and to take a cure on the Caucasian coast of the Black Sea, this was for him an opportunity of escaping the oppressive atmosphere of the capital. 87. He was getting ready for the journey when, on January 16, 1924, the 13th Conference was opened. The triumvirs prepared a resolution blusteringly denouncing Trotsky and the 46 as guilty of a petty bourgeois deviation from Leninism. The proceedings were taken up almost wholly by this question. In Trotsky's absence, Pyatakov, Preobrazhensky, V. Smirnov, and Radek argued the opposition's case. The triumvirs and their adherents replied with much venom, and their replies filled the newspapers. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. So thoroughly had the General Secretariat manipulated the elections that only 3 votes were cast against the motion condemning Trotsky. Even in the light of the accounts of the opposition's influence which Zinoviev's and Stalin's adherents gave at the conference, this vote was so ludicrously false that it should have had the effect of a bad and insolent joke. 88 But the triumvirs deliberately disregarded all the proprieties of normal political behavior. Their purpose was to impress upon the party that they would stop at nothing and that all resistance was useless. The cells now knew that no matter how much they stormed or protested, they had no chance of making the slightest imprint on official decisions. This alone was enough to show up the impotence of the opposition and to spread despondency in its ranks. On January 18, without waiting for the verdict, Trotsky set off on a slow journey to the south. 3 days later his train halted at Tiflis. There, while the train was being shunted, he received a code message from Stalin informing him of Lenin's death. The blow hit Trotsky as if it had come suddenly to the end. Lenin's doctors, and Trotsky even more than they, had believed that they would save Lenin's life. With difficulty he jotted down for the newspapers a brief message mourning the deceased leader. Lenin is no more. These words fall upon our mind as heavily as a giant rock falls into the sea. 89 The last flicker of the hope that Lenin would return, undo the triumvirs' work, and tear up their denunciatory resolutions, was extinguished. For a moment Trotsky wondered whether he should not return to Moscow. 90 He got in touch with Stalin and asked for advice. Stalin told him that he would not be back in time for the funeral next day and counseled him to stay and proceed with the cure. In fact, Lenin's funeral took place several days later, on January 27. Stalin had, of course, his reasons for keeping Trotsky away during the elaborate ceremonies in the course of which the triumvirs presented themselves to the world as Lenin's successors. From Tiflis, Trotsky, his head spinning with fever, proceeded to the seaside resort of Sukhum. There, in semi-tropical sunshine, amid palms, flowering mimosas, and camellias, he lay many a long day on the veranda of a sanatorium and recollected in solitude the strange fortunes of his association with Lenin, the friendship with which Lenin first received him in London in 1902, their subsequent sharp disagreements, their eventual reunion, and the stormy and triumphant years during which they stood together at the helm of the revolution. It was as if the triumphant part of himself had together with Lenin gone down to the grave. More recollections, fever, darkness, loneliness. A warm message from Lenin's weak and disconsolate widow now brought a crumb of comfort to the man whose prowess and power had only so recently amazed the world. She wrote that, just before he died, Lenin had reread the character sketch of him Trotsky had written and was visibly moved by it, especially by the comparison Trotsky had drawn between him and Marx, and she wished Trotsky to know that Lenin had preserved to the end the friendly sentiment which he had shown him at their first meeting in London. 91. Then gloom returned, and the sick man's imagination fed again on recollections, until a letter from his son Lyova jerked him back to the troubles of the day. Lyova described the great theatrically staged funeral in Moscow and the procession of huge crowds to Lenin's bier, and he expressed anguished astonishment at his father's absence. Only now, it seems, as he read the disheartened letter from his adolescent son, did it occur to Trotsky that he might have made a mistake when he did not return to Moscow. The multitudes which marched past Lenin's bier watched tensely the members of the Politburo who stood guard over it and noted Trotsky's absence. Their imagination had been fired by the symbolism of the ceremonies, and in this mood they wondered why he was not there. Was it perhaps because of the difference which, according to the triumvirs, had separated him from the deceased man, and because of his petty bourgeois deviation from Leninism? Trotsky's absence did not merely breed rumor and gossip in Moscow. It left the field free to his adversaries. This was a time of intense activity in the Kremlin and of important decisions. The succession to Lenin in government as well as party was being settled in the most formal manner. Rykov took Lenin's place as Predsovnarkom, chairman of the Council of the People's Commissars, and Rykov's place at the Supreme Council of the National Economy was taken by Dzerzhinsky. Then the triumvirs made a new and more determined attempt to obtain control of the Commissariat of War. They dismissed from the commissariat Sklyansky, Trotsky's devoted assistant, and sent a special delegation to Sukhum to inform Trotsky that Franz, who was Zinoviev's adherent, would take Sklyansky's place a year later. Franz was to succeed Trotsky himself as Commissar of War. The Politburo and the Central Committee were also giving effect to the decisions of the 13th Conference directed against the opposition. Still more adherents of the opposition were dismissed, demoted, or reprimanded. The propaganda department worked full blast to establish that cult of Lenin under which Lenin's writings were to be quoted as gospel against all dissent and criticism, the cult which was designed primarily as an ideological weapon against Trotskyism. And, last but not least, the triumvirs stole yet more of Trotsky's thunder. He had dwelt on the weakness of the proletarian cells as the chief cause of the party's bureaucratic deformation and had urged the party to recruit more members from the working class. This demand had undoubtedly gained him sympathy among workers. The triumvirs resolved to open at once a spectacular recruiting drive in the factories. But while Trotsky had advised a careful selection, they decided to recruit en masse. To accept any worker who cared to join, and to waive all customary tests and conditions. At the 13th Conference they recommended the recruitment at a stroke of 100,000 workers. After Lenin's death they threw open the doors of the party even wider. Between February and May 1924, 240,000 workers were inscribed. 92 This was a mockery of the Bolshevik principle of organization which required that, as the elite and vanguard of the proletariat, the party should accept only the politically advanced and the battle-hardened. Among the mass of new entrants, the politically immature, the backward, the dull-minded and the docile, the climbers, and the nest-featherers, formed a considerable proportion. The triumvirs hectically motioned the newcomers onto the bandwagon, patted them on the back, flattered them, and exalted the keen and infallible class instinct and class consciousness that had brought them into the party. This recruitment, the Lenin levy, was presented as the spontaneous homage of the working class to Lenin and as the party's rejuvenation. The triumvirs were in effect saying to Trotsky, "You thought you would endear yourself to the workers by playing them against the bureaucrats and by arguing that the proletarian element in the party should be strengthened. We have strengthened it, and we have done so without any of your scruples. We have wheedled 250,000 workers into the party. And what is the result? Has the party thereby become ennobled, more democratic, or more proletarian socialist in outlook? Has bureaucracy been weakened? The Lenin levy in fact supplied the triumvirs with a devoted clientele, to which they presently appealed in the struggle against the opposition. Trotsky was aware what this demagogic exploitation of his idea meant, but he could not utter a word against the Lenin levy. Had he done so, he would have been howled down as the enemy of the workers and as the hypocrite who at first pretended that he longed to see more proletarians in the party, but who now betrayed his fear of them and his true petty bourgeois nature. He made un bon mine au mauvais jeu. And he even chimed in with the official eulogies for the Lenin levy. 93. Trotsky's moody aloofness at a moment so critical for his and the party's fortunes was, of course, in some measure caused by his illness. Yet even more debilitating was his feeling that the tide was running against him. This was an unfathomed tide, and he tried to gauge and assess it in Marxist terms. He concluded that the revolution was on the ebb and that he and his friends were being hit by a groundswell of reaction. The nature of the reaction was confused and confusing. It looked like, and up to a point it was, a prolongation of the revolution. He was convinced that it was his duty to resist, but he did not see clearly by what means to resist and what were the prospects. It was a turbid and a slimy tide that threw him back. None of the great issues over which they wrestled at the Politburo could be made to stand out in clear outline. Everything was blurred. The greatest issues were dragged down to the level of sordid intrigue. Had he, as his adversaries claimed, coveted personal power, he would have behaved quite differently, of course. But in his whole being he shrunk from the scramble, and half-consciously perhaps he was glad to escape from it into his melancholy lonesomeness in the Caucasus. In the spring his health was improved and he was back in Moscow. The party was just getting ready for the 13th Congress convened in May. The Central Committee and senior delegates met on May 22 to acquaint themselves with Lenin's will, which had hitherto been in Krupskia's keeping. The reading of the will had the effect of a bolt from the blue. Those present listened in utter perplexity to the passage in which Lenin castigated Stalin's rudeness and disloyalty and urged the party to remove him from the General Secretariat. Stalin seemed crushed. Once again his fortunes trembled in the balance. Amid all the worshipping of Lenin's memory, amid the endless genuflections and vows to hold Lenin's word sacred, it seemed inconceivable that the party should disregard Lenin's advice. But once again Stalin was saved by the trustfulness of his future victims. Zinoviev and Kamina, who held his fate in their hands, rushed to his rescue. They implored their comrades to leave him in his post. They used all their zeal and histrionic talents to persuade them that whatever Lenin held Stalin guilty of, the offense was not grave and that Stalin had made ample amends. Lenin's word was sacred, Zinoviev exclaimed, but Lenin himself, if he could have witnessed, as they all had, Stalin's sincere efforts to mend his ways, would not have urged the party to remove him. All eyes were now fixed on Trotsky. Would he rise, expose the farce, and demand that Lenin's will be respected? He did not utter a word. He conveyed his contempt and disgust at the spectacle only through expressive grimaces and shoulder shrugging. He could not bring himself to speak out on a matter in which his own standing was so obviously involved. It was resolved to disregard Lenin's advice on Stalin. but if so, then Lenin's will could not be published, for it would show up and render ridiculous all the mummeries of the Lenin cult. Against Krupski's protest, the Central Committee voted by an overwhelming majority for the suppression of the will. To the end, Trotsky, as though numb and frozen with detestation, kept his silence. 94. In the last week of May, the 13th Congress assembled. The triumvirs asked it to repeat with bell, book, and candle the anathema on Trotsky which the less authoritative conference had pronounced in January. The Congress turned into an orgy of denunciation. Zinoviev fumed and fulminated. It was now 1,000 times more necessary than ever that the party should be monolithic. 95 months before he had urged his partners to order Trotsky's expulsion from the party and even arrest, but Stalin cool-headedly refused to comply and hastened to declare in Pravda that no action was contemplated against Trotsky, and that a party leadership without Trotsky was unthinkable. 96 At the Congress, Zinoviev struck out again, and in a moment of fatal recklessness he demanded that Trotsky should not merely lay down arms but appear before the Congress and recant. Not before Trotsky had done so, Zinoviev stated, would there be peace in the party. 97 This was the first time in the party's experience that a member had been confronted with the demand for recantation. Even this Congress, zealous as it was to pronounce anathema on Trotsky, was shocked. The mass of delegates rose to give an ovation to Krupskaya when she, without supporting Trotsky, made a strong and dignified protest against Zinoviev's psychologically impossible demand. 98. Once only did Trotsky defend himself. 99 He spoke calmly and persuasively, with an undertone of resigned acceptance of defeat, but he refused adamantly to retract a single one of his criticisms. He was anxious not to pour oil on the flames and not to burn his boats. He pleaded that he had framed all his criticisms in the terms of the Politburo's resolution on the new course, and that there was nothing in what he had said and written which had not been said or written in one form or another by his adversaries also. He even dissociated himself from some of the 46 who had demanded freedom for inter-party groupings. The allegation that I am in favor of permitting groupings is incorrect, he said. True, I did make the mistake of falling ill at the critical moment and did not have the opportunity of denying this and many other allegations. It is impossible to make any distinction between a faction and a grouping. He repeated, however, that it was because of wrong policies and of the faulty inter-party regime that differences of opinion, which should have been only transient, became fixed and hardened and led to factionalism. To Zinoviev's call for a recantation he replied, nothing could be simpler or easier, morally and politically, than to admit before one's own party that one had erred. No great moral heroism is needed for that. Comrades, none of us wishes to be or can be right against the party. In the last instance the party is always right, because it is the only historic instrument which the working class possesses for the solution of its fundamental tasks. I have said already that nothing would be easier than to say before the party that all these criticisms and all these declarations, warnings, and protests were mistaken from beginning to end. I cannot say so, however, because, comrades, I do not think so. I know that one ought not to be right against the party. One can be right only with the party and through the party because history has not created any other way for the realization of one's rightness. The English have the saying my country, right or wrong. With much greater justification we can say, my party, right or wrong on certain partial, specific issues, or at certain moments. It would be ridiculous perhaps, almost indecent, to make any personal statements here, but I do hope that in case of need I shall not prove the meanest soldier on the meanest of Bolshevik barricades. 100. He ended his plea by saying that he would accept the party's verdict even if it were unjust. But acceptance meant for him submission to discipline in action, not in thought. I cannot say so, comrades, because I do not think so. These words stood out in their stark simplicity and unyieldingness amid all the subtle reasonings, incisive arguments, and imaginative appeals in which his speech abounded. His calm and restraint infuriated the party secretaries. Bent but unbroken, disciplined but unrepentant, he seemed to them all the more defiant. His voice sounded in their ears like the cry of their own uneasy conscience, and they tried to blast it with insult. They drew from him no rejoinder. Only at the end of the Congress he went out to the Red Square to address a meeting of Moscow's communist children, the pioneers. He greeted them as the new shift who would one day come into the workshop of the revolution to replace those who had grown old, weary, and corrupt. 101. By this time the whole Communist International had been drawn into the controversy. The triumvirs had to explain and justify their attitude to the foreign communists, from whom they were anxious to obtain a clear endorsement of Trotsky's condemnation in order to produce it to the Russian party. Yet the European communists, and in these years the influence of the International was still virtually confined to Europe, were alarmed by what was going on in Moscow and shocked by the violence of the attacks on Trotsky. To them Trotsky had been the embodiment of the Russian Revolution, of its heroic legend, and of international communism. Because of his European manner of expression, he had appealed to them more than any other Russian leader. He had been the author of the International's stirring manifestos, which in ideas, language and éclat recalled the Communist Manifesto of Marx and Engels. He had been the International's strategist and tactician as well as inspirer. European communists could not see what it was that set Zinoviev, the International's president, and the other Russian leaders, against Trotsky, and they feared the consequences of the conflict for Russia and international communism. Their first impulse was therefore to defend Trotsky. Before the end of the year 1923, the central committees of two important communist parties, the French and the Polish, protested to Moscow against the defamation of Trotsky and appealed to the antagonists to compose their differences in a comradely spirit. 102 This happened shortly after Brandler had, on behalf of his party, asked that Trotsky should assume the leadership of the planned communist insurrection in Germany. The triumvirs resented the protests and feared that Trotsky, defeated in the Russian party, might yet turn the International against them. Zinoviev saw in the action of the three parties a challenge to his presidential authority. At this time the International was agitated by the defeat it had just suffered in Germany. The questions connected with the defeat, the crisis which led up to it, and the policy of the German party, questions which in themselves provided enough ground for controversy, at once became entangled with the contention in the Russian party. 103. The German crisis began when the French occupied the Ruhr early in 1923. The Ruhr was aflame with German resistance, and soon the whole of the Reich was embraced by a strong nationalist movement of protest against the Versailles Treaty and its consequences. At first the bourgeois parties led the movement, and the communists were swept aside. But then these parties, uncertain of the outcome, began to vacillate and withdraw, especially when social strife threatened to deepen the political turmoil. Germany's economy was thrown out of balance. Depreciation of money developed with catastrophic speed. The workers, whom inflation cheated of wages, were furious and impatient for action. The communists, who had lain low since the March Rising of 1921, felt a strong wind in their sails. In July their Central Committee called upon the working class to prepare for a revolutionary decision. Its confidence in its strength and capacity for revolutionary action, however, did not go deep, nor was it shared by all those concerned with its policy. Radek, who was in Germany as representative of the International's executive, warned Moscow that the German party took too hopeful a view and that it might be heading for another abortive insurrection. Zinoviev and Bukharin spurred the Germans on, yet without proposing any definite course of action. At this stage, in July, Trotsky said that he was not sufficiently informed about conditions in Germany to express an opinion. Presently, Trotsky arrived at the conclusion that Germany was indeed about to enter an acutely revolutionary situation and that the German party should not merely be encouraged to take a bold line but assisted in the working out of a clear plan of revolutionary action culminating in armed insurrection. The date of the insurrection should be fixed in advance so that the German party could conduct the struggle through the preliminary phases, prepare the working class, and deploy its forces with a view to the denouement. The executive hesitated. Not only Radek Stalin, too, doubted the reality of the revolutionary situation and held that the Germans should be restrained. 104 Zinoviev went on prodding them but balked at the plan for insurrection. The Politburo, absorbed in its domestic preoccupations, discussed the matter casually, and Zinoviev conveyed its broad view to the leaders of the International. Somewhat half-heartedly it was decided to give the German party the cue for revolution, to assist it in military preparations, and, in the end, even to fix a date for the rising. The date was to be as close as possible to the anniversary of the Bolshevik insurrection. It was to be the German October. In September, Heinrich Brandler, the leader of the German party, arrived in Moscow to consult the executive. A bricklayer in his earlier years and a disciple of Rosa Luxemburg, a shrewd and cautious tactician and able organizer, he was not convinced that circumstances favored revolution. When he expressed his doubts to Zinoviev, doubts very similar to those Zinoviev himself had entertained on the eve of the Russian October, the latter, torn between hesitation and the desire to act resolutely, sought to overrule Brandler's objections with heated argument and table-thumping. Brandler yielded. In his own party, especially in its Berlin branch, which was led by Ruth Fischer and Arkady Maslov, impatience for action and confidence had mounted high. He thought that he had found the same confidence in Moscow, for he assumed that Zinoviev spoke for the whole Politburo. He diffidently concluded that if the leaders of the only victorious Communist party thought, as the Berliners did, that the hour had struck, then he ought to waive his objections. It was at this point, feeling, as he himself put it, that he was not a German Lenin, that Brandler asked the Politburo to assign Trotsky to lead the insurrection. Instead of Trotsky, the Politburo delegated Radek and Pyatakov. A plan of action was laid down, which centered on Saxony, Brandler's homeland where communist influence was strong. The Social Democrats headed the provincial government, and where they and the communists already acted in a united front. Brandler and some of his comrades were to join the government of Saxony and use their influence in order to arm the workers. From Saxony the rising was to spread to Berlin, Hamburg, central Germany, and the Ruhr. According to Brandler, and his testimony on this point is confirmed by other sources, both Zinoviev and Trotsky pressed this plan on him. 105 Moreover, Zinoviev through his agents in Germany forced the pace of events so much that the coalition government in Saxony was formed on orders sent by telegram from Moscow. It was en route. While he was returning to Germany, that Brandler learned from a newspaper bought at a railway station in Warsaw that he was a minister. 106. Even if conditions in Germany had favored revolution, the artificiality and the clumsiness of the plan and the remoteness of its direction and control would have been enough to produce a failure. The conditions were probably less favorable than they were assumed to be, and the social crisis in Germany less deep. Since the summer the economy had begun to recover, the mark was stabilized, and the political atmosphere had become calmer. The Central Committee failed to arouse the mass of workers and to prepare them for insurrection. The scheme for arming the workers miscarried. The Communists found the arsenals in Saxony empty. From Berlin the central government sent a military expedition against the Red Province. And so when the moment of rising arrived, Brandler, supported by Radek and Pyatakov, cancelled the battle orders. Only through a fault in liaison did insurgents move into action at Hamburg. They fought alone and, after a hopeless combat lasting several days, were routed. These events were to have a powerful impact on the Soviet Union. They destroyed the chances of revolution in Germany and Europe for many years ahead. They demoralized and divided the German party and, coinciding with similar setbacks in Poland and Bulgaria, they had this effect on the International as a whole. They imparted to Russian communism a deep and definite sense of isolation, a disbelief in the revolutionary capacity of the European working classes, even a disdain for them. Out of this mood there developed gradually an attitude of Russian revolutionary self-sufficiency and self-centeredness which was to find its expression in the doctrine of socialism in one country. Immediately, the German debacle became an issue in the Russian contest for power. Communists both in Russia and Germany delved into the causes of the defeat and were eager to fix the responsibilities. In the Politburo the triumvirs and Trotsky laid the blame on each other. On the face of it, there existed no connection between the German fiasco and the Russian controversy. The lines of division were different and they even cut across one another. Radek and Pyatakov, the two Trotskyists, had been from the outset at least as skeptical as Stalin was about the chances in Germany. It was they who advised Brandler to cancel the orders for insurrection. On the other hand, Zinoviev had, after hesitation, sanctioned the plan for the rising, of which Trotsky was the initiator, but he also sanctioned the cancellation of the marching orders. Trotsky was convinced that the German Party and the International had missed a unique opportunity, and he held that Zinoviev and Stalin were at least as much responsible for that as Brandler. The triumvirs replied that the rising had been bungled on the spot by the two Trotskyists, and they insisted on Brandler's opportunism and on the necessity to depose him as leader of the German Party. Vis-a-vis Brandler, the triumvirs were actuated by mixed motives. The rank and file of the German Party had turned bitterly against him, and the organization of Berlin clamored for his dismissal. Zinoviev was eager to appease the clamor and to save his own and the International's prestige by making a scapegoat of Brandler. In deposing him and installing Fischer and Maslov in the leadership of the German Party, Zinoviev made of that party his fief. He had yet another reason for insisting on Brandler's exemplary punishment. He suspected Brandler and his friends in the German Central Committee of sympathy with Trotsky. In denouncing Brandler as Trotsky's follower, Zinoviev also sought to burden Trotsky with the blame for Brandler's capitulation. At last Brandler, unable to make head or tail of the rivalries, anxious to disentangle the German question from the Russian issues, and eager to save his position, declared his support to the official Russian leadership, that is to the triumvirs. This, however, did not save him. Such was the situation in January 1924, when the executive of the International met to hold a formal inquest on the German defeat. The meeting was preceded by much wire-pulling and many shifts in the central committees of foreign parties, designed to secure in advance the executive's support for Zinoviev. When the executive met, Trotsky was ill in a village not far from Moscow. He did not state his views, but asked Radek to convey their joint protest against Brandler's demotion and the changes in the German Central Committee. Radek conveyed the protest, but being mainly interested in defending his own and Brandler's policy, he gave the executive the impression that Trotsky associated himself with that policy, and this enabled the triumvirs to link Trotsky once again with the right wing in the German Party. 107 In truth, Trotsky never ceased to be critical of Brandler's conduct, and the fact that Brandler had now declared his support for the triumvirs could not have commended him to Trotsky. Nevertheless, Trotsky objected on principle to the installation in Moscow of a guillotine for foreign communist leaders. Foreign parties, he held, must be allowed to learn from their own experience and mistakes, to manage their own affairs, and to elect their own leaders. Brandler's demotion established a pernicious precedent. Thus Trotsky demanded for the International the same inner freedom which he claimed for the Russian Party, and he did it with the same result. Zinoviev had by now complete mastery over the International. He had deposed some of those foreign leaders who had appealed to the Politburo to restrain its vehemence against Trotsky. Others allowed themselves to be browbeaten and apologized for their faux pas. Consequently, the executive, although it failed to carry its inquest on Germany to a clear conclusion, left Zinoviev with his reputation untarnished, and it endorsed the demotions and promotions he had ordered. This allowed him presently to obtain from the International an endorsement of the triumvirs' action against Trotsky and the 46. In May, at the 13th Congress of the Russian Party, the leaders, old and new, of all the European parties appeared on the platform to echo the anathema on Trotsky. Only one foreign delegate, Boris Suvarin, editor of El Humanite, himself half Russian and half French, raised his voice against it, declaring that the French Central Committee had decided by 22 votes against only 2 to protest against the attacks on Trotsky, without necessarily declaring thereby its solidarity with the opposition, but that he, personally, shared Trotsky's views and would not abjure them. Severin's lonely voice only stressed Trotsky's defeat. 108. A month later, the Fifth Congress of the International, the so-called Congress of Bolshevization, met in Moscow to put its seal under the excommunication of Trotsky, to which a denunciation of Radek and Brandler was added. Characteristic of the mood of the Congress was a speech by Ruth Fischer, the new leader of the German party. A young, trumpet-tongued woman, without any revolutionary experience or merit, yet idolized by the communists of Berlin, she railed against Trotsky, Radek, and Brandler, those Mensheviks, opportunists, and liquidators of revolutionary principle who had lost faith in the German and European Revolution. She called for a monolithic international, modeled on the Russian party, from which dissent and contest of opinion would be banished. This World Congress should not allow the international to be transformed into an agglomeration of all sorts of trends. It should forge ahead and embark upon the road which leads to a single Bolshevik World Party. 109 Spokesmen of the French, English, and American delegations followed suit, and, shrinking from no abuse or insult, they challenged Trotsky to appear before the Congress and state his views. 110 Trotsky refused to enter into any disputation. For one thing, he felt that all disputation was now useless. For another, having already been threatened with expulsion from the party if he indulged in any further controversy, he may have suspected that the challenge was a trap. And so he declared that he accepted the verdict of the Russian party and had no intention of appealing against it to the International. Even his silence, however, was received as proof of his malfeasance. Echoing Zinoviev, delegates demanded from him nothing less than recantation. 111 He turned a deaf ear, and in the course of the full 3 weeks the Congress heard nothing but foul-mouthed vituperation against the man to whom the previous 4 Congresses had listened with deep respect and adoration. This time not a single voice rose to vindicate him. 112 Yet Trotsky still wrote the last of his great Comintern manifestos for this Congress. But he was not re-elected as full member of the executive. Stalin took his place. What accounted for the change that had come over the International? Only a few months earlier its 3 greatest parties had enough courage and dignity to rebuke the triumvirs. Now all gave a spectacle of submission and self-abasement. Zinoviev, we know, had in the meantime shuffled, displaced, or broken up at will the German, French, and Polish central committees. But why did these committees and the parties behind them accept his dictates? Most of the deposed leaders had guided their parties from the day of foundation and had enjoyed high moral authority, yet nowhere did the rank and file stand up for them and refuse to accept the executive's orders and to acknowledge Zinoviev's nominees as leaders. It took Zinoviev only a few weeks or at the most a few months to bring about what appeared to be a complete upheaval in the entire communist movement. But the ease with which he brought it about indicated a deep-seated weakness in the International. Only a diseased body could be thus subverted at a stroke. Lenin and Trotsky had founded the International in the expectation that it would soon rally to its banners the majority of at least the European labor movement. 113 They expected it to become what its name said it was, a world party, transcending national boundaries and interests, not a decorous and Platonic association of national parties in the style of the Second International. They believed in the basic unity of the revolutionary processes in the world, and this unity made it essential in their view that the new organization should possess a strong international leadership and discipline. The 21 conditions of membership, which the Second Congress adopted in 1920, were designed to give the International a constitution appropriate to this purpose, and to establish, among other things, a centralized and strong leadership in the executive. Trotsky had supported that constitution wholeheartedly. 114 By itself it was not calculated to assure the preponderance of the Russian party in the International. All parties were represented on the executive in a democratic manner. Its few Russian members enjoyed in principle no privilege. Internationalism implied the subordination of national viewpoints to the broader interest of the entire movement, but certainly not to any national Russian viewpoint. Had revolution won in any of the important European countries, or had at least the communist parties there grown in strength and confidence, such international leadership and discipline might have become real. but the ebb of revolution in Europe tended to transform the International into an adjunct to the Russian Party. The self-assurance of its European sections was weak, and it dwindled from year to year. The defeated parties developed a sense of inferiority, and they came to look to the Bolsheviks, the only successful practitioners of revolution, to tackle their problems, to solve their dilemmas, and to make their decisions for them. The Bolsheviks responded, first from a sense of solidarity, then from habit, and finally from self-interest, until they were only too eager to handle the leading strings in which the foreign parties had so willingly put themselves. International leadership and discipline became in fact Russian leadership and discipline, and all the wide prerogatives which the 21 points had vested in the international executive of Lenin's and Trotsky's expectations passed almost imperceptibly to the Russian members of the executive. Lenin was disturbed by the state of affairs. He recalled Engels's forebodings about the preponderance of the German party in the Second International and pointed out that the supremacy of the Russian party might be not less harmful. 115 He tried to give foreign communists more self-reliance and even suggested that the executive should be transferred from Moscow to Berlin or another European capital in order to remove it from the constant pressure of Russian interests and preoccupations. However, most foreign communists preferred to see the hub of their international placed in the safety of Red Moscow rather than expose it to persecution and police raids in bourgeois capitals. Lenin's misgivings proved all too justified. As the years passed, the intervention of the Russian members of the executive in the affairs of foreign communism grew ever more meddlesome. Zinoviev ruled the international with relish, flamboyance, lack of tact and scruple. But even Trotsky found himself, as member of the executive, involved in the exercise of a tutelage which was inherent in the situation. As chairman of the French Commission of the Comintern, he supervised with plenary power the day-to-day work of the French communists. The German, the Italian, the Spanish, and the British parties eagerly sought his advice on every major issue and even on the detail of their activity, and he gave his advice freely. This led him to make pronouncements and to engage in a voluminous correspondence which in themselves form a running commentary on the history of these crucial years, a commentary rich in thought, sparkling with wit, and often astonishingly far-sighted. 116 But parts of the correspondence also reflect the tutelage. Here, for instance, he summons peremptorily Froissart, the French leader, to face grave but not unjustified charges at the International's assizes in Moscow. There he censures communist editors and prescribes the tactical line and even the topics and the style for their newspapers. Here he chides El Humanite for publishing the writings of dubious contributors. There again he lays down a date by which the French party must expel, as it had undertaken to do, all Freemasons and all careerists. On several occasions he acts as umpire to rival groups and lays down the law for them. 117 These, it is true, are extreme and exceptional instances. He never hectored or cajoled his subordinates in the Comintern, as Zinoviev and then Stalin did, and he always expected them to speak their mind on the affairs of the Russian party as frankly as he expressed himself on the conduct of their parties. It was not his fault if foreign communists rarely felt self-confident enough to speak their mind. He still treated the executive as a truly international body and acted on its behalf from the general principles of communism and not from any peculiarly Russian angle. It was in this spirit that he used the wide powers which the 21 points had vested in the executive. The actual preponderance of the Russian party, however, made it all too easy to use the 21 points as the constitutional framework for the establishment of a Russian de facto dictatorship. This was what Zinoviev did even before 1923, when he was still curbed by Lenin and Trotsky. Later all restraints had gone. Moreover, inner democracy could not survive in the International after it had withered in the Russian party. The habits of substitutism spread to the entire movement, and the chiefs of the Bolshevik old guard came to look upon themselves as the trustees not merely of the Russian working class but of the working classes of the world. In 1923-4 Zinoviev and Stalin indeed set out to refashion the European movement after the new Russian image. They could not tolerate in the International the opposition which they were bent on suppressing in their own party. Just as they had used the Russian 1921 ban on inter-party factions to destroy Trotsky's influence at home, so they used the wide powers they wielded under the 21 points to destroy his influence abroad. Trotsky had endorsed both the 1921 ban and the 21 points. His adversaries planned their moves so that every step they made appeared as a plain application of the principles and precedents laid down with Trotsky's consent, if not on his initiative. They struck him down with his own weapons, only that he had never used these weapons for any comparable purpose or with comparable brutality. He had occasionally threatened foreign communists with disciplinary sanctions. They demoted, dismissed, and denounced them wholesale. He had demanded that the Comintern should, in accordance with its program, tolerate no bourgeois pacifism, no Freemasonry, and no social patriotism. They purged it of Trotskyism, which had hitherto been almost synonymous with communism. In May, the 13th Congress of the Russian Party closed the debate which had started with the proclamation of the new course. Trotsky could not reopen the controversy without incurring the charge of a breach of discipline, and he made no attempt to reopen it. He once described admiringly the self-discipline which had induced George to put, when necessary, his bovine neck under the yoke of party discipline. He now put his own neck under a much harder yoke and refrained from discussing in public the party's economic policy and inner regime which had been declared taboo. Yet he could not reconcile himself to being branded as a semi-Menshevik guilty of a petty bourgeois deviation from Leninism. Debarred from discussing the crucial and topical issues of policy, he fell back on history to vindicate himself. The opportunity offered itself when the state publishers, carrying out an earlier decision of the Central Committee to produce a many-volumed edition of Trotsky's works, prepared for the presses the book which contained his speeches and writings of 1917. He prefaced it with a long essay entitled The Lessons of October. The volume appeared in the autumn of 1924, and at once it stirred up a storm. Trotsky's speeches and writings of 1917 provided a strong reply to the obloquy about him as the unreformed Menshevik, for they reminded the party of his role in the revolution and of the unswerving militancy with which he then confronted the Mensheviks. Such a reminder was needed. The historical memory of nations, social classes, and parties is short, especially in times of great upheaval when the breathtaking events of one year crowd out of people's minds the events of preceding years, when in political life generations or age groups succeed one another at a furious pace, when the veterans of early struggles rapidly dwindle in numbers, disperse, or grow exhausted and weary, and when the young plunge into new struggles more or less unaware of what has gone before. In 1924 those who had belonged to the Bolshevik Party since the early days of 1917 already formed less than 1% of the membership. To the mass of young members the revolution was already a myth as vague as it was heroic. The earlier political struggles with all their tangled alignments appeared even more remote and unreal. The young communist took it for granted, for instance, that Bolsheviks and Mensheviks had always opposed one another in irreducible enmity as they had done within his memory. It was almost inconceivable to him that they should have formed, in the course of many years, two factions of the same party, evoking common principles, quarreling and breaking with one another, but also repeatedly trying to heal the breach. It was even more inconceivable that many Bolshevik leaders should have sought to make peace with the Mensheviks as late as 1917. The young were therefore shocked when they learned that the Commissar of War had once been a Menshevik or semi-Menshevik, and many were inclined to believe the triumvirs when they maintained that once a Menshevik always a Menshevik. Nothing could shake that belief more severely than the perusal of Trotsky's speeches and writings of 1917, which showed up the recent anti-Trotskyist campaign as mendacious. Thus Trotsky, merely by republishing his old texts, called out his adversaries, but he challenged them directly in the Lessons of October. Trotsky advanced in this essay his own interpretation of the party's history and tradition, an interpretation which not merely vindicated him but also impugned the records of most of his assailants. The party's history, he wrote, fell into three distinct periods: the years of preparation for 1917, the decisive trial of 1917, and the post-revolutionary era. Each of these periods had problems, peculiarities, and a significance of its own. But it was in the second period that Bolshevism rose to its climax. A revolutionary party is tested in actual revolution just as an army is tested in actual battle. Its leaders and members are ultimately judged according to their conduct under this trial. Compared with this, their behavior during the preparatory period is of little importance. A Bolshevik should not be judged by what he said or did before 1917, in the course of the confused and in part irrelevant maneuvers of émigré politics, but by what he said and did in 1917. The argument, although Trotsky gave it the impersonal form of historical narrative, was pro domo sua. His own pre-revolutionary associations with Menshevism belonged to the irrelevant maneuvers of émigré politics, but his position as leader of the October insurrection was unassailable. By the same criterion the record of his adversaries was against them. They may have been good Leninists during the years of preparation, but they were found wanting in 1917. He related the two major crises the party had gone through in 1917, in April, when Lenin had to overcome the resistance of the party's right wing, the old Bolsheviks, as Lenin himself called them, before he could persuade the party to set its course for socialist revolution, and on the eve of the October Revolution, when the same right wing balked at insurrection. The hesitancy and the errors of some of the leaders, Trotsky argued, did not detract from the Bolshevik achievement. The party was a living organism with its frictions and divergencies of opinion. However, Bolsheviks should be aware of the facts. Even a revolutionary party of necessity includes conservative elements which hamper its progress, especially when the party faces a sharp turn and must take bold decisions. The edge of this argument was turned in the first instance against Zinoviev and Kamina, the strike-breakers of revolution, but also against Rykov, Kalinin, and other leaders of the old guard who had opposed Lenin's policy in 1917. In effect, Trotsky called into question the triumvirs' right to speak as the only authentic interpreters of Bolshevik doctrine and, more broadly, the old guard's pretension to represent the Leninist tradition in its purity. The implied but obvious moral of his story was that this tradition was by no means as simple and constant as people were made to believe. The old guard represented that old Bolshevism which Lenin had abjured because it clung to outdated slogans and irrelevant recollections, while Trotsky's attitude was in full harmony with the Bolshevism of 1917 under the sign of which the party had won. From history and topical allusion Trotsky then passed to the latest critical event, the failure of communism in Germany. His main themes in the lessons of October were the role of leadership in a revolutionary situation and the strategy and tactics of insurrection. No communist party, he argued, can create at will revolutionary opportunities, for these arise only as the result of a relatively slow decay of a social order, but a party can miss its opportunity through lack of determined leadership. In the affairs of revolution, too, there is a tide which must be taken at the flood, missed, it may not return for decades. No society can live long in the tension of acute social crisis. If it finds no relief from that tension in revolution, it finds it in counter-revolution. It may take only a few weeks or even days for the scales to turn one way or the other. If during these weeks or days communists shrink from insurrection and delay action, believing that the revolutionary situation will drag on and offer them new chances, then indeed all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. Such would have been the voyage of the Bolsheviks if the opponents of insurrection had had their way, and so was German communism bound in shallows and in miseries in 1923. Russia had offered the positive proof for the decisive role of revolutionary leadership, Germany offered the negative evidence. The same conservative frame of mind which the Bolshevik right wing showed in 1917 was responsible for the defeat in Germany. It was obvious at whom the sting of Trotsky's conclusion was aimed. The man who had spoken for the Bolshevik right wing in October 1917 was now president of the Communist International. The triumvirs returned a massive riposte, and they summoned hosts of propagandists and historians and even foreign communist writers for the counter-attack. 118 Throughout the autumn and the winter the country's political life was entirely overshadowed by this controversy which has entered Bolshevik annals under the odd name of the literary debate. Since it was impossible to deny roundly Trotsky's assertions about Zinoviev's and Kamene's attitude in 1917, their defenders replied that he had fantastically magnified their errors, that there had been only fortuitous and superficial dissensions between them and Lenin, and that no special right-wing or conservative trend of opinion had ever existed in the party. Trotsky, they said, had invented this in order to discredit not merely the old guard but the whole body of the Leninist tradition, and in order to ascribe to himself and to Trotskyism wholly imaginary merits. To prove the point, the triumvirs and their historians had to oppose to Trotsky's account their own versions of the events of 1917, versions designed to enhance their own prestige and to belittle the part Trotsky had played. This was done timidly at first, but then with growing boldness and disregard for truth. Thus, it was not denied at first that Trotsky had acted an outstanding part, but this, it was said, was not superior to that acted by his present adversaries. Then Stalin himself intervened with a version of his own. He declared that the Military Revolutionary Committee of the Petrograd Soviet, over which Trotsky presided, had not at all been the headquarters of the October insurrection, as all historical accounts, without a single exception, had maintained hitherto. He asserted that a more or less fictitious center, of which Trotsky was not even a member but on which Stalin sat, directed the rising. 119 This version was so crudely concocted that even the Stalinists received it at first with embarrassed irony. But once put out, the story began to crop up stubbornly in the new historical accounts until it found its way to the textbooks, where it was to remain as the only authorized version for about 30 years. Thus that prodigious falsification of history was started which was presently to descend like a destructive avalanche upon Russia's intellectual horizons. It began as a mere attempt to bolster the reputations of Zinoviev and Kamena whom it was eventually to depict, as it was also to depict Bukharin, Rykov, Tomsky, and so many other Bolshevik leaders, as the saboteurs and traitors of the October Revolution and as foreign spies. In 1924 most of the future victims of the falsification were united in a frantic effort to cast Trotsky into the shade. Yet, as long as Trotsky stood on the ground of the events of 1917, his position was formidable. The triumvirs did therefore their utmost to shift him from that ground back to the pre-revolutionary era, the era of his opposition to Bolshevism. They established a canon of rigid continuity in the party's policies and a canon of its virtual infallibility. Whoever, they said, had, like Trotsky, opposed Bolshevism consistently throughout a long period was fundamentally in the wrong, and this was bound to show itself even in his later attitudes. Making a parody of determinism, the canon makers instilled into the party's mind the idea that no political error or deviation, whether collective or individual, could be treated as a casual occurrence. Each error had its deep causes or roots in the peculiar makeup, petty bourgeois or otherwise, of any given group or individual. A major error weighed on him who committed it with the fateful gravity of original sin. Trotsky's fall dated back to his early Menshevik days, not merely to the maneuvers of émigré politics but to his fundamental attitude towards the major problems of the time. In the October interval his petty bourgeois soul struggled to achieve grace. The party hoped to help him and to assimilate him. But again and again his stubborn Menshevik nature reasserted itself. In this light the disagreements which Trotsky had had with Lenin since the revolution also acquired a hitherto unsuspected sinister meaning. He had had two such major disagreements, over the Peace of Brest-Litovsk and over policy towards the trade unions. Innumerable pamphlets and articles were published which dwelt on these two cases and gave new accounts of them to prove that in both Trotsky's ineradicable anti-Leninism had revealed itself, and to establish a straight connection between his opposition to Lenin and his attack on Lenin's successors. The contexts of the old controversies, the real alignments, the motives, the hesitations, the self-contradictions, and the human virtues and failings of the actors, were all omitted from the new accounts. The party was shown a picture of itself and of its leaders which resembled those early medieval frescoes of the Last Judgment, where the virtuous, whose faces express nothing but piety, climb straight to heaven while the sinners, concentrated symbols of vice, rush to damnation. As the controversy switched backward and forward and back again to the years 1905–6, the fount of all of Trotsky's errors and deviations was at last discovered in his theory of permanent revolution. This was declared to be his master heresy. Yet ever since 1917 the party had had no quarrel with that theory. Trotsky's early essays on it had been republished in the original and in many translations as an authoritative statement of communist doctrine. Even now its two chief tenets, that the Russian Revolution had to pass from the bourgeois to the socialist phase, and that it would be the prologue to world revolution, were still the party's household ideas, and they could not be openly refuted. The polemicists dug up a few barbed remarks which Lenin made in 1906, himself still holding that the Russian Revolution would be only bourgeois in character. Lenin then said that Trotsky spoke of a socialist consummation because he jumped over the bourgeois phase and underestimated the importance of the peasantry. In view of what had happened in 1917, these remarks had lost all relevance. This did not now prevent the polemicists repeating in circles that Trotsky's characteristic propensity was to jump over necessary intermediate stages and to underestimate the peasantry. True enough, it was not easy to square this charge with the other accusation that he was an unreformed Menshevik. The Mensheviks, far from jumping over the bourgeois phase of the revolution, refused to go beyond it, and it took a great deal of purely scholastic argument to cope with this logical difficulty. However, as in all disputations of this sort, it was not the logic or the historical truth of the argument that mattered, but its undertone, its bearing on current policy, and the impression it made on the uninitiated. That the insistence on Trotsky's inclination to underestimate the peasantry had a bearing on current policy is obvious. The triumvirs and Rykov had begun to label Trotsky as the muzhik's enemy even the year before. Now they gave that label retrospective validity and historical coloring. More significant still was the broader undertone. To the popular understanding, permanent revolution suggested a prospect of continuous upheaval and of endless struggle, and the impossibility for the Russian Revolution to settle down and achieve a measure of stabilization. In denouncing permanent revolution, the triumvirs appealed to the popular longing for peace and stability. In truth, Trotsky's theory did claim that the fortunes of Bolshevik Russia depended ultimately on the spread of revolution abroad. Yet the hopes for its spread had been dashed many times and had just suffered the most severe setback in Germany. The Bolsheviks felt more isolated than ever. They found a psychological defense in their complacent sense of Russia's revolutionary self-sufficiency. Trotsky's theory offended and mocked that sense. Hence the intense irritation which the mere mention of permanent revolution began to arouse among Bolshevik cadres. They felt a vehement emotional urge to deprive Trotsky's theory of all ideological respectability. It was no matter of chance that in the autumn of 1924 Stalin, revising his own earlier views, formulated the doctrine of socialism in one country, which became the counterpart to permanent revolution. Stalin extolled the self-sufficiency of the Russian Revolution, and thereby he offered the party an ideological consolation for its frustrated internationalist hopes. 120. It is easy to see why and how the literary debate weakened Trotsky's position even further. It fixed in the public mind a contradictory image of Trotsky as, on the one hand, an inveterate semi-Menshevik and, on the other, an equally inveterate ultra-radical and extremist seeking to involve the party in dangerous ventures at home and abroad. At home, it was said, he strove to embroil the Bolsheviks with the peasants whom he had never understood. Abroad, he always saw revolutionary opportunities where none existed. The same aberration had led him to oppose the Brest-Litovsk peace and to blame Zinoviev for the defeat of revolution in Germany. That Trotsky had also criticized Zinoviev for encouraging abortive risings abroad, that he had been opposed to the March on Warsaw in 1920, that he had consistently striven to normalize relations with the capitalist countries, and that he had been the first to advocate the NEP policy in order to pacify the peasants. These and similar facts which contradicted the image of the ultra-radical adventurer did not matter. Fact, fiction, and scholastic quibble were so jumbled together that Trotsky became the Quixote of communism, pathetic perhaps, but also dangerous, whom only the wisdom and the statesmanship of the triumvirs could restrain and render harmless. Many a party member, even some of Trotsky's own adherents, held that in the lessons of October he had chosen his ground wrongly. 121 He should have concentrated, they said, on issues that mattered instead of digging up Zinoviev's and Kamina's errors of 1917. True, he had done this in self-defense after the triumvirs had raked up all the long-forgotten incidents of his controversies with Lenin and after they had prevented him from discussing current affairs. But most people quickly forgot who had started it all, and they reproached him with not letting bygones be bygones. Official writers quoted against him the excerpts from Lenin's suppressed will in which Lenin begged the party not to hold against Zinoviev and Kamina their historic errors. Even Krupskaya, mindful of that advice, was prevailed upon to rebuke Trotsky and to say that he had made too much of the disagreements between Lenin and his disciples, because the fate of the revolution depended on the attitude of the party and of the working class as a whole, not on dissensions within a narrow circle of leaders. 122 This was a telling criticism, directed as it was against the advocate of inter-party democracy. Bolshevik self-esteem had anyhow been wounded by Trotsky, in whose recollections the party's leadership appeared as a sluggish, hesitant body of men who would never have done their duty if they had not been prodded and pushed into action by Lenin. The debate had a further consequence which greatly embarrassed Trotsky. Some elements of the dispersed anti-Bolshevik opposition, who had hitherto hated him like death, began to pin their hopes on him. 123 This was inevitable. In a single-party system, some of the suppressed enemies of the government, no longer able to fight under their own banners, will applaud any important dissenter even if he belongs to the ruling party and no matter what the reasons for his dissent. They tend to view as their hero anyone whom the ruling group itself stigmatizes as its dangerous adversary. The circumstance that Trotsky demanded freedom of expression, if only within the party, commended him at least to some anti-Bolsheviks who saw no future for themselves without any freedom of expression. This was by no means the prevalent attitude among the anti-Bolsheviks. Many or perhaps most of them viewed with glee the fall of the man on whom they placed the chief blame for their defeat in the Civil War. But the triumvirs made the most of any sign of real or spurious sympathy for Trotsky which could be detected outside the party, while he was all the more anxious to say and do nothing that might encourage such sympathy. This accounted largely for his restraint and long silences, and for his constant and emphatic reiteration of his solidarity with the triumvirs in the face of common enemies. Finally, the literary debate had an important effect on the triumvirs themselves. Its result was to discredit all the chief controversialists with the sole exception of Stalin, whose prestige was, on the contrary, enhanced. Trotsky had concentrated his attack on Zinoviev and Kamina, who had clearly expressed and placed on record their objections to the October insurrection. Stalin, having been less articulate and much more elusive in 1917, was now far less vulnerable. Indeed, Zinoviev and Kamina stood at present in need of his moral support, and they were glad to receive from him testimonials of good Bolshevism. 124 This helped Stalin to establish himself definitely as the senior triumvir. Thus, unwittingly, Trotsky helped to defeat his future allies and to promote his chief and most dangerous adversary. The storm raised by the lessons of October made Trotsky's position as Commissar of War untenable. The triumvirs had denounced him in such terms that they could not leave him in charge of the country's military affairs, although only a year earlier they were still afraid to accept his resignation. They now openly worked to remove him from the commissariat. In no phase of the struggle did Trotsky make the slightest attempt to appeal against them to the army. He restrained those of his followers who, like Antonovov-Zinko, had been tempted to draw into the controversy the military cells which were, under the party's rules and regulations, entitled to have their say. Official spokesmen, it should be added, never reproached Antonovov-Zinko with any offense graver than this: there was no question of any plot or preparations for a coup. And they repeatedly acknowledged Trotsky's restraining influence. 125 When hints were dropped about his Bonapartist ambition, This was done in private gossip only. Trotsky was not accused of making any single move designed to use his position as Commissar of War to his political advantage. He acknowledged as a matter of course, the Politburo's jurisdiction over the army. Consequently, he accepted, though not without protest, the dismissal and demotion of his followers from the most influential posts in his commissariat and the appointment to them of his adversaries. 126. It would be futile to speculate whether Trotsky would have succeeded if he had attempted a military coup. Early in the conflict, before the General Secretariat had begun to shift and shuffle the party personnel in the army, his chances of success might have been high. They dwindled later. He never tried to test the chances. He was convinced that a military pronunciamento would be an irreparable setback for the revolution, even if he were to be associated with it. He had declared at the 13th Congress that he saw in the party the only historic instrument which the working class possessed for the solution of its fundamental tasks, and he could not try and smash that instrument with the army's hands. In any conflict with the party, he held, the army would have to rely on the support of counter-revolutionary forces, and this would have condemned it to play a reactionary part. True, he saw degeneration in the party. But this consisted in the breach between the leaders and the rank and file, and in the party's loss of its democratic base. The task, as he saw it, was to reconstitute that base and to reconcile the leaders and the rank and file. Ultimately, the revolution's salvation lay in a political revival down below, in the depth of society. Military action from above could only usher in a regime even further removed from a workers' democracy than was the present government. Such was the logic of things, and he did not believe that he could stand against it. He placed his own person and action within the framework of the social forces which determined the course of events. He saw his own role as subordinate to those forces, and his aim, the revival of proletarian democracy, dictated to him the choice of his means. In the course of the year 1924, the direction of the Commissariat of War slipped from his hands. Through Franz and Unschlicht, the triumvirs gradually extended their control over the whole body of the army's political commissars, and now they had no qualms about drawing the armed forces into the inter-party conflict. They submitted to the military cell's resolutions condemning Trotsky for publishing the lessons of October, and they convened a national conference of the political commissars and placed before them a motion demanding Trotsky's dismissal from the Department of War. At this time Trotsky once again succumbed to an attack of malaria, and he did not, it seems, even state his case to the commissars. The conference duly passed the motion demanding his dismissal. Then he suffered the same rebuff from the communist cell on the Military Revolutionary Council, the council over which he had presided since the day it was formed. To crown it all, a plenary session of the Central Committee was called for January 17, 1925, and the Trotsky case figured as the first item on the agenda. On January 15, Trotsky addressed a letter to the Central Committee in which he excused, on grounds of illness, his absence from the forthcoming session, but he stated that he had delayed his planned departure from Moscow. He was to go to the Caucasus again in order to answer questions and offer explanations which might be required of him. Concisely and with subdued anger, he replied to the main accusations leveled against him. This was his only reply to the critics of the lessons of October. Then he asked to be immediately relieved from his duties as president of the Revolutionary Military Council and declared, "I am ready to carry out any work whatever assigned to me by the Central Committee, in whatever position or without any position, and, it goes without saying, under any conditions whatever of party control." 127. At the Politburo, Zinoviev and Kamenev proposed to ask the Central Committee to expel Trotsky from the Politburo and the committee. Once again, to their irritation, Stalin refused to comply, and Zinoviev and Kamenev wondered whether he might not make peace with Trotsky at their expense. The Central Committee decided that Trotsky should continue to sit on the committee and the Politburo, but it threatened him once again with expulsion if he engaged in any new controversy. 128. The Central Committee then formally declared the literary debate as closed, but in the same breath it instructed all propaganda departments to continue the campaign which would enlighten the whole party, about the anti-Bolshevik character of Trotskyism, beginning from the year 1903 and ending with the Lessons of October. Another campaign was to make clear to the country at large, not only to party members, the danger to the alliance of workers and peasants which Trotskyism carried with it. As Trotsky was not allowed to reply, this became a one-sided debate. The Central Committee finally declared it impossible that he should continue to work on the Revolutionary Military Council. Thus, with the badges of infamy stuck over the badges of his fame, with cries of denunciation ringing in his ears, gagged and forbidden even to defend himself, he left the commissariat and the army which he had led for 7 long and fateful years. Chapter 3. Not by politics alone. N.O.T. By politics alone doth man live, was the title Trotsky gave to a short essay of his which appeared in Pravda. In the summer of 1923. Least of all could he himself live by politics alone. Even at the most vital moments of the struggle for power his literary and cultural activities took up a great part of his energy, and he became still more deeply absorbed in them when he left the commissariat of war and the inter-party controversy slackened for a time. Not that he sought to escape from politics. His interest in literature, art, and education remained political in a wider sense. But he refused to dwell on the surface of public affairs. He turned the struggle for power into a struggle for the soul of the revolution, and he thereby gave new dimensions and new depth to the conflict in which he was involved. How intensely indeed he was engaged in literary work during the most crucial clashes in the Politburo can be seen even from the following few facts. In the summer of 1922, when he refused to accept the office of vice premier under Lenin and, incurring the Politburo's censure, went on leave, he devoted the better part of his holiday to literary criticism. The state publishers had collected his pre-revolutionary essays on literature for republication in a special volume of his works. And he intended to write a preface surveying the condition of Russian letters since the revolution. The preface grew in size and became an independent work. He gave to it nearly all his leisure but failed to conclude it. He resumed writing during his next summer holiday, in 1923, when his conflict with the triumvirs, complicated by the expectation of revolution in Germany, was mounting to a climax, and this time he returned to Moscow with the manuscript of a new book, Literature and Revolution, ready for the printer. In the course of the same summer he wrote a series of articles on the manners and morals of post-revolutionary Russia which were later collected in Problems of Everyday Life. The topics he discussed were, family life under the new regime, bureaucracy enlightened and unenlightened, civility and politeness, vodka, the church and the cinema, swearing in the Russian language, and so on. He addressed many meetings of educationists, librarians, agitators, journalists, and worker correspondents, and in his speeches he dwelt on the dullness, shabbiness, and lifelessness to which the press had sunk, and insisted on the need to restore purity and force to the Russian language, now littered with party jargon and cliché. In the same summer and in the following autumn he worked on such diverse subjects as a comparative analysis of trade cycles in the 19th and the 20th centuries too, and the controversy between two schools in psychology, Pavlov's and Freud's. He had long been familiar with Freud's theory, and he studied Pavlov's works and prepared himself to intervene in the controversy with a plea for freedom of research and experimentation and for tolerance towards the Freudian school. In 1924 he also wrote, and published in book form, the biographical sketches of Lenin, in which, by presenting the founder of Bolshevism in all his humanity, he implicitly made his critique of the official icon of Lenin and of the incipient Lenin cult. In these writings he sought to strike at the root and not merely at the symptoms of the evils which beset the revolution, at the spiritual backwardness of Mother Russia which was no less important than her economic poverty. He spoke of the need for primitive cultural accumulation as being at least as urgent as the need for industrial accumulation. He exposed the soil in which Stalinism was beginning to grow, and he sought to change the climate in which it was to flourish. Hence the importance he attached to manners and morals and to small matters of everyday life. He showed how these affected the affairs of state. His treatment of such topics is best illustrated by what he wrote about the peculiarly Russian habits of swearing. Abusive language and swearing are a legacy of slavery, humiliation, and disrespect for the dignity of man, one's own dignity and that of other people. I should like to hear from our philologists, linguists, and folklore experts whether they know in any other language such dissolute, sticky, and low terms of abuse as those we have in Russian. As far as I know, nothing or almost nothing of the kind exists outside our country. Swearing in our lower classes was the result of despair, embitterment, and above all, of slavery without hope and escape. The swearing of our upper classes, the swearing that came out of the throats of the gentry and of those in office, was the outcome of class rule, of slave owners' pride, and of unshakable power. Two streams of Russian abuse: the swearing of masters, officials, and police, full and fat, and the hungry, desperate, and tormented swearing of the masses have colored the whole of Russian life with despicable patterns. The revolution, however, is primarily the awakening of the human personality in the masses, in those masses which were supposed to possess no personality. In spite of occasional cruelty and the sanguinary relentlessness of its methods, the revolution is marked by growing respect for the dignity of the individual and by an ever-increasing concern for the weak. A revolution does not deserve its name if it does not help with all its might and all the means at its disposal if it does not help woman, twofold and threefold enslaved in the past, to get onto the road of individual and social progress. A revolution does not deserve its name if it does not take the greatest possible care of the children, for whose benefit it has been made. But how can one create a new life based on mutual consideration, on self-respect, on the real equality of women, on the efficient care for children in an atmosphere poisoned with the roaring, rolling, ringing, and resounding swearing of masters and slaves, that swearing which spares no one and stops at nothing? The struggle against foul language is an essential condition of mental hygiene, just as the fight against filth and vermin is a condition of physical hygiene. Psychological habits, coming down from generation to generation and permeating the whole climate of life, are extremely tenacious. How often do we in Russia make a violent rush forward, strain our forces, and then let things drift in the old way? This is true not only of the uncivilized masses but also of the advanced and so-called responsible elements in our present social order. There is no denying that the old pre-revolutionary forms of foul language are still in use now, 6 years after October, and that they are even en vogue. High up at the top. Our life is made up of the most striking contrasts. Point 3. In this struggle against the persistent and resurgent traditions of a way of life which had been rooted in serfdom, Trotsky was to suffer a defeat as cruel as that which he suffered in the political field. But he showed a deep historical insight into the nature of the forces by which he was to be overwhelmed. The two streams of Russian abuse were to merge in Stalinism and to impose their despicable patterns on the revolution itself. 15 years later, during the Great Purges, the two streams swelled into a flood. It was then possible for an attorney general to rail at men in the dock, who had occupied the most exalted positions in state and party, in such terms as "you son of a bull and a pig," and the highest magistrates wound up their obsessive perorations with the scream, "Shoot the mad dogs." The cursing rolled on from the courtrooms to factories, farms, editorial offices, and university halls, and for several years it deafened the whole of Russia. It was as if centuries of swearing had become condensed in a single moment, come to life in Stalinism, and burst upon the world. The October Revolution had given fresh impulses to cultural life, but it had also thoroughly upset it and created enormous difficulties. This would have been the effect of any revolution, even in the most favorable circumstances, and even with the educated elements of the nation on its side. The effect was immensely aggravated when the chief moving force of the revolution was an oppressed, property-less, and of necessity uneducated class. True, the Bolshevik leaders were men of the intelligentsia, and some of them possessed wide and profound education. But they were a mere handful. The cadres consisted mostly of self-educated workers and half-educated people of petty bourgeois descent. The party had trained them in politics, organization, and sometimes in the broad philosophy of Marxism. But all too often their approach to cultural affairs only showed that a little knowledge could be worse than complete ignorance. The majority of the intelligentsia had met the October Revolution with hostility. Some died in the Civil War. Many emigrated. Of those who had survived and stayed in Russia, many came to serve the new regime as specialists. A few even became enthusiastically converted to the revolution and did their best to raise the nation culturally. But most of the men of the intelligentsia were either too rigid in conservative habits of mind or else too intimidated or too mediocre and servile to exercise a large and fruitful intellectual influence. They took it ill when they were placed under the orders of self-educated or half-educated commissars. On the other hand, the commissars often lacked confidence in themselves, and were suspicious and inclined to disguise inner uncertainty by bluff and bluster. They were also fanatically convinced of the justice of their cause and sure that they had found in Marxism, in which, of necessity, they were also only half-educated, the master key to all problems of society, including those of science and art. All the stronger were the intelligentsia confirmed in their characteristic prejudices, and in the supercilious conviction that Marxism could teach them nothing, that its Weltanschauung was a mere farrago of half-baked half-truths. Thus a gulf was fixed between them and the new ruling groups. Trotsky, like Lenin, Bukharin, Lunacharsky, Kresin, and a few others, did his utmost to bridge the gulf. He pleaded with the commissars and the party secretaries to treat the intelligentsia with consideration and respect, and he urged the intelligentsia to show greater understanding for the needs of the time and for Marxism. These pleadings had their effect, but the gulf, though narrowed, was still there. Then it again began to widen. As the party hierarchy began to free itself from all forms of public control and get accustomed to arbitrary government, it became more and more inclined to impose its dictates upon the scientist, the man of letters, and the artist as well. It also began to develop its own ambitions and to encourage cultural aspirations which flattered its parvenu vanity and yet appeared to have the merits of revolutionary innovation. The slogans of proletarian culture, proletarian art, and proletarian literature were coined, soon acquiring the same kind of popularity that the proletarian strategic doctrine had enjoyed in the army somewhat earlier. 4. Trotsky saw it his task to curb intolerance and to expose the futility of the slogans about proletarian culture and art. This was not easy. The idea of proletarian culture appealed to some Bolshevik intellectuals, and to young workers in whom the revolution had awakened a craving for education but in whom it had also released iconoclastic instincts. In the background there was the peasants' anarchic hostility towards all that had been associated with the gentry's way of life, including its cultural values. Theorizing Bolsheviks rationalized this iconoclastic mood into a pseudo-Marxist rejection of the old class culture which was to be swept away. Proletkult proclaimed the advent of proletarian science and art. The doctrinaires of this group of writers and artists argued with some plausibility that just as there had been feudal and bourgeois epochs in the history of civilization, so the proletarian dictatorship ought to inaugurate a culture of its own, permeated by Marxist class consciousness, militant internationalism, materialism, atheism, and so forth. Some maintained that Marxism by itself already constituted that new culture. The originators and adherents of such views strove to obtain for them the party's support and even to make of them the guiding principles of educational policy. Both Lenin and Trotsky repudiated the Proletkult theory. Lenin, however, confined himself to a few brief and sharp statements and left the field to Trotsky, to whom it was more congenial. We shall presently see how Trotsky conducted the argument against Proletkult. The pretensions of Proletkult, however, were only the most extreme expression of an inclination which was widespread far beyond Proletkult circles, especially among party men in charge of educational and cultural affairs, an inclination to settle such affairs by word of command, to lay down the law, and to intimidate those who were too well educated, too intelligent, or too independent-minded to obey. It was this frame of mind, from which the cultural policy of Stalinism was to take its rise, that Trotsky untiringly sought to overcome. The state is an organization of compulsion, he said in an address to educationists. Consequently, Marxists in office may feel tempted to arrange even their cultural and educational work among the toiling masses on the principle, here is truth revealed to you, go down on your knees before it. Of course, ours is a stern government. The workers' state has the right and the duty to apply compulsion. We turn ruthless force against the enemies of the working class. But in the education of the working class, this here is truth down on your knees method contradicts the very essence of Marxism. 5. Such exhortations and warnings fill many pages in The Culture of a Transition Period, Volume XXI of Trotsky's works. Words of command addressed to scientists and bans on their theories can bring us nothing except harm and shame, he insisted, anticipating the harm and the shame of Stalin's pronouncements on linguistic and biological, not to speak of sociological heresies. It should be added that Trotsky did not argue in this spirit only after he had been driven into opposition. As early as in January 1919 he wrote, for instance, "Our party never was and never can become a flatterer of the working class. The conquest of power does not by itself transform the working class or invest it with all virtues, it only opens before it the opportunity of learning, developing its mind, and freeing itself of its inadequacies. By an intense effort the leading groups of the Russian working class have carried out work of gigantic historic significance. But even in these groups there is still too much half-knowledge and semi-competence." 6. With this half-knowledge and semi-competence he came to blows again and again. Lenin, when he introduced NEP, told the Bolsheviks that they had to learn to trade. It was not less important, Trotsky added, that they should learn to learn. 7. It was baneful, he reiterated, to approach the cultural heritage of the past with nihilistic contempt. The working class had to take possession of that heritage and to guard it. The Marxist should not accept it all indiscriminately, he ought to view the cultural legacy dialectically and see its historically formed contradictions. The achievements of civilization had so far served a double purpose. They had assisted man in gaining knowledge and control of nature and in developing his own capacities, but they had also served to perpetuate society's division into classes and man's exploitation by man. Consequently, some elements of the heritage were of universal significance and validity while others were bound up with obsolete or obsolescent social systems. 8. The communist approach to the cultural legacy should therefore be selective. As a rule, the main body of the strictly scientific thought of the past was relatively little distorted through the fact that it grew up in class society. It was in ideological creation, especially in notions on society itself, that man's domination by man was mirrored most directly. But even their elements which reflected class oppression and served to perpetuate it were intricately combined with other elements through which man took cognizance of himself, sharpened his mind, enlarged his intelligence, gained insight into his emotions, learned to control himself, and therefore to some extent surmounted the limitations of his social circumstances. That was why works of art created hundreds and even thousands of years ago still fascinated modern man and continued to strike a chord in him even while he was engaged in proletarian revolution or in building socialism. To be sure, the builder of socialism should review critically, using the criteria of dialectical materialism, all inherited values, but this could have nothing to do with flat rejection or pseudo-Marxist humbug. Before the cultural values of the past could be subjected to criticism they must be thoroughly assimilated, and before the Marxist decided to revise from his angle any field of knowledge, he must first master it from the inside. Addressing the old intelligentsia, Trotsky argued from the opposite angle. He sought to persuade them that they could not live by the cultural heritage alone, and that they should re-educate themselves and find their place in Soviet society. He was concerned in particular with the outlook of the scientists and technologists, whom he repeatedly addressed on the relation between Marxism and science. His own interest in the subject was stimulated when, after his departure from the Commissariat of War, he became head of the Board for Electrotechnical Development and of the Committee for Industry and Technology. A new field of study opened before him, one which had attracted him in his early youth and which he then abandoned for the sake of revolutionary activity. He now became half administrator and half student. I was especially interested, he writes, in the Committee for Industry and Technology, which, because of the centralized character of Soviet industry, had developed on quite a large scale. I diligently visited many laboratories, watched experiments, and listened to explanations given by outstanding scientists. In my spare time I studied textbooks on chemistry and hydrodynamics. These interests are strongly reflected in his writings of the years 1925–6. Sitting at the feet of the scientists, he also acted as their tutor in the sociology and the Marxist philosophy of science. He was probably influenced by Engels's Dialektik der Natur, the first German and Russian editions of which appeared in Moscow in 1925. He made no explicit reference to that work, but it is unlikely that he should not have read it, and on some points he follows closely Engels's line of thought. At least 3 of his excursions into the philosophy of science deserve to be mentioned here: an address on Mendeleev, delivered at an All-Russian Congress of Scientists in September 1925, on the occasion of an anniversary of the great chemist, a lecture on culture and socialism given at the Red Square Club in February 1926, and a speech on radio, science, technology, and society at the Congress for the Promotion of Radio held in March of the same year. There was nothing of the professional philosopher about Trotsky. He never plumbed the depths of gnoseology as Lenin did in Empiria Criticism and Materialism. He attempted no systematic exposition of the principles of dialectics, he preferred to apply them in political and historical analyses rather than to expound them in the abstract. Yet it is difficult to read his works without becoming aware of the well-formed philosophy behind them, of the deep thought he had given to questions of method, and of his wide if not very systematic erudition. He carried this erudition lightly, avoided the pundits' ponderous pronouncements, and as if deliberately spoke the language of the dilettanti. For all this, or perhaps because of it, his few essays on the dialectics of science belong to the most illuminating and lucid Marxist statements on the subject. Nothing was further from Trotsky's mind than any attempt to impose politics upon science. He asserted the scientist's right and even duty to remain politically disinterested in the course of research and study. This, however, should not prevent the scientist from seeing the place of science in society. There was no contradiction between the disinterestedness of the individual scientist and the deep involvement of science as a whole in the social conflicts of its age. Similarly, an individual soldier or revolutionary may fight and give his life disinterestedly, but an army and a party must have definite interests and aspirations to defend. Detachment and rigorous objectivity in research are necessary, but not enough. It is a most vital interest of science itself that the scientist should have a broad and up-to-date philosophical outlook. This, as a rule, he does not possess. Hence a characteristic cleavage in the scientist's mind. In his special field or in his laboratory he is implicitly a materialist, but outside it his thinking is most often confused, unscientific, inclined to idealism or even to plainly reactionary views. In no great thinker was this cleavage more in evidence than in Mendeleev. As a scientist he was one of the greatest materialists of all times, yet he was caught up in all the conservative beliefs and prejudices of his time and was devoted to the decaying tsardom. When he formulated his periodic law, he testified to the truth of that principle of dialectics which occupies a central place in Marxist thought and asserts that quantitative changes, whether in natural or social processes, at certain points turn into changes of quality. According to the periodic law, quantitative alterations in atom weights result in qualitative differences between chemical elements. Yet Mendeleev could not envisage the approach of the one great qualitative change, the revolution in Russian society. No, in order to be able to predict and act was the maxim of the great discoverer, who compared scientific creation to the throwing of an iron bridge across a precipice. It is not necessary, Mendeleev said, to descend and to look for a support for the bridge at the bottom of the precipice. it is enough to find support on one of the banks and then to throw across a precisely weighted arch which will rest securely on the other bank. The same is true of all scientific thought. It must base itself on the granite foundation of experience, but the generalization, like the arch of the bridge, detaches itself from the world of facts in order to intersect it again at another precisely anticipated point. That moment of scientific creation, when generalization transforms itself into prognostication and prognostication tests itself successfully through experience, invariably gives the human mind the proudest and the truest satisfaction. Point 10. Mendeleev the citizen, however, shunned all sociological generalization and political prediction. He viewed with utter lack of comprehension the emergence in Russia of the Marxist school of thought, which formed itself in the course of a controversy with the Narodniks precisely over a prognostication about the way Russian society would develop. Mendeleev's case then illustrates the predicament of the modern scientist, his lack of an integrated vision of the world and even of science. Of necessity, science works empirically, and specialization and fragmentation of knowledge accompanies its progress. Yet the greater the specialization and fragmentation, the more urgent is the need for a unifying conception of the world, otherwise the thinker's mind becomes constricted within his speciality, and even within it his progress is impeded. Lack of philosophical insight and distrust of generalizing thought have been responsible for much avoidable scientific confusion and groping in the dark. Marxism offers the scientist an integrated vision of nature and human society, a vision which, far from being an arbitrary concoction or a figment of the metaphysical mind, accords intimately with the varied empirical experience of science. Point 11. The unity and the diversity of man's thought was Trotsky's grand theme. Taking once again Mendeleev's work as his starting point, he surveyed the structure of modern science. Mendeleev had discovered that chemistry has its basis in physics and that chemical reactions are caused by the physical and mechanical qualities of particles. Physiology, Trotsky proceeded, stands in the same relation to chemistry as that in which chemistry stands to physics. Not for nothing is it described as the applied chemistry of living organisms. Scientific, i.e. materialistic, physiology has no use for any special suprachemical life force in order to explain the processes with which it is concerned. Psychology in its turn rests on the foundations of physiology. As the physiologist in his strict research can make no use of the concept of life force, so can the psychologist not cope with a single one of his specific problems by reference to the soul. He has to relate psychical experiences to the phenomena of physiological existence. This is what Freud's school does when it reveals that man's sexual urges underlie so many of his mental states, and this is a fortiori what the Pavlov school does when it treats the human soul as a complicated system of physiologically conditioned reflexes. Finally, the modern science of society is inseparable from the insight man has gained into the laws governing nature. It sees society as a peculiar part of nature. Thus, on the foundations laid by mechanics and physics rises the vast structure of contemporary science, all its varied parts interrelated and forming a single whole. Yet unity is not uniformity. The laws governing one science cannot be substituted for those ruling another. Even though Mendeleev has proved that chemical processes are in the last instance physical or mechanical, chemistry cannot be reduced directly to physics. Still less can physiology be reduced to chemistry, or psychology and biology to physiology. Nor can the laws governing the development of human society be simply deduced from the laws which apply to nature. In a sense, it may remain the ultimate objective of science to explain the infinite variety of natural and social phenomena by a few general and elementary laws. Point 12. But scientific thought is progressing towards that objective in such a way that it appears more and more removed from it, namely, by way of the division and specialization of knowledge and of the formulation and elaboration of ever new, particular, and detailed laws. The view, for instance, that chemical reactions are ultimately determined by the physical qualities of particles was the beginning of all chemical knowledge, but by itself it offered not a single clue to any single chemical reaction. Chemistry works with its own keys, and it finds those keys only in its own laboratories, through empirical experience and generalization, hypothesis and theory. Physiology, connected though it is through the solid channels of organic and physiological chemistry with chemistry at large, has methods and laws of its own. So has biology, and so has psychology. Every science seeks support in the rules of another only in the last instance, and every science applies itself to so particular a sphere, in which elementary phenomena appear in such complex combinations, that every such sphere requires an approach, methods of inquiry, and hypotheses which are peculiar to it alone. It is through diversity that the unity of science asserts itself. In the study of nature, the autonomy of every sphere of research is taken for granted. No serious student permits himself to confound the laws prevailing in one sphere with those valid in another. Only in reasonings on society, in history, economics, and politics, is such confusion and arbitrariness of method still endemic. Here no law need be acknowledged, or else the laws of natural science are crudely projected into the study of society, as they are, for instance, by Darwinists who dabble in sociology and by the neo-Malthusians. 13. Trotsky then surveyed broadly the advance of science and technology in the last few decades and its philosophical implications. That advance, he asserted, constituted an almost uninterrupted triumph for dialectical materialism, a triumph which, paradoxically, the philosophers and even the scientists were reluctant to acknowledge. The successes of science in mastering matter are, on the contrary, accompanied by a philosophical struggle against materialism. The discovery of radioactivity in particular had encouraged philosophers to draw anti-materialistic conclusions. Yet their arguments were effective only in criticism of the old physics and of the mechanistic variety of philosophical materialism connected with it. Dialectical materialism had never tied itself to the old physics. Indeed, it had philosophically transcended it in the middle of the 19th century, well ahead of the scientists. Insisting only on the primacy of being matter in relation to thought, dialectical materialism identifies itself with no particular conception of the structure of matter and treats every such conception as being only of relative validity, a stage in the progress of empirical knowledge. The scientists, on the other hand, find it difficult to dissociate philosophical materialism from this or that phase of their inquiry into the nature of matter. If only they learn to approach the issues in a larger spirit, to combine inductive and deductive reasoning, and empirical and abstract thought, they would be able to see their own discoveries in better perspective, avoid attributing to them absolute philosophical significance, and even anticipate more clearly the transitions from one phase of science to another. Many scientists dwelling on the allegedly anti-materialistic implications of radioactivity could not even see whither the discovery of radioactivity led them, and they viewed skeptically the possibility of splitting the atom. Criticizing this attitude, Trotsky went on record with this prediction. The phenomena of radioactivity lead us straight to the problem of releasing the inner energy of the atom. The greatest task of contemporary physics is to extract from the atom its latent energy, to tear open a plug so that that energy should well up with all its might. Then it will become possible to replace coal and petrol by atomic energy, which will become our basic fuel and motive power. Countering the skeptics, he exclaimed, "This is by no means a hopeless task, and what vistas its solution will open up! Scientific and technological thought is approaching the point of a great upheaval, and so the social revolution of our time coincides with the revolution in man's inquiry into the nature of matter and in his mastery of matter." 14. Trotsky made this prophecy on March 1, 1926. He was not to live to see it come true, he was to die almost on the eve of its fulfillment. Of his excursions into the philosophy of science, one deserves to be especially recalled his plea in defense of Freudian psychoanalysis. Already in the early 1920s, the Freudian school of thought found itself under a ferocious attack which was to banish it from the Soviet Union for many decades. To influential party men, who had hardly any first-hand knowledge of Freud's theory, the school with its overemphasis on sex appeared suspect and incompatible with Marxism. However, intolerance of Freudism was not confined to Bolsheviks, it was, at least, just as strong in politically conservative academic circles, among Pavlov's followers who were bent on establishing a virtual monopoly for their own teachings. They had this advantage over the Freudians that their school had grown up on Russian soil, and that to Marxist intellectuals it appealed as being the more obviously materialistic of the two. Thus party men and academicians formed a curious alliance against psychoanalysis. Trotsky, we know, was perturbed by this as early as 1922. In that year he wrote a letter to Pavlov in which he sought to vindicate Freudism and tactfully entreated Pavlov to exercise influence in favor of tolerance and freedom of research. Whether he sent the letter is not known, but he included it in volume XXI of his works. Pavlov, it seems, ignored the plea. In the heat of the subsequent political crisis Trotsky could not pursue the matter. But he took it up again in 1926, and this time he protested in public against the sycophancy by which the Pavlov school was already surrounded. He spoke with proper respect and admiration about the teaching of Pavlov himself as being completely in harmony with dialectical materialism and as destroying the partition between physiology and psychology. Pavlov sees the basic reflexes as physiological and the system of reflexes as resulting in consciousness. He also views the accumulation of physiological quantity as producing a new psychological quality. But Trotsky spoke with irony about the exaggerated pretensions of the Pavlov school, especially about its boast that it could explain the subtlest play of the human mind and even poetic creation as the work of conditioned reflexes only. Indeed, Trotsky remarked, Pavlov's method is experimental and painstaking, it approaches its generalization step by step, it starts from the dog's saliva and advances towards poetry, but the road to poetry can hardly be seen yet. He protested against the disparagement of Freudism all the more strongly because he held that Freud's teaching, like Pavlov's, was inherently materialistic. The two theories, he argued, differ in their methods of inquiry, not in philosophy. 15 Pavlov adopts the strictly empirical method and actually proceeds from physiology to psychology. Freud postulates in advance the physiological urge behind psychical processes, and his approach is more speculative. It is arguable that the Freudians give too much weight to sex at the expense of other factors, but a controversy over this would still remain within the framework of philosophical materialism. The psychoanalyst does not ascend from the lowest to the highest phenomena and from the basic to the complicated reflexes. Instead, he attempts to take all the intermediate stages at one jump, a jump from above downwards, from the religious myth, the lyrical poem, or the dream straight down to the physiological basis of the human psyche. In a striking image Trotsky clinched the comparison. The idealists tell us, that the soul is a bottomless well. Both Pavlov and Freud think that physiology forms its bottom. Pavlov, like the diver, plunges down to the lowest depth and painstakingly investigates the well from there upwards. Freud stands over it and with a penetrating gaze attempts to pierce its ever-shifting and troubled waters and to explore or guess the shape of things down below. Pavlov's experimental method had, of course, a certain advantage over Freud's partly speculative approach which sometimes led the psychoanalyst to fantastic surmises. Yet, it would be too simple and crude to declare psychoanalysis as incompatible with Marxism and to turn one's back on it. In any case we are not obliged to adopt Freudism either. Freudism is a working hypothesis. It can produce, and it does produce deductions and surmises which point to a materialist psychology. In due time experimentation will provide the tests. Meantime we have neither reason nor right to declare a ban on a method which, even though it may be less reliable, tries to anticipate results towards which the experimental method advances only very slowly. 16. Trotsky's plea fell on deaf ears. The psychoanalytical theory was presently banished from the universities. Less specifically but even more categorically he defended Einstein's theory of relativity. 17 But to the ecclesiastical materialism of the Stalin era that theory, too, became anathema, and only after Stalin's death was it to be rehabilitated. In his essays on the philosophy of science, Trotsky, well informed and at times inspired though he was nevertheless something of an amateur. There was nothing amateurish, however, about his literary criticism. He was Russia's leading critic in these years. His Literature and Revolution influenced strongly the writers of Krasnianov, the leading intellectual journal of the time, and especially its editor Avorensky, who was an avowed Trotskyist and a distinguished essayist. Even now, nearly 4 decades after it was written, the book is still unsurpassed not merely as a survey of the revolutionary Sturmuende Drang in Russian letters and as an advanced enunciation of the stifling of artistic creation by Stalinism, but more generally as an essay in Marxist literary criticism. The book is written with an intimate feeling for art and literature, with original insight, captivating verve and wit, and in the closing pages a power of vision which rises to rare heights of poetic sublimity. In literature, too, Trotsky declared war on the iconoclastic attitude and on pseudo-revolutionary conceit and arrogance. He demanded freedom of expression for all artistic and literary schools, at least as long as they did not abuse it for plainly and unmistakably counter-revolutionary purposes. Again, the iconoclastic attitude and intolerance were in evidence not only, and not even mainly, among party men. They were even more characteristic of various groups of young writers and artists. New rebellious schools proliferated in art and literature. In normal circumstances these schools, with their innovations and attacks on established artistic authorities, might have excited curiosity and caused a flurry within relatively narrow circles, and then they might have fought their way, as so many of their predecessors had done, from obscurity to recognition, without much political flag-waving en route. But, circumstances being what they were, the rivalries of the artistic coteries and their controversies transcended normal limits. The new schools claimed for themselves momentous political significance, advertised themselves as pioneers of the revolution, and sought to discredit the older schools as socially reactionary as well as artistically outdated. Proletkult, we know, clamored for the official acceptance of its school of thought and even for a monopoly. Its writers, Lebedinsky, Pletnev, Tretiakov, and others, found a forum in 2 periodicals, Kuznetsov and Oktyabr, and later founded their own militant Na Postu. Since Bukharin, as Pravda's editor, and Lunacharsky, as Commissar of Education, patronized Proletkult. It took Lenin's pronouncement to rebuff its pretensions. When the Proletkult writers, upset by the rebuke, turned to Trotsky, begging his protection, he replied that he would in any case defend their right to advocate their views freely, but that he was in complete agreement with Lenin on the harmfulness and inanity of all slogans about proletarian literature and art. Even the more modest clichés about a new socialist epoch in art or a new revolutionary renaissance in literature were worthless. The arts have revealed a terrible helplessness, as they always do at the beginning of a great epoch. Like the owl, the bird of wisdom, so the singing bird of poetry makes itself heard only after sunset. In daytime things are done, and only at dusk do feeling and reason take in what has happened. It was wrong to blame the revolution for the artist's plight. The singing bird of poetry made itself heard still less in the camp of the counter-revolution. In a scathing survey of the émigré literature, Trotsky pointed out that although most of the famous Russian writers had gone abroad, they had not produced there a single noteworthy work. Nor had the internal émigrés, those writers in Russia who thought and felt as the émigrés did, much to boast of, writers like Zinaida Gypius, Evgeny Zamyatin and even Andrei Belaye. For all their indubitable gifts, these writers, engrossed in a callous egotism, were incapable of responding to the drama of their time. At best they escaped into mysticism. Thus even Belaye, the most outstanding among them, is always preoccupied with his own self, tells stories about his own self, walks around his own self, sniffs at his own self, and licks his own self. 19 Gypius cultivated a lofty, otherworldly, mystical, and erotical Christianity, yet it was enough that the nailed boot of a red guardman should step on her lyrical toe and at once she burst into a scream by which one could recognize the witch obsessed with sacrosanct property. In their attachment to the spurious values of a lapsed social system and in their alienation from their time, These writers were to Trotsky repulsive and grotesque. He saw them as expressing all that was worthless in the old intelligentsia. He drew a thumbnail sketch of one of the types of that intelligentsia, an internal émigré. Par excellence. When a certain constitutional democratic aesthete, having made a long journey in a stove-heated goods wagon, tells you, muttering between his teeth, how he, a most refined European, with a set of superb false teeth, the best in the world, and with a minute knowledge of Egyptian ballet techniques, was reduced by this boorish revolution to traveling with despicable lice-ridden bagmen, then you feel rising up in your throat a physical nausea with his dentures, ballet techniques, and generally with all his culture pilfered from Europe's market stalls, and the conviction grows upon you that the very last louse of the most uncouth of our bagmen is more important in the mechanics of history and more, so to speak, necessary than this thoroughly cultured and in every respect sterile egotist. 20. Having disposed somewhat summarily of the internal émigrés, Trotsky went on to discuss the more creative trends in literature. He criticized and defended the papachiki, or fellow travelers. He coined this term to describe those writers who, without embracing communism, traveled a stretch of the road with the revolution, but were liable to part company with it and go their own way. 21 Such were, for instance, the Imagists, a literary school of which Yesenin and Kluyev were the outstanding poets. They had brought the muzhik's personality and imagination into poetry. Trotsky showed how they composed their colorful and crowded poetic images in the manner in which the muzhik liked to adorn his izba. In their poems one could feel both the attraction and the repulsion which the revolution exercised on the peasantry. The ambiguity of their attitude gave artistic tension and social significance to their work. They were the poetic narodniks of the October era. That this frame of mind should find a stirring expression was only natural in a peasant country, and it was found not only among the Imagists. Boris Pilniak, whose talent Trotsky valued highly, shared with them the attachment to Russia's primordial primitivism which the revolution had sapped. Consequently he accepted Bolshevism and rejected communism, conceiving the former as the elemental peculiarly Russian, and in part Asiatic aspect of the revolution, and the latter as the modern, urban, proletarian, and predominantly European element. More harshly Trotsky wrote about Marietta Shaginian, who had reconciled herself to the revolution only from a sort of fatalistic Christianity and utter artistic indifference to anything that lay, metaphorically speaking, outside her private drawing room. Trotsky described Alexander Blok also as a papachik, but placed him in a class of his own. Blok's poetry had received a first and mighty stimulus from the Revolution of 1905. It was his misfortune that his best creative years fell in the doldrums between two revolutions. Between 1907 and 1917, he could never make peace with the emptiness of those years. His poetry was then romantic, symbolic, shapeless, unreal, but underneath it there was the assumption of a very real way of life. Romantic symbolism is an escape from reality only in so far as it evades its concrete quality. Essentially, however, symbolism is a way of transforming and elevating life. Blok's starry, snowdrifty, and formless lyricism reflects an environment and an epoch, beyond which it would, like a cloudy patch, be suspended in a vacuum. It will not survive its time and author. But 1917 once again shook Blok and gave him a sense of movement, purpose, and significance. He was not the poet of the revolution. But having withered in the dull impasse of pre-revolutionary life and art, he now grasped with his hand the will of revolution. From that contact came the 12, the most significant of all his poems, the only one which will survive into the centuries. Unlike most later critics, Trotsky did not treat the 12 as an apotheosis of the revolution but as the swan song of that individualistic art which sought to join the revolution. Essentially, this was a cry of despair over a perishing past, but so great was the cry and so intense the despair that it rose to a cry of hope for the future. The Futurists were the most vigorous and vociferous literary grouping in these years. They clamored for a break with all that was passé, insisted on the allegedly basic connection between art and technology, introduced technical industrial terms into their poetic idiom, and identified themselves with Bolshevism and internationalism. 22 Trotsky devoted a detailed and discerning study to this trend. He dismissed the technological raptures of the futurists as reflexes of Russian backwardness. Except for architecture, art bases itself on technology, only insofar as the latter forms the basis of civilized activity at large. In practice, the dependence of art, especially of verbal art, on material technology is negligible. One can write a poem about skyscrapers, dirigibles, and submarines even when one lives in the backwoods of the Ryazan gubernia. One can write it with a pencil stump on rough wrapping paper. The fact that there are skyscrapers, dirigibles, and submarines in America is enough to fire the fresh imagination of Ryazan. The poet's word is the most portable of all materials. The identification of futurism with proletarian revolution was also questionable. It was not by chance that in Italy the same poetic school was absorbed by fascism. 23 In both countries the futurists, when they made their first appearance, were artistic rebels without definite political leanings. They might have gone the way of all literary flesh, fought and gained recognition, and settled in respectability, had they not been caught up by violent political upheavals before they had had the time to mellow. Then their literary rebelliousness took a political color from the upheaval around them, the fascist upheaval in Italy, the Bolshevik in Russia. This was all the more natural as both fascism and Bolshevism attacked, from their opposed angles, the political passéism of the bourgeoisie. The Russian futurists had, no doubt, been genuinely attracted by the dynamic force of the October Revolution, and so they mistook their Bohemian rebellion for the genuine artistic counterpart of the revolution. Because they themselves had broken with certain artistic traditions, they flaunted their contempt for the past and imagined that together with them, the revolution, the working class, and the party stood for a break with ages of tradition in every field. They took, Trotsky remarked, too cheap a view of the ages. The cry against tradition had its justification as long as it was directed at a literary public and against the inertia of established styles and forms. But it sounded hollow when readdressed to the working class, which does not need to break and which cannot break with any literary tradition because it is not at all in the grip of any such tradition. The all-out crusade against passéism was a storm in the intelligentsia's teacup, an outburst of bohemian nihilism. We, Marxists, have always lived in tradition, and we have not, because of this, ceased to be revolutionaries. The futurists further claimed that their art was collectivist, aggressive, atheistic, and therefore proletarian. Attempts, Trotsky retorted, to derive by way of deduction an artistic style from the nature of the proletariat, from its collectivism, dynamism, atheism, etc., are pure idealism and can produce only clever philosophical homespun, arbitrary allegories, and provincial dilettantism. We are told that art is not a mirror but a hammer, it does not reflect things but transforms them. But nowadays they teach one to handle even a hammer by means of a mirror, by means, that is, of a sensitive film which fixes all phases of the movement. How can we transform ourselves and our lives without looking into the mirror of literature? His critical view of the futurists did not prevent Trotsky from acknowledging their literary merits, and he acknowledged these all the more generously because influential party men looked askance at their experimental obscurity and eccentricities. He warned communists to beware of that hasty intolerance which treats experimental art as a fraud or as the whim of a decadent intelligentsia. The struggle against the old poetical vocabulary and syntax was, despite all its extravagances, a progressive rebellion against the closed vocabulary, against an impressionism which sips life through a straw, and against a symbolism lost in heavenly emptiness. The futurists' work has in this respect been vital and progressive. It has eliminated from poetry many words and idioms which had become hollow, it has made other words and idioms full-blooded once again, and in some cases it has successfully created new words and idioms. This applies not only to individual words, but also to the place of each word among other words, to syntax. True enough, the futurists had overreached themselves in innovation, but the same has happened even with our revolution, such is the sin of every living movement. The excesses are and will be discarded, but the essential cleansing and the indubitable revolutionizing of the poetic language will have lasting effects. The same should be said in favor of new techniques in rhythm and rhyme. These must not be approached in a narrowly rationalistic spirit. Man's need for rhythm and rhyme is irrational, and the sound of the word forms the acoustic accompaniment to its meaning. Of course, the overwhelming majority of the working class cannot yet be bothered with these issues. Even its vanguard has not yet had the time for them. There are more urgent tasks. But we also have a future before us. And this demands from us a more attentive, a precise, a craftsmanlike, an artistic attitude towards language, the essential tool of culture, not only in poetry but even more so in prose. In handling and weighing words, their meanings and shadings and sounds, micrometrical instruments are needed. Instead, uncouth banality and routine were rampant. In one of its aspects, the better aspect, futurism is a protest against slapdashness, that most powerful literary school which has its very influential representatives in every field. From this point of view, Trotsky found something to say even for the formalist school, and the chief expounder of its ideas, Viktor Shklovsky, although he criticized their exclusive concentration on form, while the formalist believes that at the beginning was the word, the Marxist thinks that at the beginning was the deed. The word follows the deed as its sound shadow. A special essay in Literature and Revolution deals with Mayakovsky, the most gifted futurist who was later canonized as the Bard of Communism. Trotsky held that Mayakovsky was artistically at his worst precisely where as a communist he was at his best. This was not surprising. Mayakovsky took pains to be a communist, yet a poet's outlook depends not on his conscious thought and exertion but on his semi-conscious perception and subconscious feeling, and on the stock of images and impressions the poet has absorbed in early childhood. The revolution was for Mayakovsky a genuine and profound experience because it turned with its thunder and lightning against the obtuseness and inertia of the old society which Mayakovsky hated in his own way and with which he had not had the time to make peace. He adhered enthusiastically to the revolution but did not and could not merge with it. To this Mayakovsky's poetic style testifies. The dynamic élan of the revolution and its stern courage appeal to Mayakovsky much more closely than do the mass character of its heroism and the collectivism of its affairs and experiences. As the Greek anthropomorphist naively assimilated the forces of nature to himself, so our poet, the Mayakomorphist, crowds with his own self the squares and streets and fields of the revolution. His dramatic pathos rises frequently to extraordinary tension, but behind the tension there is not always real strength. The poet is too conspicuous, he allows too little autonomy to events and facts. It is not the revolution which wrestles with obstacles but Mayakovsky who displays his athletics in the arena of words, sometimes performing genuine miracles, but frequently lifting with heroic effort notoriously empty weights. About himself Mayakovsky speaks all the time in the first and third person. To lift up man he raises him up to Mayakovsky. He adopts a tone of familiarity towards the most majestic historic phenomena. He stands with one foot on Mont Blanc and with the other on the Elbrus. His voice outthunders thunder. What is the wonder that, the proportions of earthly things vanish and that no difference is left between the small and the great? He speaks about love, the most intimate of feelings, as if it were the migration of peoples. No doubt, this hyperbolic style reflects in some measure the frenzy of our time. But this does not provide it with an overall artistic justification. It is impossible to outclamour war and revolution, but it is easy to get hoarse in the attempt. Mayakovsky shouts too often where one should speak, and so his cry, where cry is needed, sounds inadequate. Mayakovsky's overloaded images, often beautiful in themselves, just as often destroy the unity of the whole and paralyze movement. The excess of dynamic imagery leads to standstill. Every phrase, every idiom, and every metaphor is intended to yield the maximum and to reach the upper limit, the peak. That is why the thing as a whole has no maximum, The poem has no peak. The refutation of the idea of proletarian culture forms the central and most controversial part of Literature and Revolution. In the preface, Trotsky gives this succinct summary of his argument. It is fundamentally wrong to oppose proletarian to bourgeois culture and art. Proletarian culture and art will never exist. The proletarian regime is temporary and transitory. Our revolution derives its historic significance and moral greatness from the fact that it lays the foundations for a classless society and for the first truly universal culture. One should not reason, therefore, from historical analogy and conclude that since the bourgeoisie has created its own culture and art, the proletariat will also do so. It is not merely the purpose of proletarian revolution, its striving for classless culture, that invalidates the parallel. Point 24. What militates against it even more strongly is a basic difference in the historic destinies of the two classes. The bourgeois way of life developed organically in the course of several centuries, whereas the proletarian dictatorship may last years or decades, but not longer, and its lifespan is filled with savage class struggles which allow little or no room for the organic growth of new culture. We are still soldiers on the march. We have a day of rest. We must wash our shirts, cut and brush our hair, and first of all clean and grease our rifles. All our present economic and cultural work is nothing but an attempt to bring ourselves into some sort of order between two battles and two marches. Our epoch is not the epoch of a new culture. We can only force open the gate to it. In the first instance, we must acquire the most important elements of the old civilization. The bourgeoisie could create its own culture because even under feudalism and absolutism, even before it had gained political domination, it possessed wealth, social power, and education, and was present in almost every field of spiritual activity. The working class can gain in capitalist society at the most the ability to overthrow that society, but being a propertyless, exploited, and uneducated class, it emerges from bourgeois rule in a condition of cultural pauperism, and so it cannot originate a new and significant phase in the development of the human mind. Point 25. It was in fact not the working class but small groups of party men and intellectuals that aspired to bring proletarian culture into being. Yet no class culture can be created behind the back of a class. Nor can it be manufactured in communist laboratories. Those who maintain that they have already found the proletarian culture in Marxism argue from ignorance. Marxism has been the product as well as the negation of bourgeois thought, and it has so far applied its dialectics mainly to the study of economics and politics, whereas culture is the sum total of knowledge and skill which characterizes society as a whole, or at least its ruling class. The contribution of the working class to literature and art is negligible. It is preposterous to speak of proletarian poetry on the strength of the work of a few gifted worker poets. Such artistic achievement as these poets can claim they owe to their apprenticeship with bourgeois or even pre-bourgeois poets. Even if their writings are inferior, they are still valuable as human and social documents. But it is an insult to the proletariat, a piece of populist demagoguery, to treat such writings as new and epoch-making art. Art for the proletariat cannot be second-rate. The proletkult. Writers declaim much about the new, monumental, dynamic literature and painting. But where, comrades, is that art of the great canvas and great style, that monumental art? Where is it? Where? So far it had all been big talk, boasting, and baiting the opponents of proletkult. The imagists, the futurists, the formalists, and the papachiki, without whose works Soviet literature would be utterly impoverished and left only with proletkult. Dubious promissory notes. As might have been expected, Trotsky was accused of eclecticism, kowtowing before bourgeois culture, encouraging bourgeois individualism, and denying the party the right and the duty of exercising leadership in literature and art. He replied, "Art must find its own road. The methods of Marxism are not its methods. The party exercises leadership in the working class but not over the historical process. There are some fields in which it leads directly and imperiously. There are other fields in which it supervises, and still others where it can only offer its cooperation. There are finally fields where it can only orientate itself and keep abreast with what is going on. The field of art is not one in which the party is called on to command. Exaggerated attacks against individualism were out of place. Individualism has played a dual role. It has had its reactionary effects, but it has also had progressive and revolutionary ones. The working class has suffered not from the excess but from an atrophy of individualism. The worker's personality is not yet formed and differentiated strongly enough, and to form and develop it is just as important as it is to train him in industrial skills. It is absurd to fear that the art of bourgeois individualism may sap his sense of class solidarity. What the worker will absorb from Shakespeare, Pushkin, Goethe, and Dostoevsky is a more complex idea about the human personality, its passions, and its feelings. 26. In the closing chapter of the book, Trotsky discussed certainties and hypotheses about the prospects. The certainties referred only to the art of the revolution, about socialist art, which could come to life only in a classless society. It was possible to make only guesses. The art of revolution, throbbing with all the class conflicts and the political passions of the time, belongs to a transition era to the realm of necessity, not to that of freedom. Only in a classless society can human solidarity come to full fruition, and only then will those feelings which we, revolutionaries, are shy of calling by their names because the hypocrite and the canaille have made the words threadbare, only in classless society will the feelings of disinterested friendship, love for our fellow being, and heartfelt compassion ring out powerfully in socialist poetry. 27. The literature of revolution was still only groping for expression. It was argued that it must be realistic. In the broad philosophical sense this was true. The art of our epoch could not achieve greatness unless it was deeply sensitive to social reality. But it was preposterous to try and foster realism in the narrower sense, as a literary school. It was not true that such a school would be inherently progressive. By itself realism is neither revolutionary nor reactionary. Its golden age in Russia fell in the epoch of aristocratic literature. As a reaction against it came the tendentious style of the populist writers, which then gave way to pessimistic symbolism, against which the futurists reacted in their turn. The mutation of styles occurred against a definite social background and reflected changes in the political climate, but it also followed its own artistic logic and its own laws. Any new style grows out of the old style. As its dialectical negation, it revives and develops some elements of the old and abandons others. Every literary school is potentially contained in the past, but develops through a hostile break with it. The relationship between form and content is determined by the fact that the new form is discovered, proclaimed, and evolved, under the pressure of an inner need, of a collective psychological demand which, like everything else, has its social roots. Hence the duality of every literary trend. On the one hand, any trend contributes something new to the techniques of artistic creation, and on the other it expresses definite social demands. These include individual demands because the social class speaks through the individual, and national demands because the nation's outlook is determined by that of its dominant class, which is dominant also in its literature. 28. The indubitable fact that literature has served as a vehicle for social aspirations does not justify anyone in neglecting or falsifying its artistic logic and in trying either to canonize or to ban any style. Some critics reacted crudely against symbolism. Yet, it was not Russian symbolism that had invented the symbol. It had only absorbed it into the modernized Russian language. The art of the future will certainly not renounce the formal achievements of symbolism. Nor will it renounce the traditional genres and forms, even though some critics rejected these as obsolete, saying that satire and comedy had outlived their time, and that tragedy was dead because it was incompatible with a materialistic and godless philosophy of life. The burial of the old genres was at least premature. There was still room for a Soviet Gogol or a Soviet Goncharov who would mercilessly expose the old and the new filth, the old and new vices, and the dull-mindedness which could be found in Soviet society. 29. Those who spoke of the extinction of tragedy argued that religion, fate, sin, and penance are at the center of the tragic motif. Against this, Trotsky pointed out that the essence of tragedy lies in the wider conflict between man's awakened mind and his constricting environment, a conflict which is inseparable from man's existence and manifests itself in different forms at different stages of history. The religious myth had not created tragedy but only expressed it in the imaginative language of mankind's childhood. Fate, as conceived by the ancients, and the medieval Christian passions were not to be found in Shakespeare's drama, the artistic product of the Reformation. Shakespeare marks, therefore, a significant advance upon Greek tragedy. His art is more human, it shows man's earthly passions transcending man himself and transformed into a sort of fate. The same is true of Goethe's drama. Yet, tragedy can rise even higher. Its hero may become man defeated not by hubris, the gods, or even his own passion, but by society. As long as man is not yet master of his social organization, that organization towers above him like fate itself. The struggle for communism which Babeuf waged before his time, in an immature society, was like the struggle of the classical hero against fate. The tragedy of restricted personal passion is too flat for our time. We live in an epoch of social passion. The stuff of contemporary tragedy is found in the clash between the individual and a collective, or between hostile collectives represented by individuals. Our time is once again a time of great purpose. Man attempts to free himself from all mystical and ideological fog and to reconstruct society and himself. This is larger than the childish play of the ancients, or the monastic ravings of the Middle Ages, or the presumption of an individualism which wrenches the human personality from its social environment, exhausts it utterly and then hurls it into a vacuum of pessimism. 30. Project the great purposes of our time into art. It is difficult to foresee whether the dramatist of the revolution will create high tragedy. But socialist art will certainly give it a new birth, as it will also give fresh life to comedy, because the new man will want to laugh, to the novel and to lyrical poetry, because the new man's love will be more beautiful and larger, and he will brood anew over issues of birth and death. The decline of the old forms is by no means absolute or final, they will all have their renaissance. What matters is that the poet of the coming epoch should muse man's musings anew and feel man's feelings anew. 31. Hypothetical though all anticipations of socialist art were, Trotsky thought that one could discern odd pointers towards it in the confused, sometimes even meaningless, innovations in which Soviet art abounded during these years. In the theater, Meyerhold searched for a new biomechanical synthesis of drama, rhythm, sound, and color, and Tarov tried to break down the barrier between stage and audience, theater and life. Painting and sculpture struggled to get out of the impasse in which they had found themselves after the exhaustion of the representational styles. In architecture, Tatlin's constructivist school rejected the ornamental forms, advocated functionalism, and drew up ambitious blueprints for garden cities and public buildings worthy of a socialist society. These plans unfortunately took no account of material possibilities, but they contained, in Trotsky's opinion, rational elements and valuable intuitive premonitions. We could not yet afford to give thought to architecture, the most monumental of all arts. Large-scale construction must still be delayed. The authors of these gigantic projects have a breathing space for fresh reflection. Tatlin, however, is unconditionally right when he discards the nationally limited style, allegorical sculpture, stucco molding, arabesques, frippery, and finery, and seeks to subordinate the whole design to the correct constructive use of building materials. Whether he is also right in what appears to be his personal whim, the use of the revolving cube, the pyramid, and the glass cylinder, he has still to prove. In the future, such monumental tasks as the planning of garden cities, model housing estates, railways, and harbors will touch to the quick not only architects, but the broadest mass of the people. The anthiplike, imperceptible accumulation of town districts and streets, brick by brick, from generation to generation, will give place to titanic building, with map and compass in hand. The wall between art and industry will crumble. The grand style of the future will aim at form creation, not ornamentation. But it would be mistaken to see this as the self-effacement of art before technology. The gulf between art and nature may be expected to disappear, but it will do so not because art will go back, in Rousseau's sense, to man in his natural condition, but because it will bring nature nearer to itself, to art. The present location of mountains and rivers, fields and greens, steppe, forest, and maritime coasts, should by no means be considered as final. Man has already carried out some far from negligible changes in nature's map. But these are only schoolboyish essays in comparison with what is to come. If faith could only promise to move mountains, technology, which takes nothing on faith, will really pull them down and shift them. Hitherto it has done this only for industrial commercial purposes. In the future it will do it on an incomparably wider scale, in accordance with comprehensive productive artistic plans. Man will make a new inventory of mountains and rivers. He will seriously and more than once amend nature. He will eventually reshape the earth to his taste, and we have no reason to fear that his taste will be poor. Here, at last, Trotsky unfolds his vision of man in the realm of freedom, an up-to-date, Marxist version of the loathsome mask has fallen, the man remains. Sceptreless, free, uncircumscribed, but man. Equal, unclassed, tribeless, and nationless. Exempt from awe, worship, degree, the king. Over himself, just, gentle, wise, but man. Passionless, no, yet free from guilt or pain. There were those who, with Nietzsche, argued that a classless society, if it ever came into being, would suffer from excess of solidarity and that it would lead a passive and herd-like existence in which man, his competitive and fighting instincts extinguished, would degenerate. Yet socialism, far from suppressing the human instinct for emulation, would redeem it by turning it towards higher purposes. In a society free from class antagonisms there would be no competition for profit and no struggle for political power, and man's energies and passions would concentrate on creative emulation in the fields of technology, science, and art. New parties would spring into being and contest with one another over ideas, over the planning of human settlements, trends in education, styles in the theater, in music, and in sport, over schemes for gigantic canals, over the fertilization of deserts, the regulation of climate, new chemical hypotheses, and so on. The contests, exciting, dramatic, passionate, would embrace society as a whole, and not merely priest-like code-rise. Art will therefore not be starved of those varieties of nervous energy and collective psychological stimuli which produce new ideas and images. People will divide into rival artistic parties according to temperament and taste. The human personality will grow, refine itself, and develop that priceless quality inherent in it, the quality of never contenting itself with what it has achieved. To be sure, these were remote prospects. Immediately ahead was an epoch of fierce class struggle and civil wars from which mankind would emerge impoverished and destitute. Then the conquest of poverty and penury in all their forms would take decades, and during this time the nascent socialist society would be gripped by a passion for what are today the better sides of Americanism, for industrial expansion, records of productivity, and material comfort. But this phase, too, would pass, and then vistas which the imagination could not yet even encompass would open. The present dreams of some enthusiasts, about imparting a theatrical quality and a rhythmical harmony to man's existence, fit in with this prospect well and coherently. The drudgery of feeding and bringing up children, will be lifted from the individual family by social initiative. Woman will at last emerge from semi-slavery. Socio-educational experiments, will evolve with a now inconceivable élan. The communist way of life will not grow up blindly like coral reefs in the sea. It will be built consciously. It will be checked by critical thought. It will be directed and corrected. Man will learn to shift rivers and mountains, to build people's palaces on the heights of Mont Blanc and at the bottom of the ocean, and he will impart to his existence not only wealth and color and dramatic tension but also a highly dynamic character. No sooner will one crust begin to form itself on the human existence than it will burst under the pressure of new inventions and achievements. At last man will begin in earnest to harmonize his own being. He will aim at bringing higher precision, purposefulness, economy, and consequently beauty into the movements of his own body at work, on the march, and at play. He will desire to master the half-conscious and unconscious processes of his own organism, breathing, blood circulation, digestion, reproduction, and he will seek, within unavoidable limits, to subordinate them to control by reason and will. Homo sapiens, now stagnating, will treat himself as the object of the most complex methods of artificial selection and psychophysical training. These prospects follow from the whole of man's development. He begins with expelling darkness from production and ideology, with breaking, by means of technology, the barbarous routine of his work, and defeating religion by means of science. Then by means of socialist organization he eliminates blind, elemental spontaneity from economic relationships. Lastly, in the deepest and dimmest recesses of the unconscious, there lurks the nature of man himself. On it, clearly, he will concentrate the supreme effort of his mind and of his creative initiative. Mankind will not have ceased to crawl before God, Tsar, and capital only in order to surrender meekly to dark laws of heredity and blind sexual selection. Man will strive to control his own feelings, to raise his instincts to the height of his conscious mind, and to bring clarity into them, to channel his willpower into his unconscious depths, and in this way he will lift himself to new eminence, grow into a superior biological and social type, into the Superman, if you like. It is as difficult to say beforehand what are the limits of self-mastery that man may be able to reach as it is to foresee how far he can develop his technical mastery of nature. Social constructiveness and psychophysical self-education will become the twin aspects of a single process. All the arts, literature, theater, painting, sculpture, music, and architecture will impart to that process a sublime form. Man will grow incomparably stronger, wiser, subtler, his body will become more harmonious, his movements more rhythmical, his voice more musical. The forms of his existence will acquire a dynamic theatrical quality. The average man will rise to the stature of Aristotle, Goethe, Marx. And above these heights new peaks will rise. It is doubtful whether Trotsky knew that Jefferson had similarly anticipated progress, physical or intellectual, until every man is potentially an athlete in body and an Aristotle in mind. He was influenced rather by the French utopians, from Condorcet to Saint-Simon. Like Condorcet, he also found in the contemplation of the future an asylum in which the thought about his persecutors could not haunt him, and where he lived in his mind with man restored to his rights and dignity, and forgot man tormented and corrupted by greed, fear, or envy. His vision of the classless society had, of course, been implicit in all Marxist thought, influenced as it was by French utopian socialism. But no Marxist writer before or after Trotsky has viewed the great prospect with so realistic an eye and so flaming an imagination. The whole Trotskyist conception of culture and art soon came under fire. It offended the half-educated party man by its very breadth and complexity. It outraged the bureaucrat to whom it denied the right to control and regiment intellectual life. It also antagonized the ultra-revolutionary literary sects whose pretensions it refused to accept. Thus, a fairly wide anti-Trotskyist front formed itself in the cultural field, and it was kept in being, reinforced, and eventually absorbed by the political front. The struggle against Trotsky's influence as a literary critic became part of the endeavor to destroy his political authority, and so his opponents declared his views on art to be part and parcel of the wider Trotskyist heresy. 32 Their attack centered on his denial of the possibility of proletarian culture, for here he challenged most provocatively the vested interests that were forming themselves, and he was denounced for expounding a variety of bourgeois liberalism. Only very little of the great mass of the dogmatic argumentation produced in this connection still retains interest. Most of it was virtually disavowed by its own inspirers, especially by Stalin himself, when some time later he brutally disowned all the claims of the proletarian writers and artists, disbanded their organizations and mercilessly persecuted them. In the middle 1920s, however, Stalin flattered every half-baked literary and cultural ambition in order to mobilize on his side the intelligentsia and the semi-intelligentsia. Of the arguments advanced against Trotsky, one or two should be mentioned here, however. Thus Lunacharsky criticized Trotsky on the ground that, recognizing only the great feudal and bourgeois cultures of the past and the culture of socialism which was to emerge in the future, he treated the proletarian dictatorship as a cultural vacuum and viewed the present as a sterile hiatus between a creative past and a creative future. This was also the substance of a more specific criticism which Bukharin made at a conference on literary policy which the Central Committee convened in February 1925.33, while agreeing that Trotsky had most impressively argued his case, that Lenin, too, had been extremely critical of proletarian culture, and that a revolutionary working class could exercise political but not cultural leadership. Bukharin nevertheless held that the proletariat would in time achieve cultural preponderance as well and impart its own character to the spiritual creation of the last epoch of class society. Trotsky's mistake, Bukharin maintained, was that he imagined that the proletarian dictatorship and the transition to socialism would be of so short a duration as not to allow any distinctive proletarian class culture to arise. He did not take into account the unequal tempo of social and political development in different countries, the probability or even the certainty that this would break up the process of international revolution into many separate phases, prolonging greatly the proletarian dictatorship and consequently allowing time for the formation of a culture and art peculiar to it. There was some truth in Bukharin's argument. When Trotsky stated, "We are soldiers on the march. We have a day of rest. Our present, cultural work is but an attempt to bring ourselves into some sort of order between two battles and two marches," he did indeed suggest a rapid succession of the main battles of international revolution which should have radically shortened the era of proletarian dictatorship and the transition to socialism. This expectation was ever present in his political forecasts and also in the accents in which he had expounded his conception of permanent revolution, although it was not essential to the conception itself. Yet the day of rest between the Bolshevik onslaught of 1917-20 and the next great battle of revolution was to last not less than a quarter of a century, and the Marxist may well wonder how long the day of rest which has followed the Chinese Revolution may yet last. Trotsky undoubtedly underrated the duration of the proletarian dictatorship and, what goes with it, the extent to which that dictatorship was to acquire a bureaucratic character. However, his all too evident mistake about this does not invalidate his argument against proletarian culture. On the contrary, it gives to it even greater strength. The fact that the dictatorship and the transition to socialism was to last far longer than he anticipated did not make the era of transition more fruitful culturally and more creative. It made it less so. Stalinism did not beget any proletarian culture. It was instead engaged in primitive cultural accumulation, that is, in an exceptionally rapid and extensive spread of mass education and in the assimilation of Western technology. That this took place within the framework of the social relations created by the revolution accounted for the tempo and the intensity of the process and gave to it immense historic significance. All the same, the accomplishment consisted almost entirely in the absorption by the Soviet Union of the heritage of bourgeois and pre-bourgeois civilization, not in the creation of a new culture. Even this achievement was marred by the Stalinist cult with its dogmatic despotism, fetishism, horror of any foreign influence, and fear of independent initiative. The cultural accumulation was primitive in more than one sense. It was accompanied by the suppression or distortion of those finer and more complex cultural values which Trotsky was anxious to preserve and develop under a proletarian dictatorship. When he asserted, "Our epoch is not the epoch of a new culture, we can only force open the gate to it," he unknowingly epitomized beforehand the cultural history of the entire Stalin era and even of its sequel. Throughout that era the Soviet Union, with bloody head and hands, could only batter at the gate to a new culture, the gate it has now half forced. Chapter 4. An interval. A. FTER. Trotsky had left the commissariat of war. There followed a pause in his inter-party struggle, and it lasted throughout the year 1925 into the summer of 1926. During this time Trotsky did not express himself controversially in public on the issues that had been at the center of the debates of 1923-4. Even behind the closed doors of the Central Committee and the Politburo he did not attempt to keep up the discussion. He acknowledged his defeat and submitted to the restrictions which the Central Committee had imposed on him. During this pause the 1923 opposition did not exist in any organized form. Trotsky had in effect disbanded it. "We must not do anything at this moment," he advised his puzzled and bewildered followers, "we must not come out into the open in any way. We should only maintain our contacts, preserve the cadres of the 1923 opposition, and wait until Zinoviev has used himself up. Had he acted otherwise and initiated new protests or demonstrations of opposition, he and his adherents would at once have had to face the threat of expulsion from the party or at least from its leading bodies." He had every reason to assume that the triumvirs would not shrink from extreme reprisals. How desperately Trotsky and his adherents were anxious at this time to avoid a renewal of the struggle can be seen from this incident. In 1925 Max Eastman, the American writer, published "Since Lenin Died," a book in which he gave a true account, the first to see the light, of the struggle over the succession to Lenin and in which he quoted the substance of Lenin's testament. Eastman, who had also written a character sketch of Trotsky, "The Portrait of a Youth," had been in Moscow, had become an adherent of the opposition, had obtained from Trotsky himself the information about Lenin's last will and the contest over the succession, and had even begged Trotsky to act more aggressively and to read out the will at the 13th Congress. He had submitted the manuscript of "Since Lenin Died" to Rakovsky in Paris and had received an indirect answer expressing full approval. He had therefore every reason to think that the work would meet with Trotsky's blessing as well. Point 2 Trotsky was indeed grateful to Eastman, with whom he remained in friendly relations until 10 years later, when Eastman turned against communism. However, he found Eastman's friendly service embarrassing. The triumvirs charged Trotsky with having committed a gross indiscretion, pressed him to issue a denial of Eastman's disclosures, and threatened him with disciplinary proceedings if he refused. Trotsky's closest associates, whom he consulted, were so reluctant to be forced into a fight over the Eastman incident, that they urged Trotsky to disclaim all responsibility for it. The Politburo was not content with this, however. It demanded a straight denial of Eastman's story about the testament. It even dictated the terms of the denial. Once again, the leading group of the opposition, as Trotsky puts it, asked him to yield for the sake of peace. Point 3 And so on September 1, 1925 there appeared in the Bolshevik a statement signed by Trotsky that all talk about testament, allegedly suppressed or violated, is a malicious invention and is directed wholly against Lenin's real will and the interests of the party of which he was the founder. The statement was reproduced by all foreign communist newspapers and was later eagerly quoted by Stalin. Point 4 Although such denials made for tactical considerations are not rare in politics, this was particularly galling for Trotsky. After he had watched almost passively the suppression of the testament, his virtual title deed to the succession, he had now to come forward as a witness bearing false testimony against himself and for Stalin, all in order to postpone a fresh outbreak of inter-party hostilities. In such circumstances it was not easy to maintain contacts and preserve the cadres of the 1923 opposition. For any political group in action, no matter how well justified by tactical considerations, is a most trying experience. A small band of intellectuals and very advanced workers may fill the interval with studying and arguing within its own circle. But for any larger group, especially if it is composed of factory workers, inactivity most often amounts to political suicide. It saps their faith in their cause, it deadens their fervor, it breeds indifference or despair. Such were the effects of waiting in most groups of the opposition. They shrank and fell apart. Thus, in Leningrad there were, at the beginning of 1926, not more than about 30 Trotskyists who, grouped around Alexandra Bronstein-Sokolovskaya, Trotsky's first wife, still kept in close touch with one another and met regularly. Many hundreds of previously organized oppositionists had vanished into a political no man's land. In Moscow the Trotskyist cadres were much more numerous and alive, but in the great provincial cities and towns, in Kharkov, Kiev, Odessa, and elsewhere the opposition's strength declined as much as it did in Leningrad. The chiefs of the opposition, bound by ties of political and personal friendship, formed a close circle around Trotsky which often met and deliberated. In it were some of the strongest intellects and characters that could be found in the Bolshevik party. As to political ability, experience, and revolutionary achievement, this circle was certainly superior to the team which led Stalin's faction and ruled the party. Rakovsky, Radek, Preobrazhensky, Yov, Antonovovzenko, Pyatakov, Serebryakov, Krestinsky, Ivan Smirnov, Muralov, Mrakovsky, and Sosnovsky, had been prominent in the early years of the revolution and the Civil War and had held offices of the highest responsibility. 5 Marxists of large views, unconventional, resourceful, and full of verve, they represented the most advanced and internationally minded elements in the party. Of all these men Radek was by far the most famous, though not the most important. He was, next to Trotsky, the most brilliant and witty Bolshevik pamphleteer. Of mercurial temper, a shrewd and realistic student of men and politics, uncannily sensitive to the moods of the most diverse social milieus, Radek had prompted some of Lenin's most important initiatives in diplomacy and Comintern policy. Europe was his home. Like Dzerzhinsky, he had come to the Bolsheviks from the Social Democratic Party of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania, Rosa Luxemburg's party which had been strongly influenced by Trotsky's views. 6 He also had behind him many years of a stormy activity on the extreme left of German socialism. He had been a forerunner and one of the founding fathers of the Communist International. When shortly after the October Revolution he arrived in Russia, he at once gained admittance into the inner circle of the leaders. He accompanied Trotsky to Brest-Litovsk, and he led, together with Bukharin and Dzerzhinsky, the left communists in their opposition to peace. After the collapse of the Hohenzollern monarchy, Lenin sent him on a clandestine mission to Germany, where he was to help to set afoot the newly formed Communist Party. He made a perilous and adventurous journey across the cordon sanitaire, by which Russia was surrounded, and arrived in Berlin incognito just before Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht were assassinated. He was seized by the police and thrown into prison. There, while Berlin was swept by a white terror and his life hung by a thread, he contrived a feat of extraordinary versatility. He managed to make contact with leading German diplomats, industrialists, and generals, and in his prison cell he conducted with them, especially with Walter Rathenau, who was to be foreign minister in the Rapallo era, talks designed to tear open the first breach in the cordon sanitaire. 7 From his cell, too, he maintained clandestine contacts with the German Communist Party and helped to shape its policy. A pioneer of revolutionary socialism, Radek had in him also something of the gambler. He was as much in his element weaving a diplomatic intrigue as when, a mole of revolution, he tunneled underground. Of observant eye and untrammeled mind, he diagnosed the ebb of revolution in Europe before other Bolshevik leaders saw it, and he advocated the united front. When he returned to Germany in 1923, he still saw no flow and restrained Brandler from rushing into what he considered a hopeless attempt at revolution. His taste for the political gamble led him astray, however, and in his Schlegeter speech he made an ambiguous appeal to the desperate extremists of German nationalism. On his return to Moscow he was made to bear the onus of the German defeat and of association with Trotsky. Barred from the European sections of the Comintern, he was, in 1925, appointed principal of the Sun Yat-sen University in Moscow just at a time when the rumblings of the Chinese Revolution made themselves heard. His job was to train propagandists and agitators for China's young communist movement. 8 Restless, contemptuous of cant, bohemian in appearance, sharp-tongued, and inclined to cynical postures, he was held by many to be an erratic and even a shady character. He was, however, the subject of much obloquy by adversaries who feared his disrespectful gaze, his banter, and deadly pasquinade. The stuff of the man was certainly much more solid than it appeared, although it was to deteriorate dreadfully in later years, under the press of the Stalinist terror. His bohemian exterior and cynical postures concealed a fervent faith which he was loath to exhibit, and even his snappy quips and jeers were hot with revolutionary passion. Into the leading circle of the opposition Radek discharged the electric shocks of his intellect and humor. He was greatly attached to Trotsky, with whom he had so much in common in range of international experience. Of that attachment he gave proof in his essay Trotsky, the Organizer of Victory, written in 1923.9. Trotsky was somewhat wary of Radek's impulsive political improvisations but felt a warm affection for the man and admired his talent. 10 If he distrusted the gambler in Radek, he was nevertheless stimulated by his observations and ideas, and enjoyed the great jester and satirist. Preobrazhensky's character stands out in stark contrast to Radek's. He was a theorist and probably the most original Bolshevik economist. A Leninist since 1904, he had been co-author with Bukharin of the ABC of Communism, the once famous compendium on Bolshevik doctrine, and he had been secretary of the Leninist Central Committee. He left that office and made room for Molotov when the party's discipline had grown too rigid for him. As its critic he was Trotsky's forerunner. Indeed, he had criticized Trotsky's disciplinarian attitude at the 11th Congress, early in 1922. Later in the year, however, the two men drew together. Preobrazhensky was one of the few to whom Trotsky confided his plans and related his private talks with Lenin and their agreement to form the bloc against Stalin. The author of important works on economic history, a man of rare erudition and analytical gifts, Preobrazhensky was primarily a scholar, pursuing his line of reasoning to no matter what unpopular conclusions it might lead him and no matter what damage it might do to his standing with the party. He thought in elaborate and massive theorems, and in his New Economics, he made the first serious and still unequaled attempt to apply the categories of Marx's Das Kapital to the Soviet economy. Only the introductory volume was allowed to appear, and even that was suppressed soon thereafter and confined to oblivion. Yet the New Economics remains a landmark in Marxist thought. The anticipatory analysis it gave of the processes of primitive socialist accumulation will remain topical as long as there are underdeveloped countries in the world which strive to industrialize on a socialist basis. Many regarded Preobrazhensky rather than Trotsky as the author of the opposition's economic program. He created at any rate its theoretical groundwork. There were, however, implicit divergencies between his and Trotsky's views, but these did not become explicit and result in serious political conflict until 1928, the year when the two men were exiled from Moscow. Pyatakov was the most outstanding industrial manager among the Bolsheviks. While Preobrazhensky supplied the opposition with theorems, Pyatakov placed the theorems on the firm ground of practical experience. Lenin in his will describes Pyatakov as one of the two foremost leaders of the young generation, the other being Bukharin, and as an administrator of exceptional ability and drive but a man devoid of political judgment. This one-sidedness was characteristic of the oppositionist as well. Pyatakov shared the opposition's views on economic policy, but kept aloof from its battle of ideas and quailed at its onslaughts on the party leadership. Yet he was far from being a timid character. Only a few years earlier he and his brother had led the Bolsheviks in the Ukraine when the Ukraine was occupied by Denikin, and there, behind enemy lines, he organized sabotage, set afoot partisan detachments, and directed the struggle. The White Guard seized the two brothers and put them, together with other Reds, before a firing squad. The execution was in progress and his brother had already been shot when the firing squad had to flee before the Reds, who had captured the town and were converging on the spot where the massacre took place. Straight from the corpses of his brother and of his nearest comrades, Pyatakov went to assume command over the Red Guards. Such were the antecedents of the man who in and out of opposition was to be the moving spirit and the chief organizer of the Soviet drive for industrialization for 15 years, and who was to end in the dock, confessing to having been a wrecker, a traitor, and a foreign spy. Most of the other chiefs of the opposition were men of heroic mold. Preobrazhensky had gone through fire and water when he led the Bolshevik underground movement in the Urals during the years of counter-revolution. Once, when caught by the Tsarist police and tried, he had Kerensky as his defense counsel. Kerensky, eager to save his client, declared in court that Preobrazhensky was not involved in any revolutionary movement. The defendant rose in the dock, disavowed his counsel, and proclaimed his revolutionary conviction. He led the Bolsheviks of the Urals in 1917 and during the early part of the Civil War. Rakovsky, whose long and courageous struggle up to 1914 is related in The Prophet Armed. 11 directed the communist forces during the Civil War in Bessarabia, where the White Guards put a prize on his head. He returned to Russia and became chairman of the Council of the People's Commissars in the Ukraine. Antonov Ovzhenko's part in the October insurrection and the Civil War need not be recalled here. 12 Muralov had been, like Antonov, one of the legendary heroes of the 1905 revolution, and in October 1917 he led Moscow's Red Guards in their assault on the Kremlin. Afterwards he was commander of the military region of Moscow and army inspector. Trotsky describes him as a magnificent giant, as fearless as kind. An agronomist by education, he gave, in the intervals between battles, agricultural advice to peasants and medical treatment to men and cows. Ivan Smirnov had led the army which defeated Kolchak in Siberia. Serebryakov was one of the most energetic political commissars on the fronts of the Civil War. Sosnovsky had made his mark as an agitator in the fighting line and as vigilant observer and critic of morals and manners. His was one of the best pens in Bolshevik journalism. For all their prowess and intelligence, these men did not for the time being see any clear road ahead. They were above all anxious to stay within the party, and they could stay in it only if they lay low. They watched events and the moves of their adversaries and waited for something to happen that would allow them to come to the fore. Though he lay low, Trotsky did not lay down his arms. By hint and allusion he kept up his criticism of the official regime and its policy. Everything he said, even when he said it in a deliberately inoffensive manner, was a reflection on what his adversaries did, and even more so, on what they thought, no matter whether he spoke about the uncouthness of the Russian bureaucrat, the debased style of the newspapers, or the false starts the party was making in cultural affairs. And he never turned his attention from those major issues of policy, foreign and domestic, in which stuff for future controversy was piling up. In May 1925, nearly 5 months after he had left the Commissariat of War, he was appointed to serve on the Supreme Council of the National Economy, under Dzerzhinsky. There was heavy irony in the appointment. Dzerzhinsky was neither economist nor policy maker, and only to slight Trotsky did the triumvirs assign to him a post under Dzerzhinsky. They did not even consult Trotsky, but he could not easily refuse. When he resigned from the Commissariat of War he had declared that he was ready to carry out any assignment, under any conditions of party control, and he could not go back on this pledge. Far off were the days when he had been able to decline the office of Lenin's deputy. Within the Council of the National Economy Trotsky became chairman of 3 commissions, the Concessions Committee, the Board of Electrotechnical Development, and the Industrial Technological Commission. The Concessions Committee had been set up in the early days of NEP when Lenin hoped to reattract former concessionaires and other foreign investors to assist in Russia's economic recovery. These hopes had come to nothing. The Bolsheviks were too frightened of foreign capital to be able to attract it, and foreign investors were too frightened of the Bolsheviks to cooperate with them. The Concessions Committee was at a loose end. In his office, in a tiny one-floor hotel outside the Kremlin, Trotsky occasionally received a foreign visitor who inquired about the chances of gold prospecting in Siberia, or of manufacturing pencils in Russia. Presently, however, Trotsky made a stronghold of the cage to which he was confined. Assisted by the secretaries who had served in his military train during the Civil War, he opened an inquiry into the state of concessions and of Russia's foreign trade. This led him to investigate costs of industrial production at home and abroad, and to make a comparative study of the productivity of Russian and Western labor. The inquiry threw into sharp relief the nation's industrial backwardness. It showed that the productivity of Russian labor was only 1/10 that of American. With graphic diagrams he illustrated the poverty of Russia's industrial equipment. Thus, while the United States possessed 14 million and Great Britain 1 million telephones, the Soviet Union possessed only 190,000. The length of its railway lines was 69,000 kilometers against 405,000 in the United States. The consumption of electricity per head was only 20 kilowatts compared with 500 kilowatts in the U.S.A.13. Obvious though the facts were, their emphatic presentation came as a shock. Official spokesmen dwelt smugly on the advance of Russia's industry since the Civil War, when output had been close to nil, or they compared current production with that of 1913, and congratulated themselves on the results. Trotsky argued that new scales of comparison were needed and that the progress of recent years should be measured by the standards of the industrial West rather than by those of native backwardness. 14 The nation could not rise unless it had a ruthlessly clear awareness of the low level from which it started. It is often said that we work almost like the Germans, or like the French. I am ready to declare a holy war on this word almost. Almost means nothing. We must compare costs of production. We must find out what a pair of shoes costs here and abroad, we must compare the quality of the goods, and the time it takes to produce them. Only then can we make comparisons with foreign countries. 15 We must not lag behind others, he concluded. Our first and essential watchword is not to lag behind. Yes, we are extraordinarily far behind the advanced capitalist countries. In launching this watchword we must not lag behind. Trotsky was several years ahead of Stalin, but unlike Stalin he strove to open Russia's eyes to the full length of the distance to be made up. He realized that this involved political risks. People viewing Russia's poverty soberly and gauging her misery to its depth might become cynical or despondent. Stalin, when he embarked on industrialization, preferred to keep the masses unaware of the prodigious climb and the inhuman effort required of them. Trotsky relied on the people's courage and maturity. Let us, comrades, neither mock at ourselves, nor take fright. But let us firmly remember these figures. We must make these measurements and comparisons in order to catch up with the West at any price, and to surpass it. 16 Thus he re-emerged from the petty administrative technicalities under which the triumvirs had intended to bury him. He found his way back to the central issue of policy, and he took up the call for industrialization which he had raised in 1922-3. As chairman of the Board of Electrotechnical Development he became engrossed in electrification. He traveled up and down the country, investigated resources, examined schemes for power plants, planned their location, and produced reports. From one such journey he returned to urge the Politburo to adopt a project for the utilization of the rapids of the Dnieper, the project which became famous as the Dnieprostroi, one of the feats of industrial construction in the next decade. When he first canvassed the idea, early in 1926, the Politburo made little of it. Stalin remarked that the planned power station would be of no more use to Russia than a gramophone was to a muzhik who did not possess even a cow. 17 Trotsky then appealed to the enthusiasm and the imagination of the young. In a speech to the Komsomol he said, "Recently we opened the power station of Shatura, one of our best industrial installations, established on a turf bog. The distance from Moscow to Shatura is only a little over 100 kilometers. A stone's throw, it would seem, and yet what a difference in conditions. Moscow is the capital of the Communist International. You travel a few scores of kilometers and there is wilderness, snow and fur, and frozen mud, and wild beasts. Black log cabin villages, drowsy under the snow. From the train one's eyes catch the wolf's footprints in the snow. Where Shatura station stands, elks roamed a few years ago. Now metal pylons of exquisite construction ran the whole way down from Moscow, and under these pylons she-foxes and she-wolves will lead out their cubs this spring. Such is our entire civilization. Extreme contradictions, supreme achievements of technology and generalizing thought and primordial Siberian wilderness. Shatura stands on marshes, we have many marshes, many more than power stations. We have many other sources of fuel which only wait to be transformed into power. In the south the Dnieper runs its course through the wealthiest industrial land, and it is wasting the prodigious weight of its pressure, playing over age-old rapids and waiting until we harness its stream, curb it with dams, and compel it to give light to cities, to drive factories, and to enrich plowland. We shall compel it. 18. Industrialization was no end in itself, of course. It was part of the struggle for socialism with which the whole future of our civilization is inseparably bound up. Again, in contrast to the Stalin of later years, Trotsky insisted that while struggling to catch up with the West, the USSR must not seek to isolate itself from the West. He had been a staunch defender of the monopoly of foreign trade and he had originated the idea of socialist protectionism, but the purpose of that protectionism, he argued, was not to cut off socialist industry, but, on the contrary, to enable it to establish close and many-sided links with the world economy. True enough, the world market would press on Russia's socialist economy and subject it to severe and even dangerous tests. But these tests could not be avoided, they should be faced boldly. The dangers to which Russia was exposed by contact with the more advanced capitalist economy would be compensated by decisive advantages to be derived from international division of labor and from the assimilation of superior Western technology. In isolation, Russia's economic development must be distorted and retarded. In arguing thus, Trotsky was again in implicit conflict with official economic thought which was already becoming fixed in conceptions of national self-sufficiency. Socialism in a single country presupposed a closed Soviet economy. Trotsky argued in effect against the essential premises of Stalin's doctrine even before the controversy over it had opened. After the 1923 debacle in Germany, Trotsky endeavored to reassess the international situation and the prospects of communism. The Comintern, anxious to save its face, belittled the importance of its setback, forecast a new revolutionary situation in Germany, and encouraged ultra-left policies. 19 When, early in 1924, the first British Labour government was formed under Ramsay MacDonald and when Édouard Herriot, heading the Cartel de Gauche, became French Prime Minister, some of the communist leaders viewed these governments as Kerensky regimes destined to pave the way for revolution. Against this Trotsky pointed out that it was necessary to distinguish the ebb of revolution from its flow, that it would take time for the German working class to recover from defeat, and that no rapid revolutionary developments should be expected in Britain and France. Yet he still held that the capitalist world was unable to regain any enduring balance. He saw the greatest single factor of its instability, and the central issue of world politics at large, in the ascendancy of the United States. In the years 1924 and 1925 he analyzed again and again the economic rise of the United States and its impact upon the world. He predicted emphatically the emergence of the United States as the leading world power bound to involve itself in the affairs of all continents and to spread out its networks of military and naval bases over all oceans. He couched his conclusions in such forceful terms that most of what he said sounded far-fetched in the 1920s. This was the time of the Dawes Plan, of America's relatively timid and only tentative intervention in European affairs which, after 1929, was to be followed by a relapse into isolationism lasting over a decade. The worldwide expansion of American power, which Trotsky foreshadowed, could still be seen, if at all, only in embryo. He saw, as he so often did, the full-grown being in that embryo. The economic basis for expansion was there. The national income of the United States was already 2.5 times as large as the combined incomes of Britain, France, Germany, and Japan. The United States' ascendancy was accompanied by Europe's impoverishment, balkanization, and decline. He concluded, therefore, that the superiority which Britain in her heyday held vis-a-vis Europe is insignificant in comparison with the superiority which the USA has gained over the entire world, including Britain. 20. It was true that the ruling classes of both America and Europe were slow to grasp the full weight of this shift. They lagged mentally behind the events. The American is only beginning to grow aware of his international importance. America has not yet learned to make its domination real. But it will presently learn to make it so, and it will learn on Europe's body and bones. 21 The traditions of American isolationism and pacifism, rooted in geography and history, were brakes on expansion, but they were bound to give way to the dynamic force of the new facts. The United States would find itself compelled to assume the leadership of the capitalist world. The urge for expansion was inherent in its own economy, and it was intensified by the fact that European capitalism depended for its survival on American assistance. Here Trotsky made his celebrated and hotly contested forecast that the United States would put Europe on American rations and then dictate to Europe its will. Having taken Britain's place as the world's industrial workshop and bank, the United States was also taking Britain's place as the world's greatest maritime power and empire. 22 For this it need not burden itself with colonial possessions which had so often been a drain on the strength of British imperialism as well as a source of wealth. America will always find enough allies and helpers all over the world. The strongest power always finds them, and with the allies will be found also the necessary naval bases. 23 Consequently we are entering an epoch of the aggressive unfolding of American militarism. 24 To those who, overimpressed by the strength of American isolationism and pacifism, doubted this prospect, Trotsky replied that the United States was following in Germany's footsteps. Like Germany, but incomparably more powerful, it was a latecomer among the great industrial nations. How long is it since the Germans were looked upon as starry-eyed dreamers, as a nation of poets and thinkers? Yet a few decades of capitalist development were enough to transform the German bourgeoisie into an exponent of the most brutal imperialism. Far less time was needed for a similar transformation in the United States. In vain did Britain's rulers console themselves that they would act as political and diplomatic tutors to the inexperienced Americans. They might do so, but only during a brief spell, until the Americans had learned the arts of imperialism and gained self-confidence. In the end the weight of American power would tell. Even now the inexperienced Yankee enjoyed definite advantages over the sophisticated and subtle British imperialist. He could afford to pose as the liberator of the colonial peoples of Asia and Africa, helping to free from the British oppression the Indians, the Egyptians, and the Arabs, and the world believed in his pacifism and generosity. It was beyond American power to arrest the decay of bourgeois Europe, however. American predominance was itself a source of instability for Germany, France, and Britain, for it was primarily at their expense that American power expanded. The economic disequilibrium between Europe and America would again and again be reflected in their trade and balances of payment, in financial crises, and in convulsions of the whole capitalist system. Nor was the United States immune. The more the world was dependent on it, the more did the transatlantic republic become dependent on the world and involved in the world's menacing chaos. The conclusion? Bolshevism has no enemy more fundamental and irreconcilable than American capitalism. 25 These were the two basic and antagonistic forces of our age. Wherever communism might advance, it would run into barriers set up by American capitalism, and in whatever part of the world the United States might seek to expand, it would be confronted by the threat of proletarian revolution. If and when American capital penetrates into China, it will find there, among the masses of the Chinese people, not the religion of Americanism but the political program of Bolshevism translated into Chinese. In this duel of giants American capitalism had all the material advantages. But Bolshevism would learn from America and assimilate its superior technology. It would be easier for the Bolsheviks to achieve this than for American capitalists to put the world on American rations. Americanized Bolshevism will defeat and crush imperialist Americanism. 26 The United States might pose as liberator of the colonial peoples and thereby contribute to the decomposition of the British Empire, but it would not succeed in establishing its own supremacy over the colored races. Nor would it in the long run succeed in banishing communism from Europe. We do not in any way underrate the power of the United States. In evaluating the prospects of revolution we start from a clear realization of the facts. However, we are of the opinion that American power itself, is the greatest lever of European revolution. We do not overlook the fact that this lever will turn, politically as well as militarily, with a terrible momentum against European revolution. We know that American capital, once its existence is at stake, will unfold incalculable fighting energy. All that we know from history and our own experience about the struggle of privileged classes for their domination may pale into insignificance compared with the violence that American capital will let loose on revolutionary Europe. 27. How then, Trotsky asked, would communism be able to hold its ground? He did not expect the clash between the two basic antagonistic forces to develop while communism was entrenched only on Europe's eastern fringe and in parts of Asia. As always, he looked forward to revolution in Western Europe, and he was convinced that, to withstand American onslaught and blockades, the peoples of the continent would have to form the United States of Socialist Europe. We, the peoples of Tsarist Russia, have held out through years of blockade and civil war. We have had to endure misery, privation, poverty, and epidemics. Our very backwardness turned out to be our advantage. The revolution has survived because it could rely on its gigantic rural hinterland. The outlook for industrialized Europe would be different. A disunited Europe would not be able to hold out. Proletarian revolution implies its integration. Bourgeois economists, pacifists, profiteers, cranks, and windbags like to chatter about the United States of Europe. But the bourgeoisie, divided against itself, cannot create it. Only the victorious working class will be able to unify Europe. We shall serve Socialist Europe as a bridge to Asia. The United States of Socialist Europe together with our Soviet Union will exercise a tremendous magnetic attraction on the peoples of Asia. And the gigantic bloc of the nations of Europe and Asia will then be unshakably established, and it will stand up to the United States. 28. The prospect of an Armageddon of global class struggle presently came under severe criticism as sheer fantasy. 29. No doubt, Trotsky threw into exaggerated relief what was at the time only one of the tendencies at work in world politics. In the following 2 decades other tendencies came to the fore. Both the United States and Russia relapsed into relative isolation. Europe, with the Third Reich risen in its midst, became once again the world's storm center, and Hitler's conquests and threats of domination made the USA and the USSR temporary allies. However, Trotsky made his forecasts in the first years of the Versailles Peace, when Germany was still prostrate, when Hitler was merely an obscure provincial adventurer, and Germany's military power was incapable of asserting itself. Not more than a faint prelude had been enacted to the conflict of the two blocs, which was to unfold only after the Second World War. From the prelude Trotsky guessed the outline, the plot, and the leitmotif of the real drama. He ran so far ahead of his time that more than 30 years later much of his prediction still remains unconfirmed by events, but the truth of so much of it has since been demonstrated that few would venture to dismiss as chimerical the prophecy as a whole. Against the general background of the changed relation between Europe and America, Trotsky gave a more detailed prospect of a single country's future in "Where is Britain Going?" He wrote this book early in 1925, just when Moscow was beginning to attach great importance to a new link established between the Soviet and the British trade unions. In the previous November, a delegation headed by A. Purcell, chairman of the British Trades Union Congress, had visited the Soviet capital and made a solemn pledge of friendship and solidarity with the Russian Revolution. The Soviet leaders eagerly responded, hoping that they had found solid allies in Purcell, Cook, and other newly elected, leftish chiefs of the British trade unions, and they were all the more willing to cultivate the new friendship because the Communist Party of Great Britain was weak and insignificant. The Comintern's ultra-left policy was reaching a dead end, it was to be replaced by more moderate tactics. The question was moot whether the revolution might not enter Britain through the broad gateway of the trade unions rather than through the narrow path of the Communist Party. In May, Trotsky had just completed his book. Tomsky led a Soviet delegation to the annual Congress of the British Unions and he formed, with the Politburo's blessing, the Anglo-Soviet Trade Union Council, which was to occupy a large place in the inter-party controversy of the following year. In his book Trotsky spoke of the approach in Britain of a social crisis of the first magnitude. American predominance, the obsolescence of Britain's industrial equipment and strains and stresses in the empire, all were combining to prepare it. Britain had emerged from the First World War victorious but battered and worn. Victory concealed her weakness, but not for long. British governments kept up the pretense of smooth and friendly cooperation with the United States, underneath which there was irreconcilable conflict. Peacefully the British were surrendering their financial dominance, commercial privileges and naval supremacy, but they could not go on doing this indefinitely. According to Trotsky, at the end of the road was a clash of arms. Nor could the dissolution of the British Empire, made inevitable by both the lapse of British rule on the seas and the rise of the colonial peoples, remain latent for any length of time. Lost to Britain were the strategic advantages of insularity. Finally, since 1918 the Versailles system and the disruption of the German economy had veiled Britain's industrial inferiority to Germany. But Germany, aided by the United States, was rapidly recovering strength and had already reappeared as Britain's most direct and dangerous competitor in the world market, upsetting her trade and payment balances and aggravating all the elements of British weakness. All this, Trotsky concluded, pointed to dangerous Anglo-American tensions, fraught with war, and to a violent flare-up of class struggle, indeed, to a revolutionary situation in the British Isles. In retrospect, both the realism of this analysis and the errors of perspective stand out clearly. Trotsky did not imagine that the British could escape an armed conflict with the United States, although he himself had shown convincingly that such a conflict would have been suicidal folly for bourgeois Britain. Although he was perhaps the first analyst to grasp all the implications of America's new superiority, his idea of the British Empire had still an almost Victorian or Edwardian touch about it. He could not envisage that the British would peacefully and to the end surrender their supremacy to the United States. And he saw the decline of British power as a cataclysmic collapse, not as the chronic and long drawn-out process it was to become. Despite its errors of prognostication. Where is Britain going? Is the most, or rather the only effective statement of the case for proletarian revolution and communism in Britain that has ever been made. This was Trotsky's encounter with Fabian socialism and its doctrine of the inevitability of gradualness, and for a long time thereafter Fabianism could not recover intellectually from the assault. 30 With quick and sharp thrusts Trotsky stripped it of its socialist pretensions and showed up its dependence on conservative and liberal traditions, its staleness, its insularity, its parochial quaintness and empirical narrow-mindedness, its pacifist hypocrisy and national arrogance, its snobbery and meekness towards established opinion, its fetishistic attitude towards religion, monarchy and empire, in a word all the qualities which made MacDonald, Thomas, the Snowdens, and the other labor leaders of the time unfit to take the head of a militant socialist movement and which turned them into opponents of revolution glad to consume the fruit of past struggles, but shrinking in panic from new conflict and upheaval. Trotsky had no doubt that in the approaching crisis they would see their main task in keeping the working class mentally enthralled, morally disarmed, and unable to act. The ruthlessness of his argument was greatly enlivened but scarcely softened by the humor with which he conducted it. British pigeon fanciers, by means of artificial selection, achieve special varieties, with a continually shortening beak. But there comes a moment when the beak of a new stock is so short that the poor creature is unequal to breaking the eggshell and the young pigeon perishes, a sacrifice to compulsory restraint from revolutionary activities, and a stop is put to the further progress of varieties of short bills. If our memory is not at fault, MacDonald can read about this in Darwin. Having entered upon MacDonald's favorite course of analogies with the organic world, one can say that the political art of the British bourgeois consists in shortening the revolutionary beak of the proletariat, and so not allowing him to pierce the shell of the capitalist state. The beak of the proletariat is its party. If we look at MacDonald, Thomas, Mr. and Mrs. Snowden, we have to confess that the work of the bourgeoisie in selecting short-billed and soft-billed has been crowned with astonishing success. 31. The Fabian school prided itself on its peculiarly British tradition, which it refused to adulterate with alien Marxism. Trotsky retorted that the Fabians cultivated only the conservative patterns of their national tradition and neglected or suppressed its progressive strands. The MacDonalds inherited from Puritanism not its revolutionary strength, but its religious prejudices. From the Owenites they received not communistic fervor but utopian hostility to the class struggle. From the past political history of Britain the Fabians borrowed only the mental dependence of the proletariat on the bourgeoisie. History turned its nether parts to these gentlemen, and the writings that they there read became their program. 32. For the benefit of young Marxists, Trotsky recapitulated the two major British revolutionary traditions, the Cromwellian and the Chartist. He saw the Puritans as being beneath their biblical cloaks essentially political innovators, fighters, and promoters of definite class interests, who stood halfway between the German Reformation with its religious philosophy and the French Revolution with its secular ideology. Luther and Robespierre met in Cromwell's personality. 33 Obsolescent though much of Cromwell was, especially his bigotry, he was still a great master of revolution with whom British communists might usefully serve an apprenticeship. A note of affinity crept into Trotsky's appreciation of the commander of the Ironsides. It is impossible not to be struck by certain features which bring the existence and character of Cromwell's army into close association with the character of the Red Army. Cromwell's warriors regarded themselves as Puritans in the first instance and only in the second as soldiers, just as our warriors recognize themselves to be revolutionaries and communists first and soldiers afterwards. 34 For all his lack of reverence for Parliament, Cromwell set the stage for British parliamentarianism and democracy. This dead lion of the 17th century, this builder of a new society, was still more alive politically than were the many living dogs of the Fabian kennel. So were the militant Chartists, to whose heritage British Labour would turn afresh, once it had lost faith in the magic of gradualness. Chartist watchwords and methods of action were still greatly to be preferred to the saccharine eclecticism of MacDonald and the economist stupidity of the Webbs. The Chartist movement was defeated because it was ahead of its time and historic overture, but it would be resurrected on a new and immeasurably broader historic basis. 35. Trotsky saw in the Communist Party, weak though it was, the sole legitimate successor to these traditions. He dismissed as a monstrous illusion the hope that any leftish Fabians or trade union chiefs could give a revolutionary lead to the British workers. That the Communist Party in Britain was of negligible size and that Fabianism appeared to be formidable and unshakable was true. But had not British liberalism also appeared to be powerful and invincible just before it collapsed as a party? When the Labour Party came to occupy the place vacated by liberalism, it was led by the men of the Independent Labour Party, which had been a small group. The shock of great events makes old and seemingly solid political structures crumble and brings about the emergence of new ones. This had happened after the shock of the First World War, and it would happen again. The rise of Fabianism was only a brief stage in the revolutionary development of the working class, and MacDonald has a still shakier seat than had Lloyd George. It was with subdued misgivings that Trotsky asked whether British communism would prove equal to its task. But once again revolutionary optimism led him astray, as it had sometimes led Marx. "We do not intend to prophesy," Trotsky wrote, "what will be the tempo of this process, but in any case it will be measured in terms of years, or at the most in terms of 5 years, not at all by decades." 36 In later years Trotsky argued that at the decisive moment, in 1926, Stalin's and Bukharin's tactical prescriptions, the policy of the Anglo-Soviet Council, crippled British communism. The historian must doubt whether these prescriptions, inept though they were the basic cause of the prolonged impotence of British communism, which 30 years later still vegetated as a sect on the outer fringe of British politics. However, the great social crisis which Trotsky forecast was indeed about to open with the strike of the British coal miners, the longest and the most stubbornly fought in industrial history, and during the general strike Britain moved towards the brink of revolution. Trotsky's book aroused much controversy in Britain. H. N. Brailsford initiated it in a preface to the English edition. Acknowledging Trotsky's exceptional merits as an analyst and writer and his familiarity with English history and politics, Brailsford wrote that Trotsky nevertheless failed to understand the democratic and nonconformist religious traditions of the British Labour movement and the instinct of obedience to the majority graven on the English mind. Ramsay MacDonald 37, George Lansbury 38 and others, dismissed Trotsky's views as a foreigner's misconceptions. Bertrand Russell, on the other hand, held that Trotsky was perfectly familiar with the political peculiarities of the English Labour movement, and he also agreed that socialism is incompatible with church and throne. Yet Russell could not see how anyone not an enemy of the British people could incite them to revolution, the sequel of which would be an American blockade or even a war in which Britain would be doomed to defeat. 39 Other writers resented the disrespect and derision with which Trotsky turned on MacDonald, although a few years later when MacDonald broke with the Labour Party most of these critics tore the traitor to shreds. Trotsky answered his critics several times. 40 In a reply to Russell, he denied any intention of inciting British workers to revolution in the interest of Soviet Russia. In no country, he wrote, should the workers undertake any steps in the interest of the Soviet Union which do not follow from their own interests. But he remained unconvinced by Russell's rationalistic pacifism. Revolutions are as a rule not made arbitrarily. If it were possible to map out the revolutionary road beforehand and in a rationalistic manner, then it would probably also be possible to avoid revolution altogether. Revolution is an expression of the impossibility of reconstructing class society by rationalist methods. Logical arguments, even if Russell turns them into mathematical formulae, are impotent against material interests. The ruling classes will let civilization perish together with mathematics rather than give up their privileges. You cannot get away from these irrational factors. Just as in mathematics we use irrational magnitudes in order to arrive at altogether realistic conclusions, so in revolutionary policy, one can bring a social system into rational order only when one makes frank allowance for the contradictions inherent in society so as to be able to overcome them by means of revolution. 41. The British Communists at first received Trotsky's work with delight and enthusiasm. The giant had come to reinforce their puny ranks. 42 Later in the year, however, under the wing of the Anglo-Soviet Council, they had second thoughts, and began to feel embarrassed by Trotsky's attack on the leftish trade union leaders. In the spring of 1926 the British Communist Party was already lodging a complaint with the Russian Politburo about Trotsky's hostility towards it, and Trotsky had to rebut the charge. 44. It was during this interval in the struggle between Trotsky and his adversaries that a great regrouping of men and ideas occurred within the Bolshevik Party and that a new and fundamental division appeared among its leaders and in its ranks, a division which forms the background to the political history of the following 15 years. The middle 1920s are often described as the halcyon time of NEP, as the only period between 1917 and the middle of the century when the Soviet people relaxed, enjoyed peace, and had a taste of well-being. This picture cannot be accepted at its face value. What gives the period a quasi-idyllic appearance is its contrast with the one that preceded it and the one that was to follow. The middle 1920s knew none of the bloody struggles and upheavals, and none of the famines, of the early 1920s and the early 1930s. The passage of time was healing the wounds the nation had suffered. Economic recovery was underway. The farmers tilled their land and reaped their harvest. The wheels of industry no longer stood still. Blown-up bridges and railways, burnt-out houses and bomb-shelled schools were rebuilt. Flooded coal mines were restored. Links between town and country were re-established. Private trade flourished. Shoppers no longer carried sackfuls of depreciated banknotes. The ruble, still somewhat shaky, reacquired the mysterious respectability of money. There was even a bustle of prosperity about the central squares and thoroughfares of the cities. Yet this bustle was largely deceptive. The great and now unified Soviet Republic, extending from the Polish and Baltic frontiers over the whole area of the former empire, remained engulfed in cruel poverty and riddled with social tensions. Only 1/6 of the nation lived in the towns, and not even 1/10 of its manpower was employed in industry. Recovery was painfully slow. Mines and factories still turned out less than 3/4 of their pre-war output, they produced no engines, no machine tools, no motor cars, no chemicals, no fertilizers, and no modern agricultural machinery. The Soviet Union did not yet possess most of the industries essential to modern society. The flourishing private trade, much of it barbarously primitive and fraudulent, covered the national misery as with bubbling froth. It is true that the peasants consumed the produce of their enlarged fields and for the first time since ages ate their bread to the full. But this was prosperity at the rock bottom of civilization. It was enjoyed in the absence of any higher needs and amenities, in squalor, darkness, and primeval rural idiocy. About a third of the rural population, not growing its own food, was excluded even from that kind of well-being. Because the peasants ate more than before, the town dwellers had to eat less. They consumed only 2/3 of the food and only half the meat they used to consume under Tsarist rule. Less produce was also left for export. Russia now sold abroad only about a quarter of the amount of grain she used to export. As of old, most of her people were in rags and barefoot. Only in two significant respects, it seems, had there been a marked advance, in hygiene and education. The Russians used more soap and had more schools than ever before. Of the social tensions, the chronic antagonism between town and country was the most dangerous. The town dweller had the sense of being ill-used by the farmer, who was indubitably the chief beneficiary of the revolution. The muzhik, on the other hand, felt that he was skinned by the town people. There was some ground for such feelings on both sides. The urban workers earned far less than before the revolution, and there were 2 million unemployed, almost as many as were employed in large-scale industry. The workers contrasted their own want with the ampleness of food in the country. The peasants resented the fact that they had to pay for industrial goods more than twice the prices they paid before 1914, while for their own produce they did not obtain much more than the pre-war price. Each of these two classes imagined that it was exploited by the other. In truth, both were exploited by the nation's poverty. Neither town nor country represented, however, any uniform interest. Each was torn by its own contradictions. The urban worker knew that the N.E.P. man, the middleman, and the bureaucrat cheated him of the fruit of his labor. He paid high prices for the food for which the peasant received so little. The middleman, controlling 9/10 of the retail trade, cashed in on the difference. In the factory, the worker was confronted by the manager who, acting on behalf of the employer state, deprived him of his share in running the factory, kept down wages, and demanded more work and harder work. 45 By the manager's side stood the trade union official and the secretary of the party cell, who were less and less inclined to side with the worker and often acted as arbitrators in industrial disputes. The employer state could in fact rarely afford to meet the workers' claims. The national income was small, productivity low, and the need for capital investment desperately urgent. When the manager, the party secretary, and the trade union official urged the worker to produce more, the latter cursed his new bosses, but he did not dare to press his claims or down tools. Outside the factory gates there waited long queues of men anxious to get jobs. Once again, as under capitalism, the reserve army of the unemployed helped to depress the wages and the conditions of the employed. The cleavages in the peasantry were less marked but not less real. The mujiks had benefited from the agrarian upheavals and from NEP in unequal degrees. The middle layer of the peasantry was strengthened. There were many more smallholders now, more Seredniaks, who lived on the yield of their land, without having to work on the land of wealthier farmers and without employing labor on their own farms. Of every 10 peasants, 3 or 4 belonged to this category. 1 or perhaps 2 were kulaks employing hired labor, enlarging their farms, and trading with the town. 5 out of the 10 were poor peasants, bedniaks, who had carved out for themselves a few acres from the landlord's estates but only rarely possessed a horse or farm tools. They hired the horse and the tools from the kulak, from whom they also bought seed or food and borrowed money. To pay the debt, the bedniak worked on the kulak's field or let out to him part of his own tiny plot. At every step the realities of rural life came into conflict with Bolshevik policy. Lenin's government had decreed the nationalization of the land together with the expropriation of the landlord. In theory and in law the peasants were in possession of the land without owning it. They were forbidden to sell and to rent it. The Bolsheviks had hoped to curb inequality in this way and to prevent the growth of rural capitalism. Slowly but surely life overlapped these barriers. In innumerable daily transactions, which no administration could trace, land passed from hand to hand, and capitalist relationships evolved, the rich grew richer and the poor poorer. True, this was only a rudimentary and extremely crude form of rural capitalism. By the standards of any advanced bourgeois society even the Russian kulak was a poor farmer. But such standards were irrelevant. That the new stratification of the peasantry developed on an extremely low economic level did not soften its impact, it sharpened it. The possession of a few horses and plows, of a stock of grain, and of a little cash gave to one man more direct power over another than the ownership of much more capital may give to anyone in a wealthy bourgeois society. 10 years after the revolution the wages of the landless farm laborers were nearly 40% or less than the wages the landed gentry had paid them. Their working day was much longer, and their conditions were little better than those of slave labor. The old landlord employed many hands on his estate whereas the kulak employed only a few, and so the laborers could not organize against him and defend themselves as effectively as they used to organize against the landlord. The bedniak was sometimes even more exploited and helpless than was the laborer. In these relations there were the makings of a violent social conflict, but the conflict could not unfold itself and find expression. Much as the village poor may have resented the kulak's rapacity, they were utterly dependent on him and could rarely afford to stand up to him. More often than not the wealthy peasant led a submissive village community, diverted its resentment from himself, and turned it against the town, the workers, the party agitators and the commissars. All these tensions within town and country and between them underlay the friction between the many nationalities of the Soviet Union. We have seen that friction at work in the transition from war communism to NEP and have heard Lenin castigating the Gerzhimorda, the vile Russian bureaucrat, as the chief culprit. With the years matters grew worse. The ever stricter centralization of government automatically favored the Russian against the Ukrainian, the Byelorussian, and the Georgian, not to speak of the more primitive nationalities and tribes of Soviet Asia. Great Russian chauvinism emanating from Moscow excited and exacerbated local nationalisms in the outlying republics. The kulak and the N.E.P. men were nationalists by instinct. In Russia proper they were Great Russian chauvinists. In the other republics they were anti-Russian nationalists. The intelligentsia were extremely susceptible to the prevalent moods. Among industrial workers internationalism was on the wane. The working class was reconstituting itself and growing in size by absorbing fresh elements from the country, elements who brought with them into the factories all of the peasants' political inclinations, a distrust of things foreign and intense regional loyalties. Every now and then the tension snapped. In the autumn of 1924 a peasant rising swept Georgia and was quelled in blood. Less violent but more persistent signs of the peasantry's antagonism to the government showed themselves everywhere. In the elections to the Soviets which took place in March 1925 over two-thirds of the electorate abstained from voting in many rural districts, and the government had to order new elections. There was a sporadic agitation for independent peasant Soviets. Here and there energetic and politically minded kulaks furthered their interests and ambitions through the existing Soviets and even through the rural party cells. There were many scattered acts of terrorism in villages. Party agitators sent from the town were clubbed to death. Worker correspondents reporting to newspapers on the exploitation of farm laborers were lynched. The strong farmer had used to the full the opportunities NEP had offered him, and now he felt constricted by its limitations and sought openly or surreptitiously to remove them. He pressed for higher food prices, for the license to sell and rent land, for unrestricted freedom to hire labor, in a word for a neo-N.E.P. All this foreshadowed a national crisis which might be delayed for a couple of years only to become more dangerous later on. The ruling party had to seek a solution. Yet the party itself was increasingly affected by the cleavages that rent the nation. Three major currents of Bolshevik opinion formed in 1925. The party and its old guard split into a right and a left wing and a center. The division was in many respects new. In none of the many earlier factional struggles had there been anything like it. Never before had the dividing lines been so clear-cut and stable. Factions and groups had sprung into being and vanished together with the issues which had given rise to their differences. Alignments had changed with controversies. Opponents in one dispute joined hands as friends in the next dispute, and vice versa. The factions and groups had not sought to perpetuate themselves and had had no rigid organization or discipline of their own. This state of affairs had begun to change since the Kronstadt Rising, but it was only now that the change became complete and universal. From the Politburo and the Central Committee down to the rank and file the party was torn, although lower down the differences remained unexpressed. Not only were the issues which caused the division largely new and fateful was above all its finality. What was sometimes startling was the manner in which men regrouped themselves and took up new positions. As in any political movement, so among the Bolsheviks some people had always been inclined towards moderation, others had shown a propensity to radicalism, and still others had been habitual trimmers. In the present regroupment many remained true to character. Rykov and Tomsky, for instance, who had always been far from the left communists, quite naturally found their place at the head of the new right. Most of the trimmers, especially the professional managers of the party machine, took up positions in the center. Of the persistent radicals some had already joined the workers' opposition, the Decemists or the Trotskyists, others had still to decide where they stood. But strange and unexpected conversions also occurred. Under the pressure of new circumstances and difficulties and after much heart-searching, some Bolsheviks, among them the most eminent leaders, abandoned accustomed attitudes or postures and assumed new ones which appeared to negate all that they had hitherto stood for. Men burnt the things they had worshipped and worshipped the things they had burnt. In part the new differences resulted from the fact that some of the groups and individuals exercised power while others did not. Many a left communist who had been in office for 7 or 8 years, had wielded great influence, and enjoyed the privileges of power, came to approach public affairs from the ruler's viewpoint, not from that of the ruled. On the other hand, a moderate Bolshevik, who had lived all these years among the masses and shared their experiences, willy-nilly voiced their disillusionment and spoke like an ultra-left. There were also other causes for realignment. Under the single-party system the broader class antagonisms which we have just surveyed could find no legitimate political expression, and so they found an illegitimate and indirect expression within the single party. Wealthy farmers could not send their representatives to Moscow to state claims and demands before any national assembly or to act as pressure groups. Workers could not hope that their nominal deputies would voice their grievances freely and fully. Yet every social class and group exercised its pressure in non-political forms. The wealthy peasants controlled the stocks of grain on which the provisioning of the urban population depended. 6 to 10% of the farmers produced more than half of the marketable grain surpluses. This gave them a potent weapon. By withholding supplies they periodically created acute food shortages in the towns. Or else they refused to buy overpriced industrial goods, and stocks of unsold goods piled up in factory yards and warehouses. Symptoms of overproduction thus appeared in a country which really suffered from underproduction. The workers were sullen and inefficient and sought to quell their despair with vodka. Wild and widespread drunkenness made frightful ravages in popular health and morale. Hard as the party tried to neutralize the conflicting social pressures, and to isolate itself from them, it was not immune. Food shortages and stocks of unsold industrial goods rudely awakened its members to realities. Some Bolsheviks were more sensitive to the workers' demands, others were more susceptible to the pressure from the peasants. The great cleavage between town and country tended to reproduce itself within the party and within its ruling circle. It was several years since Zinoviev had spoken of the unconscious Mensheviks who could be found side by side with the genuine Leninists within the Bolshevik party and who formed in its ranks a potential party of their own. Even more important, it now turned out, was the potential party of unconscious social revolutionaries. The authentic social revolutionaries, like the Narodniks, their political forebears, had been distinguished by their bias in favor of the mujiks, among whom they refused to make any class distinctions, whom they treated neither as kulaks nor as bedniaks, whom they glorified as land laborers at large, whose interests they refused to subordinate to those of the industrial workers, and in whose striving for private property they saw nothing incompatible with socialism. Woolly in their theories and addicted to sentimental generalities, the social revolutionaries had represented an agrarian antithesis to the collectivism of the urban proletariat, a quasi-physiocratic variety of socialism. It was only natural that such an ideology should exercise a powerful influence in a nation 4/5 of which lived on the land and by it. The Bolsheviks had suppressed the party that had expounded this ideology, but they had not destroyed the interests, the emotion, and the mood that had animated it. That emotion and that mood now invaded their own ranks. There, in an environment traditionally hostile to Narodnik ideas, the mood could not be expressed in customary terms. It refracted itself through the prism of the Marxist tradition and came to be voiced in Bolshevik terms. This trend had received a strong impulse from the anti-Trotskyist campaign, in the course of which the triumvirs sought to discredit Trotsky as the mujiks' enemy. The accusation was partly a cold-blooded invention, but it also summed up a real feeling. Subsequently the neo-Narodnik trend gained in strength until, during the present pause in the struggle against Trotskyism, it led to the emergence of the new right wing in the party. The man who came forward as the inspirer, theorist, and ideologue of the right was Bukharin. His appearance in this role was something of a puzzle. Ever since the Peace of Brest-Litovsk he had been the chief spokesman of left communism, rigidly committed to a strictly proletarian viewpoint. He had denounced aggressively Lenin's opportunism, opposed Trotsky's army discipline, and defended the non-Russian nationalities against Stalin. Then, early in 1923, he had sympathized with Trotsky's radical ideas. In the years 1924-5, however, his name became the symbol of moderation, opportunism, and of the penchant for the well-to-do peasant. The conversion was by no means fortuitous. Bukharin's left communism had been based on his expectation of early revolution in Europe, the prospect on which all Bolshevik leaders had staked much, but perhaps none as much as Bukharin. All had seen in European revolution Russia's escape from her poverty and backwardness. None had believed that with a small working class surrounded by many millions of property-loving peasants they could advance far towards the socialist goal. Least of all had Bukharin believed it. With eager enthusiasm he had looked to the Western workers to rise, overthrow their bourgeoisie, and stretch out helping hands to Russia. He had surrounded those Western workers with a halo of revolutionary idealization and exaggerated beyond all measure their class consciousness and militancy. He had rejected the Brest-Litovsk peace with the utmost indignation, because he was afraid that the sight of Bolshevik Russia bowing to the Hohenzollerns might discourage and demoralize the European working classes, and that Bolshevism cut off from the latter and left alone with the Russian peasantry would find itself in an impasse. Bukharin now found that Bolshevism was indeed left alone with the Russian peasantry. He ceased to count on revolution in the West. Together with Stalin he proclaimed socialism in a single country. With the same assurance with which he had hitherto spoken of the imminent collapse of world capitalism, he now diagnosed its stabilization. From this new angle he took a fresh look at the domestic scene. He could not humanly accept the conclusion to which his whole earlier reasoning pointed, that the Russian Revolution was in a blind alley. He concluded instead that, as the Western workers had failed as allies, Bolshevism must acknowledge that the mujiks were its only true friends. He turned towards them with the same fervor, the same hope, and the same capacity for idealization with which he had hitherto looked to the European proletariat. It is true that under Lenin's inspiration the party had always cultivated the alliance of workers and peasants. But never since 1917 had the Bolsheviks offered friendship to the wealthy farmer, and Lenin had always treated the middle and even the poor peasants as vacillating allies, whom the lure of property might turn into enemies. So difficult and uncertain an alliance now failed to reassure Bukharin. He wished to base the alliance on what seemed a wider and firmer foundation. He hoped to persuade his comrades that they ought to appeal to the peasantry at large and cease playing the poor muzhik against the rich, and that they ought even to stake their hopes on the strong farmer. This amounted to the abandonment of class struggle in rural Russia. Bukharin himself, inhibited by old habits of mind or by tactical motives, shrank from drawing all these conclusions, but they were drawn for him and made explicit by his disciples, Meritsky, Stetsky, and other young Red professors, who expounded the neo-narodnik or neo-populist ideas in the universities, the propaganda departments, and the press. Bukharin was guided by more practical considerations as well. Within the framework of NEP, the Bolshevik alliance with the poor peasants against the rich had yielded few, if any, positive results. The poor peasants, and even the middle ones, could not feed the towns. They produced, at best, just enough to feed themselves. The well-being and even the survival of the urban workers depended on the small minority of wealthy farmers. These were, of course, eager to sell their goods, but they sold in order to grow wealthier, not just to survive. Their bargaining position was extremely strong. Indeed, never before had the dependence of the town on the country been so one-sided, so brutal, so naked. Government and party could not improve matters by vexing and incommoding the kulaks and inciting the poor against them. Pestered with requisitions and price controls, fretful at the restrictions on the sale and renting of land and on the employment of labor, the kulak plowed less, reaped less, and sold less. The government had either to break his strength or to allow him to accumulate wealth. Not a single group within the party suggested that the kulaks be dispossessed. To all groups the expropriation of millions of farmers was still inconceivable and from a Marxist viewpoint impermissible. 46. There was therefore a peculiar realism and consistency in Bukharin's conclusion that the party must allow the wealthy farmer to grow wealthier. The purpose of NEP, he argued, was to use private enterprise in Russia a reconstruction, but private enterprise could not be expected to play its part unless it obtained its rewards. The overriding interest of socialism lay in increasing national wealth, and that interest would not be harmed if groups and individuals grew wealthier together with the nation. On the contrary, by filling their own coffers they would enrich society as a whole. This was the reasoning which induced Bukharin to address to the peasants his famous appeal, "Enrich yourselves."